No one noticed me until someone started watching. This is The Woman They Never Saw, a gripping mystery thriller about an overlooked office worker, a betrayal that destroys her life, and the terrifying realization that disappearing from the world doesn't mean the world has stopped watching. I've spent my whole life being forgettable. At family gatherings, someone else always tells the story. At work, my ideas become someone else's the moment they're spoken aloud. People apologize for walking past me, forget my birthday, mispronounce my name. It's amazing how invisible a person can become. Then Ben smiled at me. He remembered my coffee order. He laughed at my jokes. For the first time in years, I believed someone finally saw me. I was wrong. When I discovered what he and the others were saying about me in their private work chat, something inside me broke. The insults, the gossip, the cruelty hidden behind friendly smiles. I couldn't stay silent. I sent everything to our bosses. I thought the truth would set me free. Instead, it destroyed my life. Now everyone looks at me differently, not with kindness, with blame. So I leave the city behind and disappear into an isolated cottage, hoping distance will help me forget. Then the storm arrives, roads flood, power fails, the world outside vanishes, and little things begin to happen. Footprints outside the windows, a light in the woods after midnight, a door I know I locked standing quietly open. I spent years believing nobody noticed me. Now I'm terrified that someone always did. And whoever followed me here knows exactly why I ran. I'd planned to bring my complaint to Brad Stockton, the CEO of Stockton Bridges Marketing and Public Relations, on Monday. But it was Friday before I'd managed to gather enough courage to finally knock on his secretary's door to ask if I could have a minute. There was a tiny bit of me that hoped she'd say no. Then I could leave thinking that at least I'd tried. But as is often the way these things go, she gave me a welcoming smile and nodded. "You're in luck. An early meeting was canceled." Before I had time to change my mind, she'd picked up the internal phone. "Joyce Doyle is here to see you." It was too late to say I'd changed my mind when I was given the nod to go through to his office. The door opened with a soft shush, and then I was there. In the office of the CEO, and about to end his week with a bang. If I hadn't been so tense, I'd probably have been amused at the puzzlement on his face as he tried to decide first why I'd be there, and second, who I was. Because in the year I'd worked for the company, I'd never managed to stand out. I must have looked as nervous as I felt, because he suddenly smiled and waved me to a chair. "Joyce, isn't it?" As if he knew me, as if his secretary hadn't said my name only seconds before. "Yes, I'm sorry to bother you." He held a hand up to stop me. "You're a valued member of the team. If you have a problem, it's what I'm here for." A valued member of the team? I vaguely wondered if he was mixing me up with someone else. It didn't seem the time to say I'd decided the job wasn't for me, that coming to him that morning, making the complaint I was about to make, was by way of a swan song. I debated whether I should leave first, then complain, but I wasn't sure it would carry any weight once I'd left, or if it would simply be swept under the carpet. Worse, they might have considered it a type of begrudgery. I hadn't made a success of the job, therefore I was taking it out on the people I'd worked with. No, I was making the complaint as a member of the team, or, to use his words, a valued member. I'd wait a month or so and hand in my notice then. It's a complaint, I'm afraid, and I'm here under the company's whistleblowing policy. I saw the change in him immediately. Away went the pleasant, smiling manner, and he was suddenly all hard-faced, successful businessman. I wondered which was the mask. "Under the policy," I said, "I'm guaranteed anonymity. Isn't that correct?" He sat forward, his hands clenched on the desk in front of him. "Absolutely. Anything you say here this morning will be heard in the strictest confidence." It's what I'd expected. I'd read the company policy inside and out, line by line, word by word. It's difficult because it involves several of my colleagues. Several, not just one. I had to get that point across. He looked suitably appalled, eyes opening wide, jaw dropping just a bit. Several. Now that I'd started, it came easily. It's to do with the team's WhatsApp group. When I started with the company a year ago, I was asked if I wanted to join. It was described as a handy way to organize social events, or if someone needed a hand with moving or wanted a lift, things like that. I remember thinking what a great idea it was and pictured myself being inundated with invites. In fact, it proved to be a place where people had a collective moan about work and not much else. It was fine for the first few months, but then Ben Williams joined it and the tone changed. He was always one for a joke, always game for a laugh. In the office, he'd make inoffensive comments about some of our customers and copy the way they spoke or walked, things like that. But then his remarks started to be more cutting and derogatory, and more recently, they've had racial or misogynistic undertones. I took out my phone, tapped to open the WhatsApp group, and handed it across. As you can see, if you scroll through, it's mostly Ben who instigates the comments. In the last couple of months, both Tom and Angie have also followed suit. Stockton spent far longer scrolling through than I'd expected, a little furrow between his eyes as he focused. 15 members, he said. I noticed that nobody, including yourself, have made any objection to any of the comments, or in fact, have left the group in protest. It was the last racial slur Ben used, where Tom and Angie tried to come up with worse, that was the final straw for me. He didn't need to know it had been the one I'd been waiting for the last 8 months. The one where I felt justified in making a complaint, where it didn't look as if I was targeting Ben. What was that old expression? Revenge was a dish best served cold. 8 months had taken the edge off my burning resentment, but it definitely hadn't gone cold. Tom and Angie were collateral damage, but I didn't feel any sympathy for them. They'd joined in with Ben's racist, homophobic comments with some of their own. I was worried that Stockton's expression had gone from horrified to resigned. Was he beginning to think it was my problem and labeling me in his head as too woke, or worse, a snowflake? The three of them have become very friendly in the office too, and they often use homophobic and transphobic language. Yes, he put the mobile down on the desk and tapped it. The racial slur is disgusting, and not the sort of behavior we expect from our employees. I could hear a but coming. He was taking it seriously in a way, but Ben and his pals were going to get a slap on the wrist, nothing more. It was time to use my bigger ammo. There's something else, I said before he could continue. Stockton obviously wasn't a man who was used to being interrupted, and his face tightened in annoyance. And that is? I had hoped I wouldn't need to say more, hoped that that awful racial slur they'd used would have been enough. It should have been. Obviously, I hadn't counted on Stockton's preference to take a softly approach. Was it worth going on? I could go back to the office, forget about it all, hand in my notice on Monday, and put Stockton Bridges and Ben and what he'd done behind me. Let him get away with it. No, I'd waited 8 months. I couldn't fail now. Last week, I saw Ben in a restaurant looking very cozy with J.P. Miller. I waited for that to sink in. Miller was the CEO of Stockton Bridges' biggest competitor. I'd done some digging, but couldn't find a logical reason for them to be meeting. I'd even logged into Ben's computer one evening when everyone else had gone home. It wasn't difficult. I'd been keeping a close eye on the bastard for months, so I'd acquired his password. Unfortunately, because I desperately wanted to, I couldn't find anything untoward on a superficial level, and I didn't have time to search for anything juicy deeper down before the cleaning staff arrived. Miller, eh? So you think, what, that Ben's looking to leave us and join them? It had been one of the options I'd considered. It wasn't unheard of for companies to lure away staff, and despite my dislike of the man, I had to acknowledge that Ben was good at what he did. There was another possibility, though, and because I disliked him so intensely, it was one I'd a preference for. Or he could be selling Miller information about our accounts, customers, and marketing strategy. Yes, indeed he could. Stockton pursed his lips, then nodded. Perhaps that racial slur does contravene our company policy sufficiently to warrant a suspension, during which time I will investigate Ben's relationship with J.P. Miller. I wanted to punch the air, to stand up and whoop. A suspension wasn't much, but it would rock Ben's smug world and maybe put a dent in his career. It wasn't much, but it would do. Stockton stood and stretched a hand across the desk. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Ms. Doyle, and for your loyalty to Stockton Bridges. It won't go unrewarded. I went back to the main office in a daze, partially in relief in having the ordeal over with, partially in disbelief that I'd actually done it. Luckily, my friend Sydney, whose desk was only a few feet from mine, was busy on the phone, so apart from a raised eyebrow, there were no curious questions about where I'd been. I sat, switched on my computer, and tried to look as if I was working. I should have been, not staring across the desks to where Ben sat. I remembered the first day I'd seen him, almost a year before. My first morning, our supervisor, Madeline, brought me in and introduced me to everyone. They were all so pleasant and welcoming, but it was Ben who'd caused my stupid heart to do a little flip-flop. It was the way he'd smiled at me, welcoming, but also appreciative. I wasn't a fool. I knew the danger of office romances and wasn't falling into that trap, so although I found him attractive, I kept my distance. Anyway, in those first months, as I tried to adjust to the faster dynamic of this new job, I'd no time for anything else. Just to keep up, I needed to work late every evening, and over the weekend in my tiny, claustrophobic apartment. I'd no time for romance of any sort. The great social life I'd anticipated when I joined the WhatsApp group never materialized, but I'd have been too exhausted to have gone to anything anyway. But I wasn't immune to Ben's charm. He'd stop at my desk as he passed on the way to the staff room, and if I was there, on my own, I could guarantee he'd arrive not long after. I grew to expect it, to depend on it even. I suppose it was obvious to everyone that there was something special between us. There were a few raised eyebrows, a few knowing winks and grins. I brushed them off with a laugh and a shake of my head. I assumed he'd done the same. It wasn't until I was 4 months with the company that anything happened. I was working late, yet again, my eyes growing gritty with tiredness as I stared at my computer screen. "You work too hard, you know." Startled, I turned with a yelp. "Bloody hell, you frightened me." He perched on the edge of my desk, his blue eyes looking down at me with warmth that sent a wave of heat washing over me. I knew my cheeks had reddened, and I tried to turn my face away. He stopped my chair with his foot, then leant down and pressed his lips against my cheek. "Hot stuff," he said. Then he stood, held out a hand, and smiled. "You're beautiful, do you know that? Come on, I'm taking you for a drink." He held my hand as we walked. He needed to because I was floating. We had several drinks as we talked about our lives, our families, our hopes for the future. He was attentive, charming, and incredibly sexy. When the pub we were in was closing and we had to leave, he offered to walk me home. How could I refuse? And when we got to my apartment and he kissed me ever so gently, what could I do but invite him in? We'd both had too much to drink, so it wasn't surprising, if a little disappointing, that the sex was adequate rather than exciting. More wham-bam, thank you ma'am, than the earth-moving sizzle I'd anticipated. But as we curled up together, I guessed there'd be time to bring in the sizzle later. Not in the morning, though. When I woke, my head thumping from the excess of alcohol, I reached for him. But instead of a warm body next to me, there were wrinkled, cold sheets. I rolled over, sat up, and called his name. But he'd gone. I searched everywhere for a note of some sort. I even looked in the damn fridge, but there was nothing. But he'd ring me later that day, wouldn't he? It was Saturday. I had no plans and hoped we'd get together that evening. I was still hoping on the Sunday. And even on the Monday, back at work, when I looked across the office and saw him, I thought he'd come rushing over full of apologies, with the admiring looks he'd been throwing my way for the previous 4 months. But he didn't look my direction, not once. And the romantic dream of me and Ben that had blossomed on the Friday, only to begin to fade almost immediately, fizzled out. "You okay?" Sydney said. "You've been staring at your screen without moving for about 10 minutes. I wanted to tell her about Friday night, to discuss what was happening, or more truthfully, what wasn't. Because it was becoming painfully obvious Ben was ignoring me. Confusion kept me silent. Later, it was humiliation that sealed my lips. It was lunchtime before I discovered the unpalatable truth. I'd been used. Worse, I'd been the subject of a disgusting bet. Nothing was said. It didn't need to be. Not when I walked into the staff room to find Ben surrounded by 4 of his male colleagues, all backslapping and raucous laughter that stopped abruptly when they saw me. It was there in all their eyes, a bet. Who'd be first to shag the new girl? And Ben had won. 3. I left the room with their laughter following me. I still hear it sometimes. When I wake in the middle of the night, it reminds me there are worse things than being alone. I told nobody. Not Sydney, not older friends, not my family. There were a few sideways glances and snide comments from some of my colleagues when it was obvious Ben and I had suddenly stopped being pally. I'm sure many were curious, but nobody asked what had happened, and thankfully, the 5 men who did know didn't compound their disgusting behavior by sharing my disgrace. Because, of course, it was mine, wasn't it? I saw it in their eyes in those few seconds in the staff room. Ben was celebrated as the almighty stud. I was castigated as the slut, the easy lay, the cheap slag. It might be the 21st century, but it was still the way it was for women like me who'd been stupid enough to believe in fairy tales. Even Sydney had been vocally critical of the flirtatious glances Ben and I had exchanged. "I'd be careful if I were you," she'd said, more than once. "Office romances are often more trouble than they're worth." "This is different," I said, because idiot that I was, I really believed there'd been something special between me and Ben, something that transcended the office romance genre. I might even have believed Sydney was a little jealous of what we had. What we had? What a fool I'd been. I didn't have to ask Sydney if she'd been subjected to the same treatment. I knew she hadn't. She'd never have given Ben, or any of the guys in the office, a second look. She was friendly, but always in a cool, businesslike way. It's a shame I hadn't followed her example instead of being charmed by the devil. I didn't tell her what Ben had done, too ashamed, disappointed, and humiliated. I avoided the staff room where I might have bumped into Ben or his cronies and took myself out for lunch every day. I kept my head down, concentrated on my job, and waited for something else to take everyone's interest. Sydney was the only person in the office who asked me what had happened. 3 days after my heart had been sliced in 2, she looked at me, tilted her head, and asked if I was okay. "Hang on," I said, staring at my computer screen. I tapped a few keys, then a few more. Typing rubbish, but she wasn't to know that, and it gave me time to put the mask of total innocence firmly in place before I turned to look at her. "Hi, sorry, I just needed to finish that before I forgot my train of thought. What were you asking?" "If you were okay?" I laughed. "Gosh, why do you ask?" I rubbed my cheeks with both hands. "Am I looking a bit pale? I think I must need a tonic, or maybe a sun holiday." "You've been very quiet the last couple of days, that's all." Sydney leant a little closer, closing the gap between us. "I notice Ben isn't stopping by your desk either. Have you had a falling out?" It was the perfect time to tell her, but I couldn't bring myself to voice the shame of it. She'd have been sympathetic, no doubt, but there'd have been a trace of "I told you so," too, and I simply couldn't bear it. "No, of course not," I said with an amused laugh. "We're not 5. Flirting with him was fun for a bit, but I think I've got a bit bored with it now. I need to concentrate on work. I'm trying to come up with a new marketing strategy, and it's all I can think about." "If you're sure." Sydney didn't sound convinced. "Positive. I turned back to my computer and tapped more gibberish on the screen. I was absolutely positive I was going to make that bastard Ben sorry he'd ever met me, if it was the last thing I did. 4. The echo of the door shutting behind Joyce hadn't faded before Brad Stockton picked up his mobile. "We need to talk," he said when it was answered. "In 10 minutes, the usual place." He listened for a few seconds, then said, "I don't care. Make some excuse. 10 minutes." The usual place was the roof of the high-rise building. It used to be where smokers gathered, but since the government crackdown on smoking, it had been deserted. Only a few people had a key to the padlock and chain that secured the handles. Brad had made sure he was one. It was an ideal place to hold meetings when you didn't want to be overheard or seen with the wrong people. He was standing at the low wall, staring out over the city, when he heard the door squeak open behind him. "You're a fucking idiot," he snarled. Ben calmly shut the door behind him. "I assume you have a good reason for saying that?" "J.P. Miller. Is that reason enough? You were seen with him, all cozy over lunch." "By someone important?" "By that bloody troublesome woman you had to go and shag. First, she accesses your computer." "She found nothing," Ben said quickly. "Now she's reported you and that bloody stupid WhatsApp group, you and 2 others. I saw the blasted comment you posted. I might have been able to get away with giving the 3 of you a warning, but then she mentioned seeing you with Miller." He ran a frustrated hand over his head. "Sometimes I wonder if taking you on board was a mistake." Ben's expression darkened. "Don't forget, it's thanks to me that Miller is considering becoming part of our lucrative venture. Your ability to schmooze anyone into doing anything is why I haven't told you to take a hike. If you kept that talent for business and left the ladies alone, you'd be better off." Ben grinned. "I need some pleasure. To be honest, she's such an idiot, I thought she'd hand in her notice and vanish." Stockton turned back to the view. It seemed she'd other things in mind. He turned to look at the younger man. I could see it in her eyes. You humiliated her. Reporting the WhatsApp group was by way of revenge. Although she mentioned those other 2, she made it damn clear you were the instigator. Then, adding salt to it, she dropped in the Miller thing. "I suppose I could speak to her, clear the air." "What?" Stockton gave him a scathing glance. "You think telling her that you fucked her for a bet, but you're sorry and won't do it again, is going to clear the air, do you?" Ben shrugged as if he didn't really care. "So what are you going to do?" "Do?" Stockton slammed his hands on the brick wall. "I'm going to try to clean up your mess." He swore, inspected a graze on his hand, then turned to Ben with a frown. "Was it just an unfortunate coincidence that she saw you with Miller? Or was she following you? If she was, she might cause us more trouble than she's worth. Do a bit of digging. Find out if there's anything we should be worried about." 5. My sister Avril, a well-known and incredibly successful artist, had decided to combine her latest exhibition with what she insisted on calling a special birthday. Whereas I'd usually have happily avoided the first, I couldn't have escaped her birthday celebrations without causing offense. Anyway, that Saturday evening it was perfect to keep my mind off what was going to happen to Ben. The event was packed with the arty types I usually avoided. Avril floated around air-kissing everyone as her fabulous paintings were snapped up. Within hours, they were almost all wearing red sold stickers. I tried to look as if I was enjoying myself, as if I belonged, while my artist father and brother schmoozed with all the other arty types. Even my mother, who had as little artistic sensibility as I had, looked as if she was enjoying herself. After an hour, I thought it was safe to leave and went to say goodbye to Avril. She was speaking to a distant cousin, and I joined them just as he said, "Honestly, you'd never think you were 50. Since the special birthday was in fact Avril's 40th, I saw my super-sensitive sister's face fall. Once the cousin had departed to mingle elsewhere, she tried to laugh it off as a joke, but her appalled expression said it all. It took a couple of hours and several drinks to calm her sensitivities. To keep her company, I drank 3 more glasses of bubbly, then several shots of something the bartender insisted had been created to honor the birthday girl. How could I say no? Especially since the alcohol was doing what I'd been trying to do since the previous day, push Ben from my mind. It wasn't until I'd drunk 3, or maybe 4, of the fruity drink that I realized they were way stronger than I'd guessed. Late the following morning, I woke up and groaned. My head was pounding, and my mouth felt as if something had died in it. A few steps brought me to the kitchen, where I downed 2 glasses of water in quick gulps before returning to collapse on the bed. The rest of that day was a washout. I finally crawled from the bed early afternoon, and that was the sum total of my exercise for the day. Once the alcohol-induced headache had eased, it was replaced by a Ben-induced one. What was going to happen the following day? If Stockton was true to his word, Ben would have been suspended, so I wouldn't have to see his manipulative, scheming face. I rested my head back and shut my eyes. I wanted to forget about him, to put that whole episode behind me. But so far, all I'd been able to do was to think of revenge. Now that I was getting it, perhaps I could finally put what he'd done to me in the box marked history and forget about it. The following morning, I spent longer than usual getting ready to celebrate the day I was finally getting my revenge on Ben. I tried to dismiss the twinge of guilt for having caught Tom and Angie in the same net. Only rereading their comments in the WhatsApp group persuaded me they deserved what was happening. Or had they fallen for Ben's charms and been led astray as I had been? Victims of him as I was. And now, victims of my revenge. I put the thought from my mind and hurried to work. The offices of Stockton Bridges Marketing and Public Relations were on the 7th floor of a 15-story office block on the north side of Bath. I knew several people from many of the businesses on the other floors to say hello to. Sometimes, if there was time, I'd stop for a chat and an exchange of gossip. That morning, I rushed through the lobby towards the lift at 9:50. Late as it was, I still had time to notice that Bob from the accountancy firm on the 6th floor and Trevor from the upmarket letting agency on the 2nd both ignored my friendly wave. As the lift door shut, I saw the 2 men staring my direction with distinctly unfriendly expressions on their normally cheerful faces. I didn't know either particularly well, but we'd shared a coffee together at various times over the last year. Perhaps they'd had women problems over the weekend and were taking it out on the whole of my sex as a result. I brushed them from my mind as the lift whooshed me up to the 7th floor and disgorged me just in time to meet the 9 a.m. clocking in time. If my immediate supervisor had been in view, I'd have smirked and given her a wave. Typically, though, she only ever seemed to appear when I was late, not when I was on time, and never when I managed to get in early. The main office where I and 15 other executives worked was a large open-plan space. The desks were set well apart to give each of us a modicum of privacy in which to make phone calls and discuss marketing tactics with customers and potential clients. Usually, on a Monday morning, there was a quick catch-up on the social activity of the weekend, and I was looking forward to sharing details of my sister's exhibition. I'd spent Friday afternoon oversharing with anyone who'd listen, basking in the reflected glory of my famous sister. But mostly, and I was well aware of this, it was to try to take my mind off what I'd done earlier that morning. I wasn't a natural raconteur, but I'd promised to tell them about the event, and I knew the story of my cousin congratulating Avril on her 50th was bound to cause amusement. Half expecting to be greeted with demands to know how it went, I was taken aback to be met with stony-faced silence and the cold shoulders of those colleagues whose desks abutted mine. Had I missed something? "Everyone's very quiet this morning," I said, raising my voice to attract Sydney's attention. "Sydney?" I swiveled in my seat and leant forward so that if I stretched out an arm, my fingers could almost poke her. It was the curl of her back that stopped me. There was something so deliberate about it. I leant forward a moment longer, then sat back with a frown. First Bob, then Trevor, now Sydney. I rocked in my chair and glanced around the office. It should be buzzing by now. Instead, it hissed with whispers. A shiver of dread scurried along my spine. There was something very wrong, as if my world and everything in it had slipped ever so slightly out of sync. I might have stood and crossed the short distance between my desk and Sydney's to confront her and demand to be told what was going on, but I didn't need to, because suddenly a shape loomed over me and I looked up to find one of my other colleagues glaring down at me. Marjorie wasn't someone I'd ever taken to. Dislike was too strong a word. If I'd been pushed, I'd have described my feeling towards the older woman as total disinterest. But it was clear those mild feelings weren't reciprocated. Not that morning, anyway. Marjorie's expression could only be described as thunderous. "It's true, isn't it?" The words were said with such venom that the final consonant was accompanied by a spray of saliva that made me rear back and lift a hand to wipe my face. "Thanks," I said with heavy sarcasm. "Now, without drowning me further, will you explain what the hell you're talking about?" "Miss Innocent, Miss Butter wouldn't melt in your mouth. We were all fooled by that goody two-shoes act, weren't we?" Her voice had risen as she spoke, and I saw other colleagues had either turned to stare or had got to their feet for a better view of what was beginning to feel like a concentrated attack. Even Sydney, I noticed, had changed position and was now staring in my direction. It seemed Marjorie, too, had noticed the attention she'd gained. She took a step back and waved a hand around the room. "See what you've done, you stupid cow. See how many of our co-workers aren't here this morning?" I'd been in too much of a hurry to reach my desk that morning to check if there were the 3 empty desks I'd expected. I refused to acknowledge the creeping fear that was making my stomach churn, or to be intimidated by Marjorie into standing up to look around. "I'm not sure what it has to do with me." It was Sydney who answered, her voice a quiet contrast to Marjorie's tirade. "You blew the whistle about the WhatsApp group. Ben, Angie, and Tom have been suspended. The rest of us have had emails to say we've been given a warning." I held her gaze even when I saw disappointment in her eyes, as if I was someone she'd never really known. In the face of it, it was difficult to stay calm. This couldn't be happening. Stockton had promised, hadn't he? Promised nobody would know. It took every bit of strength I possessed to keep my voice steady. "I haven't looked at my emails over the weekend and haven't logged in here yet, so I will probably have the same." Sydney nodded. "Oh yes, I bet you will. They'd have had to send you one for form's sake, but we all know it was you who shopped us." Should I admit it or brazen it out? I could almost feel the heat of Marjorie's dislike as she continued to loom over me, and I could see so many sets of eyes looking at me, judging me. It was impossible to think straight. They should be all glad the WhatsApp group had been exposed. I'd heard people complaining about it for months. Even Marjorie had suggested some of the comments were going too far, but I couldn't say anything without admitting they were right. That I was the whistleblower. Had there been one friendly face amongst them, perhaps I would have done, but in the face of their combined hostility, I took the coward's way out and lied. "Have you all gone crazy? Why would I have done such a thing?" Marjorie laughed. It was a coarse, nasty sound that echoed around the room and had almost every other colleague nodding in agreement. Only Sydney didn't. She gave a last, sorrowful glance towards me before she turned in her seat again and resumed her previous stooped, withdrawn pose. I was surrounded by hostility. My colleagues glared and muttered words I couldn't hear, but the tone was understandable. I held my hands up and shook my head. "This is crazy. Absolute nonsense. Deny it all you want, but we know the truth." Marjorie's eyes swept over me. "Always so sweet, so obliging. The last to leave in the evening to show how dedicated you were to the job. Joining in and never criticizing. Making out you were okay with everything." She sniffed and looked around at the other faces staring in my direction. I knew there was something dodgy about her from the very start. She waited until she was sure she'd made her point, that she was the only one clever enough to have seen through me, before she turned back to me with a sniff. You were so good, so believable. You managed to fool everyone. This is ridiculous. Marjorie cut through the air in front of me with a karate chop. Stop with your lies. We all know the truth. Everyone here and everyone in the other offices too. Still reeling from my exposure as the whistleblower and the hand that had come within a hair's width of clipping my nose, I sat back. Luckily, phones began to ring to drag everyone to the reason they were there that morning, to work, not to attack me. Even Marjorie, with a final scathing glance that swept me from head to toe, stalked away. Shaken, I slumped down in my chair and kept my eyes on the keyboard. As the hum of work descended on the room, feeling protected from my colleague's ire, I slipped my hands from my lap and tapped out my password. It was exactly as Sydney had said. There was an email to say I was being given a warning for participating in WhatsApp messages that contravened company policies against discrimination of any sort. All as I'd expected. I was being treated like everyone else. It should have allayed any suspicion, so why was everyone convinced I was the whistleblower? I read the email through, then, just as I'd hoped to do with this whole Ben scenario, I deleted it. If only it would be as easy to delete my colleague's suspicion. Feeling eyes on me, I looked to my right and met Sydney's gaze. As if to prevent any communication, she quickly looked away, reached for her phone, and held it tightly to her ear. I guessed there was nobody on the other end of the line. I looked at my keyboard. Sydney might ignore me, but she wouldn't ignore an email. I tapped out a quick one and pressed send. You can't seriously think I'm the whistleblower. Rather than looking at her, I kept my eyes on the monitor, my index finger hitting refresh again and again, until finally there was a reply. Read this. Surprised, I tapped the attachment symbol, my eyes widening in shocked dismay when I read what Sydney had sent. Hi everyone, sorry to spoil your weekend, but you need to know the truth. There's been a spy in our midst. The WhatsApp group we're in, the one where we shared jokes and a laugh, where we arranged nights out, etc. Well, a selection of our messages have been shared with the boys upstairs who have reacted with typical over-the-top nonsense. 3 of the worst offenders in their eyes have been suspended and will probably lose their jobs. The rest of us will receive a written warning. And if you want to know who to blame, it's Joyce Doyle. And if you want to know why, well, I'll tell you. She set her eyes on Ben as soon as she arrived, flirted with him, made it clear she wanted a relationship. When he let her down, in a gentlemanly kind fashion, she attacked him, physically and verbally, and told him he'd be sorry. So this isn't whistleblowing, this is revenge. What the fuck? I read it through several times in disbelief. I could read it 100 more. The words weren't going to change. This had to have been sent by Ben. He'd guessed somehow I was the whistleblower and had sent this email to destroy every smidgen of credibility. I'd told nobody what he'd done. Now it was too late. Nobody would believe me. I sent Sydney another email. Who sent this? I wasn't kept waiting long for an answer this time. Burner. I gritted my teeth in irritation. So Sydney, probably my closest friend, and all of my wonderful colleagues had chosen to believe an unsigned email sent from a burner email account, rather than consider I couldn't possibly have done such a thing. Anger sparked from my fingertips as I sent a further email. You believe this anonymous crap? I thought we were friends. It was a few minutes before the reply pinged over. I wouldn't have done if you hadn't said only a week ago you were fed up of the group, and specifically with Ben, Angie, and Tom, the very 3 who've been suspended. And how many times have you said to me that we really should complain about them, eh? You were like a bloody cracked record, and even that wouldn't have convinced me. But you never did explain why your flirtatious relationship with Ben came to such a sudden end. Quite a few people commented at the time. Now we all know what happened. He rejected you. Revenge. I'd have thought it was beneath you. It seems I didn't know you at all. I turned to glare at her. It was a wasted exercise, as her chair was angled to ensure she wouldn't even inadvertently look my way. I turned back to my computer to read through her last email again, as anger began to grow. People's memories could be short when it suited them. I remembered how upset Sydney had been when Ben had made a disparaging remark about her weight only the month before, and how furious I'd been when Tom had suggested if I showed more cleavage, I might be more successful, and how that bitch Angie had shot back with, "There's not much to get out though, is there?" Since I'd always been a little sensitive about my A-cup size, I'd shot daggers at her for the remainder of that week. The WhatsApp chat was frequently ribald, but it was always those three who stepped over the line between funny, witty, and downright offensive. Every single bloody time. I took some of my anger and frustration out on the keyboard, hammering on the keys as I wrote a reply. "This is a complete fabrication. Whoever has written this, and I'm guessing it's Ben, is making it look as if revenge was my motivation. It was, but Sydney didn't need to know that. If only I'd told her what had happened at the time, how Ben had used and humiliated me. Everyone complained about the WhatsApp group. Weren't you crying on my shoulder not so long ago when Ben made that comment about your muffin top? And remember Angie commented on Matt's small feet and put several laughing emojis before adding she wondered what else was small? I wasn't the only one who was fed up with their carry-on. I don't know who blew the whistle on them, but it's been a long time coming, and I don't feel the remotest bit sorry for any of the three. But someone is trying to lay the blame on me with that nonsense about me and Ben. I swear it isn't true." I pressed send, then stared at the screen for several minutes, the cursor sitting on the reload icon, my finger on the mouse, tapping, as if to speed up a reply. When none came, I risked a glance at Sydney. She wasn't there. Her swivel seat rocked gently to say she'd not been gone long. A quick glance around the room also said she hadn't gone far. She was leaning over Marjorie's desk, her long hair falling forward to hide her face, and whatever it was she was saying to the seated Marjorie. It wasn't difficult to guess who they were talking about. 6. On Mondays, the working day always seemed to stretch far longer than 8 hours. I didn't even have the relief of coffee and lunch breaks to dilute the time. I'd gone into the small staff room mid-morning. By some spoken or unspoken consensus, everyone stood and left as I entered. Most avoided looking at me. A couple muttered words they wouldn't have dared say aloud. One even deliberately knocked against me and sent me staggering into the wall. There didn't seem to be any point in arguing my case. If Sydney, my friend, wasn't willing to believe me, nobody else was. It added to my irritation that people were more convinced in the validity of the accusation against me simply because Sydney believed it. They were convinced I was the whistleblower. That was bad enough, but at least it was true. But they also believed what the email had said about my relationship with Ben. It was hard to see myself portrayed as a bunny boiler, a woman so devastated at being rejected that I'd plotted revenge. I wanted to stand up on my desk and scream the truth. It would have been a waste of breath. The bastard had got his story out first. It'd be the one they'd believe. If I'd been able to concentrate on my work, it would have distracted me from my woes. But I quickly discovered that being the recipient of my colleagues' ire wasn't conducive to creativity. If I hadn't been close to crying, I might have laughed. I wasn't sure I'd ever had a creative thought. My brother and sister had inherited their artistic skills from our father. Sadly, despite my desperate need to be like them, I had begun to face facts. I was far more like my prosaic mother. Still, it was my job, and there were a couple of campaigns waiting to be completed. I opened them, glanced through what I'd already done, but couldn't find any enthusiasm to continue. Luckily, there was enough mundane paperwork to be completed to enable me to keep my head down. I didn't want to look around and be stabbed with the glares shot my way. Our office supervisor, Madeline, passed by the desk mid-morning. I caught the whiff of the overpowering perfume she wore before I saw the bulk of her sweep by without stopping. If there was anything humorous about the day, it was in her determination not to get involved in anything that might make her day more difficult. Madeline was frequently the butt of comments in that WhatsApp group, mostly to do with her amazing ability to be able to balance so well on the fence without causing herself injury. She'd know about the suspensions and the warnings given to the others, and no doubt she knew about the accusation being leveled against me. But she didn't stop to either condemn or support. Just after midday, I heard the distinct rattle of the sandwich trolley. I wasn't a regular customer, usually preferring to do the short walk in the fresh air to a local cafe. On wet days, however, I'd purchase a sandwich from Xander as he walked through the office to the staff room, where he'd leave his regular orders. I held a hand up to stop him when I heard his approach and lifted my head with a smile. "Hi, I'll have a cheese and ham, no pickle, please." "Sorry, we're right out of them." "No problem. I'll have a chicken salad sandwich then." "We're out of them too." I'd been hunched over my keyboard in a subconscious attempt to reduce my presence in the world to a minimum. But at this, I straightened up and turned to look at the trolley. The top of it was at eye level, and unless I was imagining it, the first few were most definitely cheese and ham. Perhaps there was pickle in them. I pointed at a tuna sandwich. It wasn't my favorite, but I'd skipped breakfast and needed something to get through what was proving to be an endless day. "I'll take that one. There's pickle in it. In a tuna sandwich." "Afraid so." I looked at his face and saw the pinched lines, the way his eyes wouldn't meet mine. What was it Marjorie had said? That everyone had received the email denouncing me. How stupid I'd been. It explained the reaction from the men in the lobby. "Fine. I'll go out for something," I said, but Xander had already moved the trolley on. I wouldn't go out. It would mean walking through the office to the exit, and the lift down might be packed with people from other floors who were also happy to believe the accusation against me. Because if Xander knew about it, then even those who hadn't been lucky to have received the email would soon know. He was as good as a town crier. I could take the stairs down, of course, and race across the lobby to avoid the condemning faces I'd doubtlessly see there. But if I did, if I managed to escape, there was no way I'd come back. Ever. So no, I'd stay where I was. One day without food wouldn't kill me. No food, no coffee either, because I wasn't facing whoever might be in the staff room. The rattle of the sandwich trolley seemed to be taunting me as it was pushed around the room. I straightened in my chair and followed it and its owner with my eyes. Xander needed to watch out. I'd heard from a reliable source he had products in the bottom drawer of his trolley that definitely contravened the rules and regulations of every company in the building. And he thought it was okay to judge me? Maybe it was time to blow the whistle on him too. After all, I'd nothing left to lose. 7. The day seemed endless. The last hour was spent deliberating over whether it was better to be first in the line to clock out at 5, where I could ignore the whispers that were sure to float around me, or to wait at my desk until everyone else had gone before leaving. There wasn't a winning scenario. If I waited, I'd still have to suffer the indignity of my colleagues passing by my desk. Most didn't need to, but I knew they would, to make a point. By 4:30, I'd had enough. I sent an email to Madeline to say I wasn't feeling well and was going to leave before I spread whatever was wrong with me around the office. I didn't intend to wait for a reply. If the supervisor complained, I'd simply blame the effects of the bug. One decision made, it was time to make another, whether to grab my bag and jacket and slink out of the office, or to stand with my head held high and stride out like the innocent person I wanted them to think I was. In the end, it was an awkward combination of both that got me to the exit, and a speedy walk that took me across the corridor and into the thankfully empty lift. In the lobby, I kept my head down, and if I didn't precisely slink, I did scuttle across to the revolving doors and spun out as fast as their revolutions would allow me. Outside, I hesitated only for a few seconds before deciding to walk the 20 minutes to my apartment rather than waiting for the bus. In fact, Walking as if all my colleagues were coming after me with pitchforks, I made it home in less time. I pushed open the door of the apartment block with a sigh of relief that turned into a sigh of frustration when I saw the sign on the lift door to say it was, once again, out of order. My apartment was on the 4th floor. With the weight of the day's events weighing me down, I trudged slowly upward. I was crying by the time I reached my door and struggled to fit the key into the keyhole. Then I was inside, safe from prying, condemnatory eyes. I threw my jacket and bag on the floor and sank onto the sofa. What a horrendous day, and it wasn't over yet. It was tempting to go to the fridge and take out a can of beer, but since I'd had nothing to eat during the whole nightmare of a day, the cheap alcohol would go straight to my head. No, I had things to do before getting totally blotto. I reached for my bag, scrabbled through it for my phone, dialed Stockton Bridge's main number, and asked to speak to Brad Stockton. There were several seconds of classical music before I was put through to his secretary, then an even longer spell as I waited to be put through to Stockton. The fingers of my free hand tapped impatiently on the seat beside me. Come on, I muttered. Hello? It's Joyce Doyle. Ah, I thought you'd ring. The words were said calmly, as if he hadn't just turned my world upside down, as if he hadn't made a total mess of it all. I tried to keep my voice equally steady, showing how angry I was with him wouldn't get me anywhere. You sound very relaxed. Please don't tell me that you don't know what's happened. That everyone had an anonymous email saying that you were the whistleblower? Yes, I heard. It was sent to me, too. My mobile was pressed so tightly to my ear that it hurt, but I didn't hear any regret or sympathy in the words. I shouldn't be surprised, but despite it all, I was. What am I supposed to do? I can't face another day like today. Despite every attempt to sound strong and in control, I heard the lilt of desperation in my voice. Anonymous emails don't carry much weight. You weren't stupid enough to confirm it was you, were you? I hadn't been, just stupid enough to have believed him when he told me my anonymity was guaranteed. Look how that had turned out. No, I wasn't. But it's not just that the email was accusing me of being the whistleblower. It was the way it said I had done it in revenge for Ben rejecting me. Yes, I was surprised to read that. Is it true? No, of course it's not true. It seems to be a case of your word against his, though, doesn't it? And if the email is true, it does cast a different light on your motive, doesn't it? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. You saw the comments he put on the WhatsApp group. There's no denying they're racist and derogatory, is there? No, I suppose there isn't. I think it was Ben who sent that email to everyone. He has a motive for putting me in the wrong. But what I want to know is, how did he, or whoever it was, find out that I'd gone to you about it? It was supposed to be confidential. You must have told someone. No, I didn't. Not a single soul. I wish I had. I wish I'd told Sydney everything. All too bloody late now. Well, the only person I've discussed it with is Anthony. I'll have a word with him, see if it's likely he told anyone else. I'll get to the bottom of the breach. Don't you worry. Don't worry. That's all he was offering me, telling me not to worry. It was easy for him to say. He wouldn't have to run the gauntlet of accusing faces every day. I can't go in there again. This time, I did hear a sigh of exasperation and frustration, not sympathy or regret. And in that minute, I hated him and what I'd done. I was ready to scream at him when he spoke again. Maybe it would be a good idea for you to take the rest of the week off. Get away from Bath for a while. Is there somewhere you could go? Relief washed the anger away, somewhere away from everyone I knew where I could curl up and lick my wounds. Yes, my parents have a place in Devon. I could go there. Right, you do that. I'll sort it with Madeline. And what about my complaint and that damn email? I've read the transcripts from that WhatsApp group. It's clear that Ben, Angie, and Tom were the instigators of the worst of the comments, and as you are aware, they've been suspended. I'm afraid I can't do anything about the email. Just keep denying its validity. It'll eventually be forgotten. No, it wouldn't. Even if I could prove somehow that Ben had sent it, it would do no good. He'd got his story out first. It'd be the one that would be believed, not the truth. What about Ben's dodgy meeting with J.P. Miller? I'm looking into that. Don't you worry. I wanted to ask if Ben would be fired if it was found he'd been passing over account details, but the fact that Stockton had even asked me if the accusation in the email was true made me think twice. If I didn't hate Ben so much, I'd have admired the way he played this hand, as he neatly made people believe he was the victim. Will I be able to contact you if necessary? Lost in my thoughts of Ben, it took a few seconds for me to think. Contact me? Yes, you will. Then, of course, I had to backtrack. Well, actually, maybe not. The phone signal where I'm going isn't that great. You said Devon, didn't you? Hardly the arsehole of nowhere. No, but Lynmouth is in a valley, and the signal can be a bit iffy. The Wi-Fi is usually a safer bet, so you could email me. I was going to say he could WhatsApp me, but it didn't seem appropriate. Right, well, I'll be in touch if I've any news. I dropped the phone on the seat beside me and stared unblinkingly at the wall. I should have been celebrating success at getting revenge on Ben. Instead, all I'd achieved was to turn my life into a shitstorm. The bastard had won again. 8. There was no reason to delay. As soon as my call with Stockton ended, I rang my mother. Hi, Mom, how's things? Your father is being even more annoying than usual, but apart from that, it's the same old, same old. Are there still canvases everywhere? The last time I'd been home, there had been some propped against almost every wall. I thought he'd sold most of his paintings at his last exhibition. He did, but it spurred him on to paint more, and he's got messier. There are fingerprints everywhere, and even paint footprints on the carpet. If she started on about my father's idiosyncrasies, we'd be talking till nightfall. Listen, I'm taking a week off, so I was wondering if it'd be okay to borrow the cottage. If nobody else is using it, that is. You're taking a week off? That's a bit sudden. You're not ill, are you? I wished I could tell her the truth, but then I'd have to tell her about sleeping with Ben, that disgusting bet, and my sad attempt to get revenge. It was better to lie. No, of course not. It's just that I have a few campaigns that are giving me some trouble. A couple of days away to give my brain a chance to think would help. Well, we've no plans to stay there for another month or so it's all yours. Just make sure you leave it tidy after you. Yes, of course. Don't I always? You do. I can't say the same for your brother. The apple of my mother's eye, Kevin was, like Avril, a very successful artist, currently based in San Francisco. After a minute of listening to how well Kevin was doing, I interrupted her to ask, "The code for the key safe hasn't changed, has it?" "Of course not. There are far too many stupid passwords and numbers to remember these days. We'll stick to the same one." "Right, that's great. I'll ring when I'm settled in. Love to Dad." I hung up before my mother asked me any questions about work or if I was happy in Stockton Bridges. She'd never implied that I, her youngest child, was a failure. It was the way she said she loved her children equally, and Kevin and Avril's success didn't mean she loved them more. That never ceased to make me grind my teeth. I knew she didn't mean any harm by the remark, which made it even worse. I couldn't pull her up on it without upsetting her, which would upset my father, and I'd come away feeling even worse. I rested my head on the back of the sofa and sighed. Usually, if I'd had a crap day, I'd ring Sydney and we'd head out to a pub for a few drinks, maybe go on to a club where one or the other of us, or even both, would pick up some usually unsuitable man. I was happy to settle for some casual flirting. Sydney, on the other hand, was partial to a quickie in the laneway behind the pub they normally frequented. It was a filthy, rubbish-strewn, dark place, stinking of urine and alive with vermin. "It adds a certain element of naughtiness to it," Sydney insisted. I couldn't see the attraction, but I'd laughed because it was what was expected of a worldly wise woman in the 21st century. But after these trysts, the word always prefixed with sordid in my head, I'd observed the man returning to his mates, who'd greet him with cheers and high fives, and a moment later, Sydney would slink back onto her bar stool as if she'd never left. If she'd been satisfied, it never showed on her face. "That was so good," she'd say, every time. It had been an obvious lie, as big a one as the friendship I'd believed existed between us, a lie as big as Ben's charm. Anger snaked through me when I thought of them all. Sydney and her sneering disloyalty, Xander and his crummy sandwiches, Stockton and his promise of confidentiality, and Ben, most of all him, for making me believe in romance, in love, and for that lying, devastating email. 9. The Doyle holiday home was a small cottage, a mile upriver from the North Devon village of Lynmouth. It had been totally dilapidated when my parents had bought it 30 years before. They'd spent twice what the property had cost to make it habitable, and several thousand more in the years since to turn it into a cozy, warm place. My siblings and I had spent many happy holidays there, first with our parents, and then with friends and lovers. I'd even suggested that Sydney come for a few days. She'd looked at me in horror when I'd told her it was a 15-minute walk along the river to the nearest restaurant or pub, a journey that was easy during the day and a nightmare at night. I could have waited to travel down the next morning, but I was desperate to get out of Bath, so left as soon as I'd packed a few essentials. 3 hours later, I was pulling on to the unpaved road that cut through the hillside above the cottage. It was rough, potholed and narrow, but only a few minutes later, I reached a natural widening that provided a parking space. From it, a steep, rough, irregular track led to the cottage. It only took minutes, but felt very much longer when everything needed to be carried down. I should have made a couple of journeys with my belongings, but I was tired and it was dark, so I pulled on the backpack holding my laptop, slung one holdall over my shoulder, and grabbed the handle of the other one with my free hand. I switched on my mobile's torch and shoved it into the end pocket of the bag. It wasn't perfect, but it was good enough. Unfortunately, it had been raining heavily and the track was slippery. It made the short walk treacherous, especially without a hand free to steady myself. Less than halfway down, I gave in and dropped one of the holdalls. I had no fear of leaving it sitting there until I could return for it. The cottage was way off the beaten track, and only the odd, over-adventurous walker ever came this way. I made it down without falling and looked at the cottage with a smile. It had been a good idea to come to somewhere which only held happy memories. I punched in the code for the key safe, withdrew the key, and opened the door. Nobody had stayed there for the previous couple of months, so I wasn't surprised by the slightly musty smell that greeted me. A few open windows would soon freshen the air. I dropped my belongings on the floor of the spacious living room, left the door wide open, and retraced my steps to pick up my other bag. Rain began to fall as I made my way back down, heavy enough to make the already wet path treacherous, and I almost lost my footing twice on the short journey. In my rush to get away from Bath, I'd not thought to pack appropriate shoes. My trainers were comfortable, but they had no grip. I hoped to find more appropriate footwear in one of the cupboards. The cottage was set in a small clearing surrounded by tall trees. In the summertime, their spreading branches gave some much-needed shade. With winter approaching, they were beginning to shed their leaves, and already some branches were bare. They looked eerie against the dark sky. I shivered and shut the door before I switched on the lights to prevent the entrance of the large moths that seemed to take bright lights as an open invitation. The room was furnished with big, squashy sofas and lots of cushions and throws. There was a big coffee table and a few small side tables, all covered in telltale rings from decades of glasses of wine or beer and mugs of hot drinks. It was a comfortable, unfussy space designed for relaxation. There were 2 small bedrooms, one used by my parents and one furnished with bunk beds and a single where we'd slept as children. As we grew older, one or other of us often slept on the sofa instead. The cottage was filled with happy memories, and I felt some of the tension of the last few days ease. I unpacked the food I'd brought, then went to make up the bed. I used my parents' room from preference. The bed was far more comfortable, and I was used to sleeping in a double and liked being able to spread out. My parents had no objection as long as I left it the way I found it. I swore softly when I opened the cupboard for the bed linen. I should have brought sheets down with me because these were definitely damp. It never used to be a problem, but my parents didn't visit as often as they used to, and friends opted to go somewhere warm and sunny rather than risking the vagaries of British weather. Sometimes, even getting something for nothing wasn't worth it. There might not be much in the way of creativity running through my veins, but there was a healthy dose of practicality. I took out sheets, pillowcases, and towels and brought them through to the living room. A few minutes later, they were draped across the back of chairs, and I hummed as I turned to light the fire. There were sufficient logs and plenty of coal to keep me going, my mother's doing. My father would have been too busy deciding what wine to bring to think of how to keep warm on cold nights. Using several firelighters, it didn't take long to have a roaring fire, and I sat back on my heels with a sigh. I stood and moved the chairs a little closer and smoothed a hand over the sheets, pleased to see they were already feeling warm. An hour or 2, and they'd be fine to use. I threw some more coal on the fire, then went to prepare something to eat. The food I'd brought down with me had been shoved willy-nilly into the fridge. I took a minute to rearrange it, shaking my head at the combination of stuff I'd chosen with little thought. Luckily, I'd included the M&S ready meal I'd bought at the weekend. Taking it out, I peered short-sightedly at the instructions. 15 minutes in the oven. Perfect. The wine rack in the corner was stocked with my father's favorites. He wouldn't mind sharing with his darling, desperately in need daughter. Not fussy, I took the first bottle of red that came to hand, opened it, and put it in front of the fireplace to warm slightly. The sheets were airing nicely. I turned them over, moved the chairs back slightly, then pushed the small armchair between them. When my meal was ready, I took it through on a tray, moved the armchair back a little more from the blazing fire, and sat. The meal was good, and the excellent wine washed it down very nicely indeed. It would have been relaxing if I wasn't seeing faces of people appear in the flickering flames. 1 minute, it was Sydney, who flared and died. Then Brad Stockton appeared, only to fizzle out and reappear as Ben. When the meal was finished, I dropped the tray on the floor beside me and reached for the bottle to pour more wine. Getting drunk might help me to face the facts. I'd been a fool again. I might have shut the WhatsApp group down, but my main motivation for making the complaint had been to get my revenge on Ben, and that had failed dismally. He'd been smarter, cannier, cleverer, and had played a blinder with that email, painting a picture of himself as the chivalrous victim, and me, the bunny-boiling aggressor. He'd return after his suspension, and probably be greeted with sympathy. And me, I couldn't go back now, could I? Instead of destroying Ben's career with my revenge, I'd destroyed my own. 10. The unpaved road above the cottage had been built almost 100 years before to provide access to the hamlet of Middleham. This had been swept away in the flood of 1952, so now the road led nowhere, and there wasn't the sound of traffic to disturb the heavy silence that lay over the cottage. On a calm night, there wasn't even the rustle of leaves in the surrounding trees. The only sound was the river that was rushing by not too far below. Although I usually went with either family or friends, I had stayed there on my own many times over the years. I'd never felt nervous at being so isolated, and was surprised when friends had said they'd be too anxious to stay there alone. "What's there to be worried about?" I'd ask my friend Debbie when we'd come down together for a long weekend the previous year. "Boogeymen, ghosts, ghouls, serial killers, you name it." Her serious expression made me laugh. "First of all, there's no such thing as boogeymen. I don't believe in either ghosts or ghouls, and the chances of a serial killer suddenly deciding he'd find a suitable victim in a remote cottage a mile from the nearest town are slim to non-existent. So I'd no worries about being there alone. In fact, it was ideal. There was nobody to offer me advice, nobody I needed to explain things to. Like why I'd fallen for Ben's charms so easily. I'd never had much sympathy for victims of romance scams, wondering how sensible women could be fooled so easily. I understood now. It was because men like Ben knew exactly which button to press and had no compunction about keeping their finger on it until they'd got what they wanted. The quiet of the cottage made it easy to think. Regrets tasted bitter on my tongue. For falling for Ben's sleazy scam, and then, worse, for not immediately telling everyone what he'd done. But he'd known I wouldn't, hadn't he? He'd have known my humiliation would have been too great, and the other regret, for allowing what he'd done to color the weeks and months since. I drank another glass of wine, hoping to wash the bitter taste away. I wondered vaguely if I should put more fuel on the fire to keep it burning overnight, but decided in the end not to bother. It was autumnally cool, but not yet winter cold. The wine bottle wasn't empty, and I wasn't quite drunk enough, but I was tired, so I screwed the lid on and left the remainder of the wine there to be finished the following night. With the still warm bed linen under my arm, I went into the bedroom and quickly made up the bed. The wine hadn't made me drunk, but it had made me sleepy, or maybe I was still recovering from the stress of that hideous day. I wondered if they'd be surprised when I was a no-show the next morning. Madeline might drop a hint that I was taking sick days. She shouldn't, of course, but the supervisor tended to pick and choose which rules and regulations to follow and which suited her not to. I'd half expected to get a message from Sydney to ask if I was okay, but the only messages were from my mother, one hoping I'd arrived without problem, and the second to remind me, yet again, to leave the place as I found it. Assuming she didn't mean the wine, too. I smiled as I tapped out a reply. Snuggled under the duvet, I gave a heavy sigh. I was sleepy and tired and rarely had a problem falling asleep, regardless of whatever was worrying me. Here, between the complete silence and the impenetrable darkness, I expected to have no trouble nodding off. I plumped the pillows under my head, made a mental note to tell my mother she needed to buy new ones, and the next I knew, there was sunlight flickering over my face. I pushed the duvet back and stretched. A good night's sleep always helped to put things into perspective, and it had. In the short term, my life was a bit of a mess, but it was time to face facts. It was time, or long past it if I was being completely honest, to admit I'd chosen the wrong career path. I linked my fingers behind my head and stared at the ceiling. I had a degree in marketing and computer science, plus a postgraduate course in cybersecurity and forensic information technology. But instead of choosing what would have been a far more lucrative job in information technology or security, I'd taken the first in a series of soulless jobs in marketing because I adored my father. I'd seen how proud he was of Kevin and Avril, as if they were chips off the old block of his artistic talent. He never looked at me in quite the same way. Marketing was supposed to show him that although I couldn't paint, I could be creative. It was time to face the truth. I barely had a creative bone in my body, and my belief that hard work, long hours, and diligence would compensate was proving to be nonsense. It was time to stop being an idiot and look for a job more suited to my skills. I'd enjoyed the post-grad course. That's where I'd start to look. I threw back the duvet and slid from the bed. It was a cooler morning. I pulled back the curtains in the living room and stared out at a view I never tired of. There was a few feet of hard standing in front of the cottage before the ground dropped away over huge boulders, scrubby shrubs, and brambles to the river. The riverbed was littered with rocks and boulders of various sizes, some of which had been there for decades. Others would be carried on when the flow of the river was strong enough. I'd seen it change over the years, from the gentle river it was now, to a torrent of water that either gushed noisily over and around every obstacle, or pushed them out of their way with little regard for where they ended next. When I was younger, It had been the only thing that had scared me. I'd visited the Memorial Museum in Lynmouth and seen the before and after photographs of the 1952 disaster. More than once, I'd walked through the garden that had been planted to remember those inhabitants of Middleham whose homes and lives had been lost. It had been my mother who'd reassured me that their cottage, although close to the river, was safe from being swept away. They've widened and deepened the river in parts, plus developed floodplains to cope if the rains are ever as heavy again. My mother had a gentle, firm way of imparting information that had reassured me, but I still viewed the river with a certain amount of suspicion and more than a little respect. It was a bright, sunny morning, but I'd seen the forecast. Rain was due that afternoon. There was plenty of time to do the walk into Lynmouth and see what changes there had been, if any, in the months since I'd last visited. There wasn't a footpath as such on this side of the river, just a track that meandered through the trees and undergrowth. When we were younger, we'd traveled along it so often it was easily distinguished. Now as I set out, I struggled to find my way. I had to backtrack now and then when I came up to impassable rocky outcrops and large tangles of vicious bramble. Once, I stopped and looked around in puzzlement, unsure of which way to go. As I peered through the tall saplings that were blocking my way in vision, I heard the cracking of branches coming from somewhere behind me and looked around in curiosity, but little alarm. There were enough wild animals in these parts, foxes, deer, badgers too, although it was unlikely those nocturnal animals were around during the day. I waited to see what appeared, and when nothing did, I shook my head and moved on. The 15-minute walk took 30, and I arrived in Lynmouth with a scratched hand and ripped jacket thanks to the brambles I hadn't managed to avoid. The boots I'd found in a cupboard were my mother's. Unfortunately, they were a half-size smaller than I took, so to add to my woes, I felt a blister building on my heel. It was mid-morning, time for a coffee or something stronger. I was on holiday after all, or sick leave, I suppose I should call it, and what better medicine for what ails you than a drink in my favorite pub? I'd had my first legal drink in the Ancient Mariner, and as I pushed open the door, I looked around with a smile of pleasure. Good things shouldn't be changed, and it was nice to see whoever currently owned the pub had thought the same. They'd made some changes outside with an interesting new seating area, but apart from a repainting and refreshing of the upholstery, the interior had barely changed over the years. There hadn't been anything interesting to eat in the cottage, and I was suddenly feeling hungry. "I'll have a half pint of cider and a bacon sandwich, please," I said when the young bartender greeted me with a smile. "No problem. Grab a seat and I'll bring it over to you." A few minutes later, I was groaning with pleasure as I bit into the sandwich of crispy bacon. The cider was dry and cold, making it the perfect combination. With nothing to do and all day to do it, I didn't hurry to finish and sat over the end of my cider as I stared out the window. The summer tourist rush was over, but there were still enough around to have a steady flow of people passing by to give me something to look at. I was sipping the last of my cider when a man walking past caught my eye. "Ben!" The glass fell from my hand, hit the floor with a loud clunk, and split into several pieces. With a wave of apology to the staff behind the bar, I hurried outside. The street was pedestrianized and narrow, with shops on both sides. I could see him, sauntering along only several feet ahead. Long strides caught up with him. I took another couple, then turned to confront him face on. He stopped, his eyes opening wide in surprise. As well they might, because although there were similarities, it wasn't Ben. "I'm sorry," I said, holding a hand up in apology. "I thought you were someone I knew." "Someone you don't much like either," he said. Then he sidestepped me and walked on. Feeling like a fool, I went back to the pub to find the bartender who'd served me, cleaning up the mess I'd made. "I'm so sorry," I waved towards the window. "I saw someone." I left it at that because I could see he was more interested in sweeping up the broken glass than in my lame explanation. "Thank you. For cleaning up the mess. For not calling me an idiot." He shrugged. "No problem." The episode had left me shaken, I was tempted to go home, but I needed some supplies. There wasn't a supermarket in Lynmouth, so I took the Cliff Railway to its higher neighbor, Linton. In the supermarket, I loaded up on anything I might need for a few days and bought 2 bags to carry the lot away. I'd planned to walk down, letting gravity do the work, but with the weight of my shopping and knowing I had to walk to the cottage when I got down, I used the railway again. I hadn't traveled far on the trail back to the cottage when I realized my greed in the shop had been a bad mistake. Whereas earlier, I'd been able to negotiate narrow spaces between trees and rocks, albeit even then with some difficulty, trying to do the same journey with a bulging bag hanging from each hand made it an exhausting challenge. Their weight seemed to be increasing with every step, and I was forced to stop and rest more than once. I was halfway there when the skies darkened. I swore softly and tried to speed up. When one of the plastic shopping bags snagged on a bramble, I had to put the other down to release it without ripping it completely. That's when I heard it. A cracking sound up ahead, an animal foraging, or someone stepping heavily. I jerked my head up and held my breath. A hungry fox might be brave enough to approach if he caught the scent of food, but I'd be able to chase even the bravest of that species away. It wasn't any of the usual local wildlife I was afraid of, but I'd heard rumors wild boar had been seen. They were causing problems in the forest of Dean to the north, and had been spotted in Dartmoor further to the south. It was only reasonable to think there were some here in the forests of Exmoor. I considered myself fairly brave, or at least not completely cowardly, but only a fool would not be afraid of facing an animal weighing upward of 150 kilograms charging, tusks first, towards them. I might be foolish at times, but I wasn't a fool. Or was I? I listened as the sound came again. A single crack, followed by another seconds later. Footsteps. The anxiety I'd felt earlier when I thought I'd seen Ben hadn't gone away, and it bubbled to the surface. It couldn't be him, could it? Nobody apart from my family knew where I was. And Brad Stockton. I'd told him. Fear kept me completely still. I'd told Brad Stockton I was coming to Devon. No doubt he'd discussed the whole situation with his partner, Anthony Bridges. Could either of them be trusted? I wasn't sure. I'd been guaranteed anonymity, but somehow my name had been leaked, so perhaps my current whereabouts had been too. Fear had triggered paranoia. I needed to shake it off. After all, I thought I'd seen Ben earlier, and the poor man I'd confronted definitely hadn't been him. Desolation hit me then. That damn man had occupied my thoughts for the last 8 months. I thought getting revenge would put an end to it, but I'd failed. And there he still was, occupying a corner of my mind. A loud rustling came from a few feet ahead, and I held my breath. But whatever it was, man or beast, it was moving away. I set off again, my ears cocked for the slightest threatening sound, eyes flicking back and forth as they searched the track ahead. In the few minutes I'd been standing there, the forecasted bad weather had crept in. Dark clouds reduced the early afternoon light, and in the woodland, far from any light pollution, it was almost dark. It would have been difficult enough to negotiate the route had my hands been free, but with heavy bags hanging from both, it made it hazardous. As I stopped again to free one of them from the grip of a bramble, I was tempted to give up and leave it there. But if the weather was as bad as forecast, it might prevent me from getting out for a couple of days. I'd no objection at all to being stuck inside the warm, comfy cottage. I'd brought plenty of reading material, but staying there without food was a different story. So I plodded on with my 2 bags, even when the rain began to fall, gentle at first, then with punishing, heavy drops that soaked through my jacket within minutes. Now, along with the grabbing branches, I had to contend with the ground growing increasingly slippery underfoot. By the time I got to the cottage, I was wet to my skin and exhausted. But I still had both bags, so I counted that as a win. Inside, I left my purchases on the small kitchen table and headed to the bedroom for a change of clothes. I didn't plan to leave again that day, possibly not for a few days, so I rummaged in my mother's clothes for a thick pair of pajamas. Despite the rain and the gray sky, it wasn't cold. I didn't need to light the fire, but I did anyway, for comfort. Once it was blazing, because I deserved it after the journey back, I poured a glass of wine and sat sipping it as I stared into the flames. It was a relief to not see any faces flicker this time. No, but I was seeing Ben in the faces of strangers and hearing his footsteps in the woodland. I put my glass down and stood. A sudden violent gust of wind rattled the window panes, making me draw a shaky breath and stare in their direction. The cottage was sturdy, thanks to my mother, who left nothing to chance. A storm wasn't going to have any impact. Neither would the rain, no matter how heavy it was. Thanks to flood defenses, the river wasn't likely to rise to the catastrophic heights it did in 1952. Over 18 meters. That's how high the East Lynn had risen. It sounded worse when I converted that to feet. 60 feet. If that happened now, the cozy little cottage would be swept away. But it wasn't going to. Things like that didn't happen in the 21st century. I was trying to convince myself and not doing a good job. I looked around for my mobile, suddenly desperate to hear my mother's calming voice. I wasn't surprised to see there was no phone signal, but I was shocked to see the Wi-Fi was also down. I crossed to the window. There wasn't a glimmer of light outside now, and only the sound of the rain hitting the window told me how heavy it was. It was rare that I bothered to close the shutters and pull the thick curtains. I did so now for two reasons: to dull the sound of the rain and to hide my reflection. Because I looked scared. I was in the middle of nowhere, completely isolated, with no way to contact anyone. There could be someone out there. Ben could be. The suspension would have made him angry. Would destroying my reputation with that email be enough for him? Or would he want more? He was a man who liked to win. He'd want more. 12. It rained all night. Several times, I was woken by the wind howling through the surrounding trees. If one of the huge sycamores behind came down on the cottage, I wouldn't have a chance. If my pragmatic mother was there, she'd reassure me that the trees had deep roots and wouldn't easily be brought down. And I'd have been too nice a daughter to point out that the storm of 1987 had brought down 6 of the 7 deep-rooted oak trees in Seven Oaks, and millions more trees across the country. It wasn't the best time to be considering that particular storm, not when I was almost sure I could hear the trees creaking as they battled the wind. I lay with my eyes wide open, wondering where the safest place in the cottage would be. I concluded with the sad fact that if even one of those huge sycamores fell, it didn't really matter where I was. I'd be squished. It was a long, restless night. The storm was relentless, and when I drifted off, it was only to be woken by a loud creak, and I lay there expecting the worst. In the early morning, the cottage was still standing, and the fury of the storm had eased a little, but then I heard something that frightened me more than the howling wind: the crunch of twigs outside the bedroom window. It was an unmistakable sound. There was something outside. I'd pulled the curtains over from habit rather than necessity. The back of the cottage looked into the slope of the hill, but I hadn't pulled them tight. There could be someone there staring in at me. I imagined Ben's undeniably handsome face pressed against the glass. I should open my eyes, stare back at him, show him I wasn't afraid. I should jump to my feet, hurry to the window and raise a fist at him. Show him he didn't scare me. Except he did. Tears squeezed their way out, and I was so damn afraid that I didn't want to lift a hand to brush them away. There was no further sound from outside, but the tears had dried on my cheeks before I opened my eyes. Maybe it hadn't been Ben. It might have been an animal seeking shelter from the storm. A boar, for instance. The cottage was brick, but the doors were wooden and were unlikely to stand up to a battering by a boar in search of food. Or a man determined on revenge. Whoever or whatever was out there, it was best to make sure that's where they stayed. It took several minutes' hard work to push a dresser across the front door and an old chest to block the one at the back. Of course, then I worried what would happen if a tree did fall. If I survived, injured, I'd have no means of exit. It was impossible to go back to sleep with so many thoughts of disaster floating through my head. There seemed no point in getting dressed. A glance out the window told me I wasn't going anywhere that day, so I took a chunky dressing gown from the back of the bedroom door and pulled it on. There was nothing wrong with an enforced rest. I could catch up on my reading. A crackling fire made it easier to ignore the sound of the rain beating against the window. But every now and then, I looked up from my book and cocked my head to listen again for the sound that had broken through the words on the page. Between the wind and the rain, it was probably branches bending and breaking under the weight of waterlogged leaves. Or the boar again. It was growing bigger every time I thought about it. It might even be a family of them. Did they travel in packs? I was fixating on boars, and I knew why. I'd far prefer that it was a wild animal out there than Ben. I shook my head and gave a forced laugh. It wouldn't be him. How would he know where I was? The same way he knew I'd been the whistleblower. There was a leak somewhere, and I wondered about Stockton's secretary. Was she passing on information to the ever-so-charming Ben? Or maybe discovering my whereabouts had been simpler than that. I'd mentioned the cottage a few times in work. He struck me as the type of man who'd retain nuggets of information in case they were useful. Suspended from work and seething with anger for the woman who'd caused the suspension, what better use of his time than to come to Lynmouth to exact revenge? I tried to be logical. Was he going to hang around outside in this storm? Trying to picture him soaked to the skin made me smile and relieved some of the tension. I was being stupid. Ben wasn't out there. I picked up the book I'd been reading and tried to lose myself in the story to escape from the reality of my life. What a fool I'd been. Had I really thought I could outsmart Ben? I knew from the way he'd treated me that he was a man of low morals, so I should have expected that he wouldn't stand back and accept the suspension without payback. Maybe he wasn't out there in the storm, but I hadn't seen the last of him. If he hadn't come yet, I was suddenly certain he would. I didn't sleep well. My sleeping moments were populated by strange images. Boars with Ben's face, Ben with tusks, and all of them trying to gain entry to the cottage. My waking moments grew less noisy, and by the time morning finally arrived, it seemed the storm had passed. After breakfast, I pulled the chest away from the back door and the dresser away from the front, with a shake of my head at how easily spooked I'd been by a few creaks. Outside, the ravages of the storm were obvious. Leaves, small branches, and twigs littered the clearing in front of the cottage. I turned to look back up the hillside, relieved to see that none of the bigger trees seemed to have been damaged. I hoped I'd be equally lucky up on the road. My car would doubtless be festooned with debris, but as long as there wasn't a tree down to block my exit, I'd be okay. I went back inside to grab a jacket and pull on more sensible shoes. The river was higher than I'd seen it in a long time. I wanted to get down to see it shooting over, around, and through gaps between the many huge boulders that lined this section. Usually, the flow of the river created a pleasant background gurgle. That day, after the heavy rain, it was a ferocious roar. The way down to the riverside was slippery, and it required full concentration not to end up on my back. I was a few steps down before I realized that in my haste to get out, I'd forgotten my phone. "Idiot," I muttered, turning to look back to the cottage. I'd wanted to take some photographs to send to my mother. The mental debate whether to return or to continue on was short. The river was going to be full for days. There would be plenty of time for photos. When I reached the riverside, the sound was almost deafening. I stood on a flat space between two tree trunks that had fallen several years before and looked out across the torrent. It was times like this that I wished I could paint like my father or siblings. I could paint the dramatic scene before me and it would look okay. People would say it was quite pretty, but they'd paint it in such a way that to look at it was to feel the power of the water, to hear, smell, almost taste it. They were that good. I moved over to the tree trunk, thinking to sit for a while to absorb the view. I was searching for a spot on it that wasn't too rotten or mossy, and had found a likely place, when something caught my eye. The East Lynn rose in the hills of Exmoor, and it didn't flow through any large populated areas. As a result, it was a clean river. Over the years, we'd occasionally found the odd thing, a hat, a ball, an item of clothing. Once, we'd found a pair of boots tied together, but we'd never before found a body. 13. I'd read about people finding bodies, usually dog walkers or joggers on an early morning run, and I'd often wondered how I'd react if I happened upon one. I knew now. Shock froze me to the spot, my mouth slightly open as if I'd screamed. I hadn't, or at least I didn't think I had. When I could move, seconds later, I felt in my jacket pocket for my phone before remembering I didn't have it. Even if I hurried, it could take 10 minutes to get to the cottage and back. By then, a surge of water might have taken the body and sent it on its way to the sea not many miles away. How could I ring the police and say I'd seen a dead body, but it had disappeared? Even if they came to investigate, there'd be nothing to see but the river. By then, I'd be wondering if I'd imagined it all, like seeing Ben in the street the day before. But I wasn't imagining this. The evidence was right before my eyes. I was staring straight at it, so when its leg moved, I gasped in fright. They weren't dead! "Hello?" I called out. I put a hand on the tree trunk and climbed over it. Closer now, I had a very clear view of the body, and since it was face down in the water, I guessed my first assessment had been correct. The person was very dead. The leg moved again, but only with the swell of the river. With its face in the water, it was hard to judge the sex. The physique indicated it was male, but it was impossible to be certain. From where I stood now, though, I could see where the body was caught between the end of the fallen tree that was jutting out over the water and one of the boulders. It was hard to tell how long it had been there or how long it was going to remain. The flow of the river around it was strong. Any moment, it might break free and be swept away. There appeared to be only one thing to do. I needed to pull the body from the water onto dry land. Easier said than done. The body lay just out of reach. I could wade towards it, but I knew that the riverbed was stony and unstable. If I slipped, I could be swept away. I eyed the trunk and wondered if I could shimmy along it to get closer. I shook my head. It wouldn't achieve anything. I might be able to get close enough to get a grip on the body, but I wasn't strong enough to pull it up onto the trunk beside me. There was only one thing to do. I had to get into the water, hang on to the trunk for stability, and wade to the other side of the body. Once there, I could push it to the riverbank using the flow of the water to help me. "Right," I muttered, and leant forward to rest a hand on the fallen tree. Then slowly, carefully, I stepped into the water. The cold hit me first, then the force of the flow. If it wasn't for my hand on the tree, I'd have been pushed off my feet. With my feet slipping and rocking on the pebbles underfoot, it was a slow process. The surge of water knocked me into the trunk and sent water splashing over me so that within minutes I was soaked. I used my free hand to push wet strands of hair from my face, then took another step towards the body. It would be far easier to pull it than to have to climb around it and push. But when I attempted that maneuver, it wasn't budging. I'd have to pull it away from the branch of the tree first, and I was afraid, once free, a surge would quickly carry the body away. My original plan seemed the best option, but that was when I was dry and warm. Now, as the icy water continued to swirl and splash, I wondered if I hadn't made a huge mistake. I should have run back to the cottage for my mobile. I wiped a cold hand over my face. Too bloody late now. It was better to stop thinking and keep moving. With the tree trunk on one side and huge boulders on the other, there was only one way to get to the far side of the body, to climb over it. I needed to do it fast. The cold was beginning to numb my hands. Close up, the body was taller and chunkier than it had looked from the riverside, and definitely male. I'd never managed to climb over it unless I moved down to the legs. To do this, I needed to transfer my grip from the tree to the body itself and work my way down. The first hiccup came when I moved my hand from the stability of the tree to the floating body. It immediately swayed under my weight, and I almost lost my balance. "Bloody hell," I said, struggling to stay on my feet. I gripped the body with both hands and tried to ignore the softness of the flesh under my fingers. It took a few minutes to work my way far enough down to where I thought I'd have a chance to get across to the other side. I'd hoped to be able to maneuver the legs out of the way, but it was impossible. They were as stiff and unyielding as the tree trunk. I thanked my regular gym sessions for the ability to lift my legs over, one at a time, cold as they were. And then I was on the other side. I wanted to cheer, but the cold was beginning to seep into my brain. Time was running out. I needed to get both the body and myself out of the freezing river. The strong current had washed ivy from the branches of the tree, and it had wrapped itself around the man's neck. I tried to pull it away, but the cold had made my fingers clumsy and slow. "Come on, you bastard," I said, gripping a strand and yanking it hard. It came away quickly and almost sent me flying back into the river behind. I managed to save myself by grabbing hold of the man's jacket, holding on while my feet sought for a steady place on the riverbed. Then I pushed, praying I'd done enough to free the body, that it wasn't caught underneath by something I couldn't see. I grunted with relief when it moved, slowly but surely, to the riverside. Still knee-deep in water at the shallow edge, there were more obstacles ahead, but away from the large boulders that forced the flow into surging channels, it was easier to cope. Plus, the man was already dead. He wasn't going to complain about being shoved roughly over the smaller rocks that littered the edge. That was as far as I was going. It was safe from being washed away. I could leave it, get back to the cottage and ring for help, and get into something warm before I died of exposure. But I couldn't move. The shock of finding a dead body in what was almost my garden was beginning to hit me. Combined with the biting cold from my wet clothes, I was numb. All that seemed to be working was my brain, and that was in overdrive. I wondered whether I should turn the body around to make it more comfortable. That thought made me squeak with nervous laughter. I could look through the pockets to see if there was a wallet or something to identify him. It was what they did on TV shows. The thought made me shiver with distaste. No, I'd done my bit. I wasn't a police officer. I'd leave the rest to them. With a final glance at the body, I turned for the track back to the cottage. Wet feet slipped on the uneven surface. Numb hands reached out for passing branches and shrubs. It took far longer than it should have done to reach my front door, and I pushed it open with a weary sigh of exhaustion. Water was dripping from every part of me. I stepped inside and stood on the mat. Another few minutes wasn't going to make any difference to the man who lay by the river, so I stripped where I stood. Leaving my clothes in a wet pile to be dealt with later, I crossed barefoot to the bedroom and grabbed my robe. With a towel wrapped around my hair, I sat on the sofa, crossed my fingers for luck, and picked up my mobile. I almost yelped with relief when I saw there was a signal. I'd never had cause to dial 999 before. When asked what service I required, my mind went blank. I'm not sure. Police, I suppose. I took a deep breath to steady my nerves. There's a dead body. I found it, in the river. I managed to pull it out. Are you in danger? It was strangely comforting that the call handler was concerned about my safety. It helped me to relax just a little. I'm okay. It's just the shock. Stay where you are. Emergency services will be with you soon. I spent a few minutes giving detailed instructions on how to find the cottage. They'll be able to see my car. It's a blue Suzuki. There's a track down to the cottage from where it's parked. How long do you think they'll be? I suddenly didn't want to be alone. The police will be coming from Ilfracombe. They'll be with you as soon as they can make it. Ilfracombe was almost 20 miles away. The roads were narrow and winding, and after the storm would likely be littered with fallen branches. I guessed it would be almost 30 minutes before they'd arrive. It didn't really matter. The dead body wasn't going to get any more dead. but there was something chilling to think of it lying there. The pile of sodden clothes caught my eye. It would give me something to do to sort them out. First, in case the police arrived faster than I expected, I got dressed. It was good to be doing something to try to keep my thoughts from drifting back to the dead man waiting below. I piled all the wet clothes into the washing machine and switched it on. A quick swipe over the floor around the mat, and order was restored, and 20 minutes had passed. 10 minutes later, I was sitting hunched over on the sofa when I heard the faint sound of voices. I straightened, lifted my chin, and went out to greet whoever had arrived. 14. When I was a child, every Sunday for more years than I could remember, the family had watched Midsummer Murders. It was probably why I expected a John Nettles look-alike to push through the overgrown pathway, and not a young, uniformed police officer, followed by a more corpulent, older one. It was the younger one who spoke. "Ms. Doyle?" "Yes?" "I'm P.C. O'Farrell, and this," she tilted her head to the officer who stood slightly behind, "is P.C. Sanders. You reported finding a body?" I nodded, finding myself ridiculously nervous in face of the rather stern, composed expression of a woman I guessed to be about my own age. "Yes." The officer seemed to expect more, so I explained, my voice trembling a little as I spoke. "Yesterday, it was so wild, I didn't leave the cottage, so this morning, after breakfast, I went down to the river to have a look around." "And you found the body on the riverbank?" "Not exactly." I took a deep breath and explained how I'd found it and what I'd done. "So it's safe now." Then, realizing the man was a long way from being safe, and my words were ridiculous, I hurried to say, "Safe from being swept down the river, I mean. Obviously he's dead, so he's not safe from whatever killed him." I'd have liked to have seen some trace of sympathy on either of the officers' faces as I babbled nervously, but their expressions remained closed. "Right. Do you want to point us to where it is now?" "I can take you down if you like. It's not a path as such, just a track and a bit rough underfoot." "If you just point out the way, that'd be best," O'Farrell replied. "Right, okay." I was beginning to sound like an idiot. Without another word, I stepped forward and pointed to the track. "It's very overgrown. Nobody has been down much in the last few months, but it's pretty much straight down to the riverbank. The body is slightly off to your left." I watched them go and listened as they trudged through the undergrowth. Within minutes, the sounds of their footsteps were lost in the rush of the river, and I was once again alone. I shivered and wrapped my arms around myself. Finding that dead body had unsettled me and made me anxious and jumpy. No, that wasn't exactly true. Finding the body had unsettled me, but what was making me nervous was the sudden but distinct feeling that someone was watching me. It was so strong that I turned to peer into the woodland. There was nothing to see, but the sensation lingered. I took a step backwards into the cottage and remained there with the door open, waiting. It didn't take long for one of the two officers to reappear, but P.C. O'Farrell merely nodded at me, as if I'd done my part and was of no more interest to them, and continued up to the road. There didn't seem to be any point in continuing to stand there like a rubbernecker. I shut the door, leant against it for a moment, then went to the kitchen to make some strong coffee. I sat on the sofa, sipping it, and listened to the sound of footsteps as they passed the side of the cottage. Far more people arrived than I'd have expected, but then I'd no idea what was involved with the finding of a dead body. I wondered if the man had been reported missing, if he'd fallen in, or jumped into the river at a higher point. There might be someone anxiously waiting for news. I imagined a young woman with a tear-stained face sitting with her mobile in her hand, praying for it to ring with good news. More footsteps passed the side of the cottage. Over the next couple of hours, I heard raised voices, the occasional shout, once even a burst of laughter, and I wondered what someone had found so amusing. If my mother had been there, she'd have been on the doorstep offering coffee or tea to anyone who passed. Actually, she'd have dragged out a table and set up a little refreshment stand in her determination to be of help. She wouldn't have been afraid to have been judged for the crime of curiosity. I wondered how long they'd be there. It wasn't as if it was a crime scene and they had to search for evidence. Was I obliged to wait until they came to tell me they were finished, or could I get on with my day? I reached for my mug, realized it was empty, and sat back again. My plan for the day had been to go for a long walk, have a nice lunch somewhere, then ramble back to spend the remainder of the day snuggled in front of the fire with a good book. It all seemed a bit pointless now. So was sitting there staring into space and waiting for something to happen. Although I wasn't particularly hungry, I went to the kitchen and made a sandwich and a mug of tea. I took both back to the living room and picked up the book I'd been reading. But I couldn't concentrate with all the sounds of activity outside. I shut the book with a frustrated sigh. It might be better to leave the cottage, go into Lynmouth, have a coffee somewhere, or a pint of cider in one of the pubs. There'd be chat and cheerful noise to get lost in. I could go. After all, the police hadn't told me to stay around, so I wasn't under any obligation to sit there, festering. I should go. That earlier sensation that someone was watching me had simply been silly paranoia. I blamed Ben. Ever since I thought I'd seen him the previous day, he'd been haunting my thoughts. I had to let it go. He wasn't out there. With forced bravado, I grabbed my jacket, shoved my purse into one pocket, keys into the other, and opened the front door. Just as P.C. O'Farrell had raised her hand to knock. For a moment, we stared at each other in surprise. Then O'Farrell dropped her hand and grinned. Almost guilty of police brutality there, wasn't I? The rather stern-faced woman I'd met a few hours before was transformed by the smile. I can almost see the headline now. I lifted my hands, spread my thumb and first finger, and drew a banner in the air. Woman doing her civic duty, rewarded by punch on the nose. Accompanied by you looking brave and sad, and me looking brutal. O'Farrell shook her head and gave a short laugh. I just came to tell you that we're done here and should all be gone within the next few minutes. Oh, great, that's good. I'd have liked to have asked if they knew who the man was, whether he'd been reported missing, and whether he'd fallen in or had jumped. But although the officer was looking friendlier than earlier, there was still something about her that didn't invite curiosity. Do I need to come down to the station to make a statement? O'Farrell shook her head. No, that's not necessary in this situation. You gave us a clear account of what happened. That'll be sufficient. She waved a hand towards the river. Thank you for what you did. With all the rain recently and more forecast, he could have been swept out to sea and never been found. We don't know who he is as yet, but we'll find out and be able to give the family some closure. He didn't have any identification on him? O'Farrell shook her head and gave another smile. We don't live in a police state, more's the pity, and people aren't obliged to carry ID. He had a few quid shoved in his trouser pocket, that's all. And you can only find out who he is from fingerprints if you have them on file, isn't that right? You watch the Right Crime series, O'Farrell smiled again. These days, everyone is an expert. It wasn't said sarcastically, so I returned the smile. Yes, I suppose it makes your job more difficult. I wondered if the officer would become defensive, in a we're better than them kind of attitude, and waited, interested to hear the response. She obviously wasn't a woman who rushed into things, and she gave the idea some thought before replying. To an extent, it does, but often the bad guys think they're so clever, so much better than us mere plodding police, that they get cocky and give themselves away. She sighed when her radio crackled. At least that's what I keep telling myself. She pulled her radio out, gave a wave, and was gone. I stood in the doorway and listened as her voice faded into the distance. Then I pulled the door shut behind me and walked away from the cottage without a glance down the track to the river. I loosely followed the same path I'd taken the day before. Now and then I stopped to listen. For evidence of the boar, I told myself, not in any belief I was being followed. But there was nothing to hear apart from the rustle of leaves. In fact, it was eerily calm, as if the woodland was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The thought drove me forward, faster, eager to get somewhere lively. I went into the first pub I reached, leant on the bar, and waited for the bartender to finish his conversation with an elderly man. Happy to wait and simply listen. What'll it be? I'd been staring at the glossy wooden bar, lost in my thoughts, of the man I'd pulled from the water not so many hours before, of Ben, of the mess I'd made of things, so I was startled by the question. What? The bartender tried again, speaking slowly. What can I get you? Oh, right, sorry, yes. I wasn't a big drinker, but it felt like the right time. Not to start precisely, but to have something strong. My father was a whiskey drinker. Maybe I should follow his example. What whiskey do you have? His eyebrow rose. Then with a sigh, he turned and pointed to the row of bottles directly behind him. I felt my cheeks redden. I'll have a Johnny Walker, please. Neat. Just as her father drank it. There was a fire lit. I took my drink to a seat nearby and enjoyed the warmth of the flames as the alcohol warmed me inside. Yet I still felt numb. It wasn't just finding the dead body, although that had been bad enough. It was Ben's ability, after all these months, to still torture my thoughts. And now, I was so convinced he would come to confront me, I was seeing him everywhere. And that worried me, because one of these times, it might really be him, and I wouldn't realize I was in danger until it was too late. 15. It was tempting to stay in the warmth of the pub and drink whiskey until I couldn't think anymore, but numb as I wasn't stupid. The way back to the cottage would be difficult enough in the darkness that was already falling. It would be a hell of a lot worse if I was falling about drunk. Anyway, my first sip of the whiskey told me I'd either chosen the wrong brand, or I wasn't a whiskey drinker because it was harsh and unpleasant. Still, it was doing what I wanted. After the third sip, I found myself relaxing. There was nobody nearby to strike up a conversation with, so I pulled out my mobile and rang my mother. Hi, it's me. Hello, I was beginning to worry that I hadn't heard from you. My mother would worry more if she knew what had happened that morning. I sent you a message when I arrived, didn't I? And I had meant to ring the previous day, but had forgotten, and when I'd remembered, there'd been no signal. I tasted the bitter tang of guilt. My mother had never grown to love the cottage, finding the solitude depressing rather than inspiring. She couldn't understand why I loved it, and worried about me being there on my own. She'd worry even more if she knew I'd found a dead body. You know what the signal here is like, and with the storm, it was even worse. But today is fine, so I've come into Lynmouth to touch base with civilization. That made her laugh. In Lynmouth? I don't think so. Tell Dad I'm having a whiskey and thinking about him. I will. He'll like that. So, when are you coming home? You should come and stay with us for a while. Taste a bit of real civilization. By that, my mother meant going shopping, having cocktails somewhere outlandishly expensive, maybe even catching a show. She should have had a better daughter, or maybe I just needed to make more of an effort to be what she wanted. I'd love that. Maybe we'll do it soon. For now, I'm going to use the peace and quiet here to get back to working on that marketing campaign. Okay, but stay safe, won't you? And keep in touch so I won't worry. Promising I would, I hung up and dropped my phone on the beer-sticky table. What would my mother have said if I'd told her I'd poked a tiger and was terrified of the repercussions? Because that was exactly what I'd done. Poked a tiger, and now it was circling, looking for a weak spot before pouncing. I tilted the last of the whiskey into my mouth. It made me cough and brought tears to my eyes. I had to blame the drink. I'd sworn I wasn't going to cry over that bastard ever again. A glance out the nearest window told me I'd been in the pub far longer than I'd planned. I stood and brought the empty glass back to the bar. The same bartender had his hip propped against it as he scrolled on his mobile. Thanks, I said, pushing the glass towards him. You want another? No, thanks. I need to get going. His eyebrow rose again. It's only 5. It's almost dark. The place I'm staying is a bit remote. Just the kind of thing I should be saying to a young, very fit-looking stranger. I hurried to add to my story. Not isolated, understand, just a bit out of the way. and I'm afraid there might be a guy out there looking for revenge. I turned to look out the window again, suddenly regretting I hadn't simply had a coffee. Plus, I thought I heard boars. I'm not sure I want to tangle with their tusks in the dark. That got his attention. He put his mobile in his back pocket and leant on the bar. Boars? Here in Exmoor? Are you sure? I'm not certain, but there was rustling in the undergrowth, too much for it to be a smaller animal. Boar have been seen in Dartmoor. It only makes sense they'd migrate to other parts of the country. I had to keep telling myself that. Boars, not Ben. Maybe it's a wolf. He grinned, bearing unusually sharp incisors. Like a werewolf. I shivered and shook my head. I've never heard reports of wolves in the UK, so I think that's a little unlikely. No, probably not, he said. Shame, really. We could do with some excitement. I was half tempted to say I'd already had enough excitement to last a long time, but I didn't. There was something off about describing finding the body as exciting, as if the man's death had been a form of entertainment. I'd best be off, I said, and with a nod, left the pub. I'd done the journey to the cottage in the dark many times with my family and with various friends over the years, but I couldn't remember ever having done it on my own. Usually, I was more sensible. I should have been that night. I looked around the quiet, night-darkened street as I walked through the village towards the river. I pushed Ben from my mind, but all that did was to make space for other worries. Was there really a boar on the loose around the cottage? And who was that poor man I'd found that morning? I'd thought about suicide or misadventure, but a third alternative wormed its way into my head, and as I walked, it loomed larger. Maybe the man had been shot or stabbed, and his body dumped into the fast-flowing river. I'd only seen the back of the body. The front may have shown all the evidence that was needed to point that direction. If he had been murdered, who had done the act? And where? If he had been murdered, perhaps they were hoping his body would be swept out to sea. It would have been if it hadn't been for my intervention. Had I, unbeknownst to myself and completely innocently, pissed someone off? Or should that be someone else? There was no doubt that Ben was furious about his suspension. The email he'd sent made it clear. I frowned as I wondered, not for the first time, how he'd found out. I thought again about Stockton's secretary. It was rumored she eavesdropped at his door. My mind was jumping all over the place, and I knew why. I was stupidly scared. Perhaps I was right to be. Anything could be hiding in the shadows. Anything could be using the noise from the river to cover footsteps. In another few minutes, I'd have left the well-maintained pathway along the river to take the woodland track to the cottage. Although the torch on my mobile was strong, it only lit a circle in front of me. Outside of that, anything could be happening. There might be someone there waiting. If that man had been murdered, perhaps there was a random psycho killing people for fun. It happened, didn't it? He might be waiting for me in the deep, impenetrable darkness of the woodland ahead. He'd pounce, kill me, and throw me into the river. It was deeper here and flowing faster thanks to the recent deluge. I'd be quickly swept away, and my family would never know what happened to me. I looked down at the flowing river and shivered at the thought of my body bouncing over the rocks. I imagined myself desperately trying to grab hold of something, because of course the stab or bullet wound wouldn't have been lethal. I'd have tried and failed, and finally drowned. It was a very bad time to develop a vivid imagination, and I shivered at the horrendous end I'd painted for myself. Since I'd stupidly stayed so late, I should find somewhere in the village to stay. A couple of the pubs did accommodation. My mother would have agreed. My father and brother would have laughed and teased me for being a scaredy cat. My sister would have raised an eyebrow and told me not to be so pathetic. I sighed and turned away from my contemplation of the river. I was being stupid. If the man had been murdered, it was very unlikely to be random, more likely to be something personal. Money or drugs would be my guess. I tried to put murderous psychopaths, wild boar, and Ben from my head and concentrate on walking faster. Minutes later, I'd left the lights of Lynmouth behind and was enveloped in inky blackness. I tried to convince myself it was a pleasing black, like the velvet of my favorite party dress, not the dark emptiness of death or the even deeper darkness of evil. It didn't work. An owl hooted somewhere in the distance. My life was beginning to feel as if it had every ingredient of a horror movie. And as proof of that, I remembered the wolfish grin of the bartender. How stupid I'd been to have told him I lived in an isolated spot. He'd looked bored with his life. Perhaps he'd come after me, looking for some excitement. Suddenly, in my mind, his grin appeared more lecherous, hungrier. He was a local lad. He'd know the area well and would have been able to get ahead of me. Had I mentioned where the cottage was? If I had, he might have driven to the road above and be waiting for me. The thought made me walk faster, the ring of light in front jerking to and fro. Walking too fast held hidden dangers. I stumbled over a twisted root, righted myself, stepped backwards, tripped again, and came down heavily. Stunned, I lay there for a moment before I scrambled to my feet and hurriedly brushed myself down. There may not be wolves or even boar in Exmoor, but there were snakes and lots of bugs. It seemed preferable to walk a little slower and reach the cottage without further falls. A few minutes later, I stopped and shone the beam of light around. I was heading in the right direction, wasn't I? I'd read somewhere that when people were lost, they tended to walk in circles. But I wasn't lost, was I? There were no lights to be seen in any direction, so that proved I wasn't going in circles. If I saw the lights of Lynmouth approach, I'd give up trying to get to the cottage, give up trying to be brave, and find somewhere to stay. But with no lights in view, it seemed I might be going the right way. I shone the light ahead and continued to walk. A minute later, I stopped, once more unsure of the way. An owl hooted again, closer this time. Then another sound, the snapping of a twig. It seemed to be coming from immediately ahead. I held my breath and waited. If it was a psychopathic murderer or the wolfishly grinning bartender, they'd be waiting for me to move to show my position. Unless they had night vision goggles. If they had, they'd be able to see and creep up on me. Maybe I should run. Or stay still. My heart was racing, thump-thumping loud enough for surely everyone to hear. Night vision goggles? Werewolves and psychopathic killers? My imagination was fighting hard to take my mind off the one person it might possibly be. Ben. I stood completely still until I was certain there was no further movement ahead. There were other creatures who moved through the woodland at night who'd be more afraid of me than I of them. Foxes, badgers, and deer. One or the other may have crossed the path ahead to have made the sound. I moved on, more slowly now. It was simply woodland creatures moving about, nothing more. There was no logical reason to be frightened. Yes, there really was. I gulped and tried to brush my inner scaredy cat away. It was the dead body I'd found. It had set me on edge and sent my imagination stratospheric. It had been a crazy idea to have come to the cottage. I'd hoped the isolation would give me time to think about my future. Instead, it was giving me far too much time to worry about my past. I kept moving. The rustling and the crunch of leaves continued, but I dismissed them as the natural sounds of the woodland. I ignored them all, but I couldn't stop my pulse from racing or my feet from stumbling as I hurried along the rough trail. When I'd done it at night with my family or friends, we'd have left lights on in the cottage to guide us home. Of course, I hadn't thought to do that, and when a thicker darkness loomed up unexpectedly in front of me, my first thought was that I'd walked to the edge of the river and was going to fall in. I yelled out in panic and took a step backwards before I realized it was the wall of the cottage. I laughed in relief, then was laughing and crying at the same time. My hysteria worsened when I couldn't find my keys. Had they fallen from my pocket when I'd tumbled to the ground? I pictured having to retrace my steps to find the place and scrabble on the ground in the dark for them. Then, sweet relief, I found them in the corner of the deep pockets of my jacket. Inside, without turning on the lights, I crossed to the sofa and sank onto it. My heart was galloping. The combination of crying and laughter had left me feeling nauseous. It was understandable. I'd started the day with a dead body and finished it wandering around in the pitch darkness. It was enough stress to make anyone wobbly. It was perfectly understandable to feel agitated, perfectly natural to be a little nervous. Terrified. Admit it, you were terrified. Even if there was nothing out there to be afraid of. But maybe there was. Maybe it wasn't my over-vivid imagination. Maybe it was some sixth sense warning me that Ben really was out there, waiting to get payback. I stayed on the sofa for several minutes until the nausea faded and my heart stopped pounding. It wasn't until the chill of the room seeped through to my bones that I finally stood. I switched every lamp on and pulled the curtains. A few minutes later, the fire was crackling. It warmed the room, but didn't do much to brighten my spirit. I wasn't hungry, but I made a cup of tea and sat in front of the fire. I needed something to take my mind off everything, so I switched on the TV and found a movie with Julia Roberts, a woman who had positive energy by the bucket load. But if I'd hoped it would help me relax, I hadn't counted for the wind that had picked up again. Within minutes, it was howling around the cottage. I reached for the remote and increased the volume. It didn't help much. Switching off the movie, which I'd decided wasn't very good anyway, I flicked to YouTube and put on some music, turning the volume high. That worked. The storm raging outside didn't have a hope in competing against the sound of Queen played at full volume. Leaving the music to play, I went to make something to eat. I wasn't much of a cook, and nothing I'd bought appealed, but there was bread and cheese, so I made do with a sandwich, and another of my father's precious bottles of wine. I ate by the fireside. The sandwich was dry because, of course, I hadn't thought to buy any mayonnaise, but it washed down well with a couple of glasses of wine. It was hard to beat Queen at full blast, but after the second glass, I'd had enough. Of the wine, of the day, and even of Freddie Mercury. I switched off the TV, relieved to hear that the wind had dropped a little. It might be possible to get some sleep, and tomorrow had to be a better day. I was tired enough to sleep despite the wind, and when I woke in the early morning light, I was relieved to hear that apart from the soft shush of a breeze through the leaves, it was quiet. It also looked to be sunny. Throwing back the duvet, I climbed out of bed and crossed to the window to look at the sky. Crystal clear and baby blue. It augured well for a good day, certainly a far better one than the previous one had been. The clothes I'd worn the day before were lying in a puddle on the floor. I grabbed fresh underwear from the bag I hadn't bothered to unpack and pulled on the same clothes. Slobbish, but there was nobody to care. That day, I planned to do what I'd been cheated out of the day before, a long walk, lunch in a nice pub somewhere, possibly the Blue Ball if I was feeling very energetic. A big breakfast would help energize me for the start. I was humming as I beat eggs to make an omelet, not because I was in a good mood, but because I wasn't. I was still feeling restless and more than a little agitated. Now I knew firsthand what it was like to find a dead body. It was unnerving. It was the reason for my crazy paranoia yesterday. Ben wasn't out there, any more than the bartender in the pub was a werewolf. I shook my head as I remembered the state I'd got myself into and hummed even louder. It was my mother's idea. Hum or sing. Pretend you're feeling cheerful for long enough and you soon would be. It might be that my mother was right. Cheerful might be a stretch, but after the omelet and 2 mugs of coffee, I felt less down. It was going to be a good day. I wouldn't have paranoid thoughts about being watched or followed, and I was going to make sure I was home well before dark. I opened the door full of determination and was startled to find someone on the doorstep. My first thought was déjà vu. My second, that the handsome man with the warm smile was a big step up from the previous day's visitor. My third, and it was the one that made my mouth tighten and my belly clench, I'd learned to be wary of handsome men with warm smiles. I did knock, but obviously not hard enough, he said. I'm Detective Inspector Owen James. He held his identification forward, then pocketed it and indicated the room behind with a tilt of his head. I see you're heading out, but I wonder if I could have a few minutes? Before Ben, Back when I had a soft romantic streak, I'd probably have fluttered my eyelashes and say he could have all morning, all day if he wanted, but that was then. "Yes, of course, come in." I stood back to wave him inside. "Nice place," he said. "Thank you." It came out gruffer than I'd wanted. I'd tried not to blame all men for what Ben had done. Mostly, I succeeded. Sometimes it was more difficult. I coughed as if to clear my throat. "It belongs to my parents," I said, pleased to sound more normal. "And you get to use it. Lucky you." He waved to the sofa. "Do you mind if we sit?" "Yes, I am lucky." "No, of course not. Please, have a seat." I needed to stop the nervous babbling. "Would you like a coffee or tea, perhaps?" "Coffee would be good, thank you." I'm new to the area, so I left Ilfracombe very early. He seemed like a nice guy. "I could make you some toast if you fancy it." He shook his head, sending a lock of hair falling over his forehead. "No, that's very kind, but just coffee." I dragged my gaze away from the lock of hair. Ben had fine hair that flopped over his eyes like that. Often I'd stare across the office and see him deep in conversation, his fringe falling into his eyes, and I'd want to scurry over to push it back. Later, I discovered it was one of his tools of seduction. "Okay, coffee it is. Milk and sugar?" "Black, please." He took off his coat, draped it across the back of the sofa, and sat. "Right, I won't be a minute." In the kitchen, I put the kettle on and spooned instant coffee into a couple of mugs. He'd taken off his coat. I could hardly keep wearing mine, could I? But underneath, my clothes were wrinkled and possibly grubby. A quick inspection showed me they weren't the best, but not as bad as I'd thought. "Here you go," I said, carrying the coffee into the lounge. I put his on the table in front of him and took the seat opposite. I sipped my coffee and watched him drink a few mouthfuls before he put the mug down and reached into his pocket for a notebook and a slim, gold-colored pen. No smile now. He seemed to have switched into work mode. "PCO Farrell told me I'd given all the information necessary. Was she wrong?" He shook his head without looking up. "Not at all. O'Farrell is an excellent officer. What she told you was based on what we knew yesterday." He looked up then, his expression more closed and serious. "We've identified the body you found, and that's why I'm here." My experience with the police was gained through watching TV programs. I was surprised and slightly puzzled that I was being kept in the loop. Would knowing the man's name make it easier to forget him? I wasn't sure. I waited for him to elaborate. "You didn't recognize him?" The question caught me off guard, and it was a few seconds before I answered. "No, I didn't." Bizarrely, I felt the need to explain, as if I'd been guilty of something. When I found him, he was floating face down. I pushed him to shore and left him there to come up to get my mobile and ring the police. "You didn't check in his pockets for identification?" "No." I was puzzled. Should I have done? I didn't think it was my place, really, and to be honest, I wouldn't have fancied the idea of looking through a dead man's pockets. "So there was nothing familiar about him?" I frowned. Was this some kind of trick question? "Nothing. Why would there be?" "Ben Williams." Now I was even more puzzled, and worse, completely confused. Had the detective read my mind when I'd compared his flopping fringe to Ben's? Or bizarrely, with that blasted man so often in my mind, had I said his name aloud? Should I explain to the detective he didn't look like Ben, that it was just a superficial resemblance? "I'm not sure I understand." "That's who he was, the man in the river," he added, as if to clarify what he meant. The man in the river. His name was Ben Williams? A coincidence, that's all. There were probably hundreds of Ben Williams in the world. "Yes, so now you understand why I'm here." I didn't. Or should I say, I didn't want to. It wasn't possible, was it? "Are you saying that it's the same Ben Williams who worked in Stockton Bridges?" "The very same." There were times, many if I was being honest, when I'd wished Ben was dead. But now that he was, I felt a shiver of regret. He'd used me, and I'd wanted revenge, but in that moment, hearing he was dead, I remembered the smiling man who'd reached out a hand to me and told me I was beautiful, and I wished I could wind back the clock and change how things had turned out. I sat, stunned, unable to manage one word, lost as I was in so many conflicting emotions. This man, a man I'd wanted punished, was dead. I should be pleased, shouldn't I? Maybe even happy that the bastard had got what he deserved. I shouldn't be feeling regret for a life lost and a growing guilt that it had something to do with me, because why else would Ben be in Lynmouth? You didn't recognize him? Did he hope if he kept asking that my answer would change? I wanted to shriek it this time, that I hadn't recognized the body. How could I have? Why would I have associated the body floating in the river with the man I'd worked with in Stockton Bridges? A man I'd had suspended. A horrifying thought hit me. Was I a suspect? Did they think I'd decided to make his absence more permanent? I'd like to have done, but not this permanently. No, I didn't, I said. As I told you, he was floating face down. I didn't turn him over. It didn't as much as enter my mind that it might be someone I knew. How could it? We're a long way from the city. And yet there he was, in the river not far from where you, a woman he worked with, was living. He flicked his notebook open, scribbled something down, then looked back to me. What do you know about his suspension? I wanted to say nothing, but I'd already learned that my whistleblowing status hadn't guaranteed anonymity, and I'd absolutely no faith in Stockton to keep my name out of it. With a sigh, I explained my role in the suspension of my colleagues. There's a WhatsApp group. Mostly it's used to organize nights out, asking for help moving house or furniture, selling clothes, that kind of thing. But a few, Ben and 2 others mostly, used it to exchange what they referred to as jokes. Sometimes they were okay, but often they were racist, misogynistic, demeaning. I thought of Ben's sneering face and shivered. He wouldn't be making any misogynistic remarks again. If we complained, Ben laughed it off, calling us woke, snowflakes, other dismissive labels. So a couple of weeks ago, I'd had enough and decided to let one of the CEOs know what was going on. One of them? So was that Brad Stockton or Anthony Bridges? Brad Stockton. I wished I hadn't now. Wished I'd swallowed the humiliation and carried on, or better, had just left a job I'd already decided I disliked. What possessed me to go through with such stupid, petty revenge? It achieved nothing except to make me even more miserable than I was. And on the basis of that, 3 people were suspended, is that correct? Yes. When was the last time you had any contact with Mr. Williams? When I pulled his body from the river the previous day, but I guessed he wasn't referring to that. I saw him in work on Friday. The detective flicked his notebook again, but I saw it for what it was, a delaying tactic. Whatever it was he was going to ask me next, he was being very careful how he phrased it. A careful man, I guessed he was a good officer. Do you think he knew you were to blame for blowing the whistle on the WhatsApp group? It was interesting he knew about the suspension, but not the email everyone had received. I wondered who in Stockton Bridges he'd spoken to. Everyone knew. Someone sent an email, not only to my colleagues, but to people who worked in other companies within the building. On Monday, when I went in, I was given the silent treatment by some, condemned loudly by others. It's why I took some time off and came down here. So, Mr. Williams knew you were responsible for his suspension. Then, a few days later, he's found dead not far from here. That's rather a bizarre coincidence. I gave an uncertain laugh. You don't think I killed him, do you? The detective shrugged. The post-mortem was inconclusive. Cause of death was drowning, but we don't know how he ended up in the water. I had a look at the river's edge before I came. The rocks are slippery. It would be easy to push someone in, just as easy to fall in. He knew I was to blame for his suspension. He might have come down to have it out with me, lost his footing, and fallen in. I remembered the rustling I'd heard the first day I walked into the village. Had that been him, spying on me and waiting for the opportunity to accost me? It didn't ring true. My experience with the man, once he'd got what he wanted from me, told me he was a braggart, a testosterone-fueled bully, not the kind of man to skulk around, more the type to hammer on my door and be very much in my face. Our tech guys have his mobile and the computer from his home. We might find something to explain what he was doing here and what his intentions were. You found his mobile? I thought PCO Farrell said there was no identification on him. For the first time, he looked annoyed. I'll have to have a word with the police constable about being so loose-lipped. He put his notebook and pen away. There was no identification on him by way of driver's license or wallet containing credit cards. All we found was the mobile. It was waterlogged, of course, but our tech team were able to give us basic details pretty quickly. They should be able to give us more by later today. Was there a touch of misogyny there? He complained about the PC being loose-lipped while giving me plenty of information. Or was it a status thing? O'Farrell was a lowly PC. He was a big-shot detective. I didn't know Ben well, and what I did know I didn't like, but I'd nothing to do with his death. It was obvious I hadn't, wasn't it? If I had pushed him in, wouldn't I have encouraged the river to take him away, not pull the body to the riverbank and phone the police? Unless they thought that was part of the plan. Kill him, then play the innocent by insisting I'd come upon the body by accident. He was very tight with the other two, Angie Denton and Tom Pollard. He wouldn't have come here to confront me without discussing it with them first, so I'm sure they'll know why he was here. James reached for his notebook again and jotted down the names. We'll contact them, see what they have to say. He tapped the pen on the page, then looked at me with a smile. It might seem all a bit overwhelming, but we do need to look into every aspect. I'm sure we'll discover that he came down to confront you about the suspension and met an untimely end by accident. He pointed the pen towards the river. I almost slipped on a rock there myself. His switch from professional to friendly was slightly disconcerting, but his smile was completely disarming, and I found myself relaxing again. We've all done it. It's really only times like this, when the river is as high as it is, that it's so dangerous. He looked around the room. It's a nice place to have a cottage. Yes, I looked around and saw the place through a stranger's eyes. It really was a lovely place. I don't make as much use of it as I used to, or as I should. But it was perfect as a getaway when the shit hit the fan. This drew a laugh. Yes, I bet. There are times when I could do with an escape like this. He picked up his mug, lifted it to his mouth, and drained it in a couple of gulps. Thanks for the coffee, he said, putting the mug down. It was just what I needed. At the front door, he stopped and extended his hand. You've been very helpful, thank you. Will I be informed of the outcome? He had big hands, warm and strong. Mine felt lost in his. Wasn't he holding it a little too long, or was I always going to be suspicious of good-looking men? I pulled mine back almost roughly and shoved it into the pocket of my jeans. Avoiding his eyes, I asked, it would be helpful to understand why he'd come here and how much I was responsible for what happened to him. I saw his eyes widen in surprise and hurried to explain. I'm not saying I was involved in his death, only that if I hadn't been instrumental in getting him suspended, he wouldn't have felt the need to come here. If he hadn't come here, he'd still be alive. It sounds to me like you were right to expose the WhatsApp group. You aren't responsible for what he chose to do after he was suspended. I'll keep you informed as much as I'm able. He reached into his coat pocket and took out a business card. If you think of anything or you need to talk about it, you can give me a buzz or send me a message and I'll get back to you. I took the card, then stood in the doorway and watched as he vanished up the track to the road. A short time later, I heard the faint but distinct sound of a car engine. Then silence returned. I thought of the dead body I'd pushed to the riverside and shivered. Ben Williams! I'd disliked the man. I'd have happily seen the nasty, misogynistic little shit fired, but I hadn't wanted him dead. He'd come to confront me and slipped to his death. A sad end for the horrible man. But as I stood listening to the soft sounds of the surrounding woodland, questions were stabbing inside my skull. What was Ben doing in Lynmouth? And how did he know where I was? The question stayed in my head as I left the cottage to follow the trail towards a bridge that would take me across the river. As usual, there were plenty of other ramblers doing the walk to Watersmeet. Sometimes I'd stop there, have something to eat at the cafe, then return home. That day, I passed it by without a glance. The path started to climb steadily upward. It was strenuous, but I was fit. Apart from a break now and then to admire the view while I caught my breath, I kept going. There were fewer people on this stretch. It made it easier to vanish into my thoughts. What did Ben hope to achieve by coming to Lynmouth? Had he, Angie, and Tom put their heads together and decided it'd be a good idea to talk to me and try to persuade me to withdraw my complaint? It'd be just the kind of arrogant thing they would do. But how did they know where I was? I'd wondered if Ben had heard me mention the cottage and saved up the information, but if I had spoken about it, I'd have said Devon and not specified the village. Even Sydney, who knew about the cottage, had never been interested enough to ask exactly where it was. I'd told Stockton I was going to Devon without specifying where. At least, I didn't think I had. Much of that horrendous day was a blur, but even if I had, he was unlikely to have told Ben. It might have been Stockton's secretary, but now that Ben was dead, I might never know the answer. If he'd come to reason with me, to try to persuade me to withdraw my complaint, I'd no doubt he'd done it after consultation with Angie and Tom. When the police were able to access all the data on his mobile, I was sure they'd find a series of messages and calls between the trio. I could ring that handsome detective inspector and ask if they'd mentioned Lynmouth. Maybe ask him to come around to discuss it. I laughed so loudly that I startled a band of jackdaws. They flew up with a cross cackle and noisy flutter of wings, then settled on the branches of a tree a little further away. "Wise birds," I muttered. "Keep your distance from this crazy, desperate female." Maybe not crazy, but definitely desperate if I was fantasizing about the detective simply because he was good-looking. Hadn't I learned anything from my experience with Ben? He too had been handsome. He too had seemed nice and charming. I'd tucked the card the detective had given me into the pocket of my mobile phone cover. I took it out and looked at it. Just his name and mobile number in strong black print on a cream card. I should throw it away. Instead, I tucked it back, shoved the mobile into my pocket, and increased my speed for the rest of the journey. The strenuous walk had given me an appetite, so I treated myself to fish and chips when I reached the Blue Ball. Although it was sunny, it was too cool to eat outside, so I had it inside in the warmth. Always a busy pub, it was bustling with tourists and locals alike, the ambiance cheerful and friendly. The fish and chips were washed down with a pint of local cider. I should have been feeling mellow, but Ben's face, worse, the image of his body floating face down in the river, kept popping into my head. When Angie and Tom hadn't heard from him, had they been worried? When they heard the truth, would they entertain, even for a second, that I'd been involved in his death? The WhatsApp messages the trio shared often held a streak of cruelty. I'd considered them capable of anything. Perhaps they thought the same of me, but would they seriously have thought I was capable of murder? Unless, of course, Ben hadn't come down to plead with me at all. Perhaps they'd decided that the easiest way of getting rid of the problem was to get rid of the person who'd caused it. It seemed a bit drastic, but then advertising was a far more cutthroat business than people realized. Far more than I'd expected when I joined. It was all about getting to the top, regardless of who you had to climb over or backstab on the way. Being suspended would slow their upward trajectory, and if Ben had been conspiring with J.P. Miller, wouldn't they have fired him? That would have destroyed his career in the business for good. If I was out of the picture, it would have been easier for them to persuade Brad Stockton and Anthony Bridges that it was better to forget about the WhatsApp messages. And Ben would have been able to brush off his meeting with Miller as another incident of my pathetic attempt at revenge for being rejected by him. Now that Ben was dead, would Angie and Tom decide to finish the job? Ben had always struck me as being the ringleader. Without him, Angie and Tom might slink back into the hole they'd crawled from. They might. They might also decide they owed it to him to go ahead with their plan to get rid of me. After lunch, I decided to return home. On a clear day, it was possible to see the coast of Wales on the walk to Lynmouth, but I was walking with my eyes fixed on the path ahead. I was in danger of letting my imagination run away with me, seeing danger where there was none. I was almost at the point where I left the path to take the track to the cottage when I had a change of mind. Suddenly, the peace and quiet of the cottage held little allure. Or was I afraid of what might be lurking outside? Angie and Tom? Some random psycho killer? I'd have to go home eventually, but I needed a little more Dutch courage beforehand. The pub I'd drunk in the previous night was the closest, but the thought of the bartender with the wolfish grin made me shiver, and I kept walking to the Ancient Mariner. Inside, I decided to combine coffee with a little of that alcoholic courage I needed and ordered a French coffee. I took it to a quiet nook and sat to mull over everything and try to put things into perspective. If I could stop my mind making leaps of fantasy, it would be easier. I'd no reason to suspect that Angie and Tom were going to do me harm. Finding that dead body had shifted me out of kilter. Discovering it was someone I knew, someone I'd wished dead so many times, had made it all that much worse and set my thoughts swirling aimlessly. I wasn't paying attention to the comings and goings around me, but it was nice to lose myself in the sounds of laughter and cheerful conversation. Nobody bothered me or intruded into my space, so I was surprised a little while later to hear footsteps stop in front of my table. I looked up, ready to say no thanks to whatever was going to be asked of me, the words freezing on my tongue, when I recognized the detective who'd called on me that morning. Totally unprepared, I couldn't manage anything apart from a bizarrely squeaked, "Hi!" I hope I'm not intruding. Yes, because all my scrambled brain needed was to have this ridiculously handsome man join me. Of course not. Please. I indicated the space beside me. He put the pint he was holding down on the table and slid into the seat. Suddenly, the nook, which was slightly separate, slightly private, became warmly intimate. In the heat, I caught the woody smell of his aftershave and felt a totally unexpected and definitely unwanted lash of desire. It was the brandy, I decided. I should have stuck to straight coffee. "I'm surprised to see you here," I said, and immediately regretted it. Why should I be surprised? I knew nothing about him. For all I knew, he could live locally. Ilfracombe was only 20 miles away. "I'm meeting someone early in the morning, so I decided to stay over. I only moved to these parts recently, so it's a good way to get to know the area and the people." He lifted his pint and took a long drink. "Local beers, too," he said with a smile. "I keep an overnight bag in the car, so I'm never caught out." I was about to ask if he was staying in the hotel next door when I reconsidered. They weren't friends. This wasn't a date. I'd no right to ask such personal questions. I'd have liked to have asked if the person he was meeting in the morning had anything to do with Ben's death, but I guessed I'd no right to ask that either. I picked up my coffee and took a tiny sip. It was probably my imagination, but there seemed to be more alcohol in the second half of it. It probably accounted for the way I was suddenly feeling a little lightheaded. "Where have you moved from?" That was an okay question. Natural curiosity, not invasive nosiness. "York. I was there for several years. When I was promoted, I decided it was time for a change." I was about to ask him how he was enjoying Devon when he looked at me and asked, "How are you coping?" The question threw me. How was I coping with what? He couldn't possibly know how his presence had sent my hormones racing. He must have seen my confusion. "I mean, it can't have been easy for you to discover the dead body you'd rescued from the river was someone you knew." It wasn't, but I'd found a remedy. I was using the handsome detective as a balm. No, it wasn't easy, especially as I have conflicting thoughts about Ben Williams. Conflicting thoughts would definitely make things more difficult. He lifted his pint, then put it down without drinking. Do you want to talk about it? I'm a good listener. You don't want to be listening to my worries when you're off duty. He shook his head and picked up his pint. I'm not off duty, that is. I'm not sure I ever am, really. I thought I'd come for a pint before going to my room and catching up with some reports. It seemed like too good an opportunity to pass up. If I told him my theory, he might be able to reassure me that I was worrying about nothing. Maybe talking about it was exactly what I needed. The 3 people suspended because of my complaint were very tight, so I don't think Ben would have come down without discussing it with the other 2, Angie and Tom. I picked up my coffee and took a nervous sip. The day before I found the body, I thought I heard something rustling in the undergrowth, so I wondered if Ben hadn't come down to try to persuade me to withdraw my complaint. I took a deep breath before letting the rest out in a rush. But in fact, he'd come to kill me. He might have been snooping about, looking for a way into the cottage, but didn't realize how dangerous the river could be, and that's when he slipped in and drowned. Out loud, my theory sounded outlandish, and I felt color creep over my face as I continued. Now I'm wondering if Angie and Tom might decide to finish what he'd started. I looked at him. At least he wasn't laughing. He reached up, loosened his tie, then sat back with a sigh. You've obviously given this a lot of thought. Maybe I'm missing something, but would they really have gone to such extremes because they were suspended? I spoke to the human resources manager earlier. She said it was a slap on the wrist situation, not a firing one. Wasn't that exactly as I'd suspected? Quite possibly, but when the comments they made in the group get out, and they will, these things always do, clients will be reluctant to want them as account managers. If enough clients complain, Brad Stockton and Anthony Bridges may very well be forced to go further. Even if they don't, even if no clients complain, their promotion prospects have been damaged. We make shit money. Only by climbing that promotion ladder do we earn a decent living. It was Brad Stockton I went to with my complaint, but I could tell he thought I was being a politically correct pain in the arse. That's when I told him about seeing Ben huddled with one of our biggest competitors. He couldn't turn a blind eye to that, could he? You think Williams was selling information? I shrugged. I'd wanted to believe the worst of Ben. It suited me to do so. To be honest, I've no idea, but it made Stockton take everything more seriously. I looked into my empty glass and wondered about getting a refill. He promised me my complaint would remain anonymous. But then someone sent that email. I nodded. I don't know for certain, but I'm 99% sure it was Ben who sent it. Everyone had one, and people were making their feelings felt. It's why whistleblowers are usually protected. Regardless of what they are exposing and the benefit to others, people don't like a snitch. A snitch? It was such an ugly, insulting word. Even people I'd seen in tears after one of their nasty jokes were giving me the evil eye, and I'd thought... My voice faded. What had I thought? That nobody would know, for starters? And if people did find out, that I'd be congratulated for doing the right thing, for acting when others sat back and put up with it. James swirled his pint around in the glass. So, all 3 were suspended for the messages exchanged in that WhatsApp group. I doubt if Stockton would have been able to prove Ben was conspiring with the competition. He said he was going to investigate, but I guess you're right. But it wasn't just the WhatsApp messages. The 3 of them used to make derogatory comments to and about people all the time. Unpleasant, demeaning comments that usually teetered on the edge of being offensive. I suppose you could call it bullying, really. I'm not sure how deep the friendship between the 3 went. They seemed close, but in a jokey, almost juvenile way, as if they'd never left college. The suspension would have made them furious. She saw him frown. What is it? I'm just wondering why Ben came to Lynmouth. It was her turn to frown. Wasn't it clear? Hadn't he been listening? He and his minions hoped to get me to withdraw my complaint, and maybe I am being overly dramatic, but maybe they did want to kill me to shut me up. Wouldn't that be a bit pointless? If you did withdraw your complaint, or if you were dead, would it change anything? What's seen can't be unseen. I've no doubt both Stockton and Bridges read all the messages, and you said yourself, they'll be leaked by someone anyway. It'd be pointless for the three to come down to try to persuade you to change your mind. A bit like shutting the stable door after the horse has bolted. He was right. I'd been too close to see the truth. Even if they had managed to persuade me to do so, withdrawing my complaint would have achieved nothing except to damage whatever credibility I had left. I'd allowed my imagination to run riot and come up with spectacularly stupid scenarios. I needed to wind back to the one unalterable fact. Ben's body had been found in the river close to the cottage. I thought about the way he'd used me, the way his conversation was peppered with misogynistic comments he tried to pass off as humor. And suddenly, I thought I knew exactly why he'd come. Not to try to persuade me to withdraw my complaints, perhaps not even to kill me. He'd come because the bastard would never accept being bested by a woman. He'd come looking for revenge. I stared at the detective as the truth sank in. He came down to punish me in some way for having had the temerity to have made a complaint against him. I think it's a possibility. He'd have known, just as you said, that the damage had been done, so I doubt he was here to try to persuade you to change your mind. He smiled slightly. I think it's unlikely he'd come to kill you either, but perhaps he wanted to scare you or threaten you in some way. He shrugged as if to say there were many options to consider. Once we're able to access his mobile and home computer, we might have a clearer idea of his motivation. Local police are going to talk to both Angie Denton and Tom Pollard, too, so they may be able to throw some light on it. He lifted his glass and drained it in a few mouthfuls, then tilted the empty towards her. How about another of whatever it is you're drinking? No, thanks. I have to walk home, so I want to leave before the light goes. Can't you get a taxi? Of course I could, but what I should do was to leave. He was waiting for my response. I needed to stand firm, knew what I should do. Yes, all right, I'll have another drink, but wine, please. I tapped the top of my French coffee glass. That was a bit too strong for my liking. What was I doing? I should go. Leave now while he was at the bar. He'd been a bomb, but even too much of that was a bad thing. Here you go, he said, putting a glass on the table in front of me. Sauvignon Blanc, as requested. He sat, took a drink from his glass, then put it down. That looks very much like water, I said. He laughed. Guilty as charged. I'm afraid I'm not a big drinker, and one is normally enough for me. Besides, I have those reports to finish, and they require a certain amount of concentration. I hope I'm not delaying you. Not at all. Anyway, you're helping with an active investigation, so I don't need to feel guilty for staying here longer than I'd planned. I took a sip of my wine, wishing I'd been more sensible and had a soft drink or a coffee, or had been even more sensible and gone home. Tell me more about Ben. My surprise must have been clear because he lifted a hand, just trying to build a clear picture of the man. I'm not sure I'm the right person to give you that. I swirled wine around the glass. I was nervous about starting in Stockton Bridges, and he was very welcoming, very charming. He made a point of stopping by my desk every day to ask if I was doing okay, and if I was in the staff room on my own, he'd always come and join me. I was desperately trying to keep up with the work and stayed late in the office in the evening, so I missed a lot of the after-work social events in those early days. Perhaps if I hadn't, I'd have seen the man he really was. I sighed, remembering what a fool I'd been. One night, almost 4 months after I'd started work there, he came back to the office and insisted I came out to dinner with him. I left out the bit where Ben had taken my hand and told me how beautiful I was. I stopped swirling my wine and took a mouthful before deciding to tell him the rest. I won't go into details, but suffice to say, I had a rude awakening. He spent the night, and the following day, he blanked me. I discovered him in the staff room with some of the other men, cheering and high-fiving and all that macho bullshit. When they looked at me, I knew exactly what had taken place. He'd won the bet. Who'd be first to shag the new girl? It was odd. I'd told nobody about what had happened, and here I was pouring it all out to a stranger. Maybe it was easier. When I looked at him, I saw understanding, not judgment, sympathy, not pity. So, as you may guess, he wasn't my favorite person. No, that I can understand. He left it there, as if there was nothing more to be said, and I was grateful because there really wasn't. There didn't seem to be any need to tell him about Ben's lasting gift to me, a difficulty in trusting men, especially handsome, charming ones. I drank the last drop of wine and put the glass down. So now you have a clearer picture of the man, Detective Inspector James. He smiled. That's a bit of a mouthful. Call me OJ. OJ? Then I remembered his business card. Owen James. Ah, yes, I suppose that was inevitable. It really annoyed my mother. She'd wanted to give me a name that couldn't be shortened or abbreviated in any way. She still refuses to use it, but she's the only one. I don't think most people know my real name. Once the conversation drifted into personal territory, it didn't revert back. He chatted about moving from York and how much he was enjoying being based in Ilfracombe. I talked about the years I'd spent roaming the hills around Lynmouth. I'd better go, I said finally. There was only so long I could make a glass of wine last. I reached into my pocket for my mobile. I should be able to get a taxi easily at this time. OJ held up a hand. I've a better idea. I'll drop you home. Surprised, I hesitated before shaking my head. I couldn't put you to that trouble. The local taxi is very good. I insist. You've been kind enough to provide me with some information, so it's the least I can do. Plus, he looked as if he was debating whether or not to continue. I'd be happier to make sure you got home safely. It was one thing to worry about my safety, another entirely to have the experienced detective worrying. You think Angie and Tom might come to pick up where Ben left off? Maybe my theory hadn't been so far-fetched after all. You described Ben as the ringleader, so chances are the other two will be lost without him and lie low. I don't think you're in any danger, but it's always wise to be careful in these situations. Once they've had a chance to look through Ben's mobile, etc., I'll be happier. I thought of my isolated cottage and shivered. When do you think you'll have that information? He heaved a sigh that spoke of the difficulties of dealing with other departments and the endless wait for information. I'd hope today, but that doesn't seem to be happening. As soon as I hear anything, I'll let you know, okay? He was being kind, and he probably didn't realize that his, "I don't think you're in any danger," was tinged with doubt. But I heard it, and the anxiety that had been simmering in the background all day went up a notch. The detective's car was parked in the car park at the far end of the village. I tried without success to think of something witty and clever to say. Maybe he was trying and failing too. In the end, we did the journey in silence. "This is kind of you," I said as I sat in the passenger seat. "You haven't seen how I drive yet." He started the engine and pulled out of the parking space. The comment made me smile and relax. "Do you know the way, or would you like me to give you directions?" "I think I can remember." The road twisted and turned as it narrowed on the way to the cottage. It required his full attention and left me free to examine his profile. With his well-shaped nose and mouth and strong jaw, he was classically handsome. I wondered how much I could find out about him doing an internet search. Being a police officer, he probably had strong privacy levels. "Do you like living in Ilfracombe?" It was an acceptable question, showing interest without being overly curious. "Yes, but I think when I get settled a little more, I might find something out of the town, somewhere quieter." I smiled at the thought of him negotiating the hordes of children that flooded the town during the school holidays. It can get a bit full-on in the summer. I only caught the end of the season, but it was a little manic for my liking. A discussion on the perils of over-tourism kept us chatting until we reached the sharp turn onto the unpaved road leading to the cottage. The car's headlights made a tunnel in the darkness ahead, and he slowed almost to a crawl. If I remember correctly, there's a space where I can park, isn't there? Yes, in another minute you'll come to it. You'll see my car. There'll be space to park behind it. I pointed as the headlights of his car reflected off my license plate. There, just ahead. I was amused when he indicated before pulling off the road to park. Once a policeman, always a policeman. Thank you. You'll let me know if you get any information from the phone, won't you? Yes, of course, but you're not rid of me yet. Without waiting for my reply, he opened the car door and stepped out. I'd walked from the road to the cottage hundreds of times over the years, with my family, friends, and often on my own. I'd never felt nervous or worried about what might be waiting in the darkness. Now, the space ahead of me felt different, darker and full of danger. I was glad the detective was with me. Hang on, I switched on my mobile's torch. It's steep in parts and can be slippery, so we need to go very slowly. Let me go first, he said, taking out his mobile. Soon, dual beams lit up a broad stretch of ground in front of them. It wasn't far, but even with the torches lighting their way, it was slow going. Recent rains had made the surface soil boggy. Wet fallen leaves made it slippery. Both of us slipped and slid and only managed to keep on our feet with a series of gyrations, accompanied by a lot of grunts and groans. I've not seen it this bad in a long time, but we should be almost there, I said when he came to a sudden stop. He shone his torch in a circle. I thought I heard something. Probably a fox or a badger. There are lots in these parts. Maybe even a wild boar. OJ turned towards me, the beam of his torch blinding me until he lowered it with a tisk. Sorry, did you say wild boar? It's just a guess. A crazy one that was mostly wishful thinking, a way to explain noises that I couldn't otherwise explain. Well, I hope you're wrong. I was about to say I'd prefer a boar to the arrival of either Angie or Tom when the unmistakable sound of something cracking underfoot made me think again. There'd be time to talk later. We need to get to the cottage. It's not much further. It wasn't, and we'd have been there in minutes if it hadn't begun to rain. A heavy, unrelenting deluge that quickly turned the track under their feet into a quagmire. It slowed them even further, so it was several minutes before they reached the cottage. OJ looked back at the trail that had vanished into the darkness again. You do that walk on your own? I slipped the key into the lock of the cottage door. I've done it so many times I could almost do it without a light. Normally, I'm not at all nervous. I pushed the door open. Come in. With the door shut, I reached for the switch of a nearby lamp. I've been coming here for the best part of 30 years. It's always been a safe place. It probably still is, he said, with a reassuring smile. No harm in being a little careful, just in case. It was probably just a wild animal we heard. Probably. There it was again, that element of doubt. I moved around the room until all the lamps were glowing. They dispelled the darkness, but not the anxiety that had crept over me. It could be Angie or Tom, couldn't it? If it was, they were wandering around without a light. Would either of them know this area well enough to do that? I was about to say a definite no when I realized I'd no idea. For all I knew, they could be experienced orienteers who were completely at home in the woodland trails, or well-equipped amateurs. If they'd good night vision goggles, they wouldn't need torches. I was about to say so when I realized how far-fetched it sounded. Neither Tom nor Angie were the James Bond types. I think they're more likely to seek me out in daylight. Yes, I'm sure you're right. He gave a smile and glanced towards the door. Well, I'd better be on my way. How stupid I'd been. I should have stuck to my original plan and come home in daylight instead of being persuaded to stay. How could I allow him to go back up on his own with the rain making the trail absolutely treacherous? What if he fell on the way and lay there injured, unable to call for help? I should never have accepted your kind offer to drive me home, and you shouldn't have walked me down. I pulled off my wet jacket and hung it on the coat rack. Now that you are here, I really think you'd be better off staying till the morning. Leaving that with him, I busied myself with lighting the fire. Only when flames were flickering did I turn to look at him. He was still standing in the doorway, and I was suddenly amused. Was he afraid I planned to seduce him? Nothing diffused tension as much as plain common sense. There's a spare room. I've plenty of food so you won't go hungry, and there's Wi-Fi so you can borrow my laptop and get your work done too. I wasn't relishing the walk back up that god-awful track to my car, if I'm honest. I should never have allowed you to walk me down, but since we're being honest, I am grateful. As I said, I've never been nervous here before, but things have changed. Dead bodies will do that to you. He looked around the room. If you're sure, I'd be delighted to stay. He took off his coat and hung it up, then ran a hand through his wet hair. I'll get my laptop. You can get your work done while I get some food ready. If I stuck to the practicalities, I hoped the rush of pleasure at the way the day was ending would fade. This wasn't a date or a romantic assignation. It was a simple, practical solution. But maybe I could learn to start trusting handsome, charming men again. They couldn't all be like Ben. 22. I set OJ up with my laptop at the small dining table and went into the kitchen. I wasn't a particularly good cook, but I'd bought a couple of ready meals. With a bit of tarting up, they'd do fine. I was glad he'd stayed. Being on my own in the cottage had never bothered me before, but then I'd never found a dead body before. The body of someone I knew. Someone, moreover, who had reason to hate me. I filled the kettle, then opened the door and stuck my head around it. I'm making coffee, would you like some? I hoped he heard the subtext. I was making coffee for myself. I wasn't going out of my way to impress him. He looked up from the computer with a frown which cleared almost immediately. Coffee would be great, thank you. Here you go, I said a few minutes later, putting the mug of black coffee on the table beside him. Dinner will be in about an hour. Will that give you enough time to finish what you're doing? I noticed he'd closed the lid of the laptop as I approached. A man who took confidentiality seriously. I felt color rise in my cheeks as I wondered if he was the same with everything he did. That should give me plenty of time. He picked up his coffee. Thanks for this. It was almost a dismissal. For a second, I felt aggrieved. Only for a second, because then he smiled and I thought, he's such a nice guy. Hadn't it been the same with Ben? I'd seen his handsome face, accepted his support, fallen for his charm, and where had that got me? Right into this damn mess. Just help yourself to more if you need it. Friendly, casual, not pathetic. I grabbed the paperback I'd been reading and sat beside the fire. When I thought of it, even though I wasn't reading, I turned a page. The book was good, but my eyes insisted on focusing on the man who sat only a few feet away. There was no harm in looking. I could continue to use him as a balm for all the crap I'd been dealt recently, and admiring the very alive detective was far preferable to thinking of Ben's cold, dead body. Far better, as long as I didn't become stupidly fixated, like I was with Ben. The thought startled me. Had I really been fixated with him? I stared into the fire as I thought back to those early months with Stockton Bridges. Ben had made those first few difficult months easier, and I'd been flattered by his attention. Flattered, not fixated. I'd thought I was falling in love with the horrible man. What a shame he'd turned out to be such a shit, and I'd been so easily swayed by good looks and charm. I glanced across to where OJ was still engrossed in whatever he was doing. I refused to make the same mistake again. The meals I'd put in the oven would soon be ready. The fire was burning down. I added a log and enough coal to keep the room cozy. There was something homely about heading to the kitchen to get the meal sorted as OJ stayed working at the table. When the food was ready, I opened a bottle of white wine, because why not? OJ wasn't Ben, nor was I the woman I'd been almost a year before. There was no harm in having a pleasant evening. And if I did find him attractive, oh, go on, of course I did. There was no harm in it. We'd have a nice evening, he'd go away in the morning, and I was unlikely to see him again except in his professional capacity. I opened the kitchen door. "Dinner's ready, OJ, but I can leave it in the oven to keep warm if you need longer." He looked up from the laptop, tapped a few more keys, then turned to me with a nod. "No, that's perfect timing." He shut the computer. "Can I do something to help?" "Pop the laptop on the shelf, then come and help me bring things through." It was all very companionable. "I thought we deserved wine," I said, as I put a bottle and 2 glasses on the table. "We have my father to thank for it. When he comes down, he brings enough wine to last for a month, even when he only stays for a couple of days." "Wise man," OJ said. He lifted the glass I'd filled and took a sip. "He brings nice wine, too." I resisted the temptation to put on some music. Instead, we ate to the sound of the fire crackling. This is very good. My skill at opening packets knows no bounds. It's a skill to choose the correct ones, though. He ate in silence for a few minutes before putting his fork down to lift his wine glass. "Tell me more about Stockton Bridges." Because that was why he was there. It was wise to remember that. "More background information for your investigation, eh?" I smiled to take the sting from my words. "I'm not sure what you want to know. I don't know myself until I hear it." He picked up his fork and waved it in the air. "Ben Williams' death may have been an accident. It might have no connection to the company or to his work. But then again, it might." Okay. I wasn't convinced about the worth of talking about my job, but if it was what he wanted to hear. I'd worked for a few small companies since I finished university. Stockton Bridges was a huge step up for me. It was why I'd struggled so much in the beginning, why I'd been such easy prey for Ben. Trying to keep him out of it, I told OJ the little I knew about the 2 CEOs, Brad Stockton and Anthony Bridges. I spoke about the work, the different advertising campaigns I'd been involved with, how cutthroat the business was. That's about it, really, except that I'm beginning to think it's not the job for me. He was sitting back with the wine glass in his hand. "Really? What would you do instead?" My degree was in marketing and computer science. I was going to explain that I also had a post-grad course in cybersecurity and forensic information technology, but then I'd have to explain why I'd stupidly gone into marketing instead. And how pathetic did it make me sound to say I wanted to be even a little bit arty to impress my father. "I think I'll look for a role in computer science." "Have you given your notice to Stockton Bridges?" "Not as yet." Because I'd wanted to wait until I got my revenge on Ben. What a waste of time and energy that was. How utterly stupid. OJ put his glass down, leant forward, and rested his elbows on the table. It was a small table, and the action brought his face close to mine. So close, I could smell the wine on his breath. So close that if I leant forward the same amount, we'd be within kissing distance. I was suddenly ridiculously unsure of myself. Instead of leaning forward, I brought the wine glass I was holding up to my chest, like a shield. "I don't know you well," he said softly, "but can I offer you some advice?" It was a question that assumed the answer would be, "Yes, of course, go ahead, tell me what you think." I'd have liked to have said no, but I didn't. "Of course. Don't rush into making a decision. I'm not sure you realize the impact finding that body has had on you. It makes death seem so much more imminent. You think you should live every moment of every day and waste nothing. Live every moment of every day and waste nothing. If he'd leant a little closer, if he'd given me the slightest bit of encouragement, I'd have made the move. But he didn't. He sat back and picked up his glass again. Disappointment swept through me, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of the ridiculous. Seriously, what had I expected? This was a guy who indicated before he pulled into a parking space on a dark woodland trail he was never going to take risks. Anyway, what was I trying to prove? That Ben's death had freed me from the pain he'd caused? It hadn't. And if OJ had moved a little closer, if he'd made any attempt to kiss me, I'd have handed him his coat and told him to bugger off. That's how volatile my thoughts were these days. I reached for the wine bottle and filled both glasses. Thank you. That's good advice. I won't rush into making any decisions. Chapter 23. After dinner, I turned down his offer of assistance. It's just a matter of throwing things into the dishwasher. My mother insisted on all mod cons when they bought the place. Right, well then, I might head to bed if that's okay. It's been a long day. Sure, come and I'll show you where everything is. I'm using my parents' room with the ensuite, so you'll have sole use of the bathroom. You'll find spare toothbrushes and anything you might need in the cabinet. This is very nice, he said, looking around the room. I laid a bundle on the bed, sheets and pillowcases. I crossed the room and pulled the curtains shut. I hope you sleep well. I usually do. Try not to worry about things. Only an idiot would go wandering around out there at night. I'm sure it was a fox or badger we heard. Yes, I'm sure it was. I shut the door behind me, then headed back to the living room. I wasn't sure at all that it was an animal we heard, and I'm not sure he was either. He was trying to be kind, reassuring, but all he'd done was to start worries spinning in my head again. I still had no idea how Ben or his buddies had found out where I was. Nor did I know what their intentions were, or whether Angie and Tom were out there right now, planning something. The fire was still burning. Rather than letting it go to waste, I poured the last of the wine into a glass and sat to drink it as I stared into the flames. I hadn't lied to OJ. His company had taken my mind off the memory of pushing Ben's cold, wet body onto the riverside, but now it was coming back to haunt me. I needed to do something to take my thoughts in another direction. I took my laptop from the shelf and sat with it on my knee. It wasn't a surprise to see that OJ had cleared his browser history. He might be surprised to know I could easily find it if I so wished. If I'd told him about my cybersecurity qualifications, he might have had second thoughts about using my computer. I wouldn't go snooping, though, or not as long as he kept me updated on the investigation into Ben's death and the involvement, or not, of Angie and Tom. I found my curriculum vitae and updated it. Then I did a search for IT companies in Bristol and sent the CV off to a few who were actively seeking staff. It was the first step in a new start for me. New job, new city. Finally, it was time for bed. There was something reassuring about OJ's presence in the spare room. It wasn't that I expected him to dash out to slay dragons if they appeared, more a case of not having to face them on my own. I was curled up under the duvet, my eyes shut, when a rustling outside made me open them and turn my head towards the window. I hadn't shut the curtains, and they hung each side of a rectangle of black. When the sound came again, I sat up and fixed wide eyes on it, my breath catching as I waited for something to appear. When nothing did, I breathed out a shaky sigh, then gasped when I was convinced I saw a flash of light coming through the branches of the trees in the hillside above. I scrambled from the bed and pressed my nose to the glass, eyes flicking from side to side. But if there had been something there, it was gone. Or keeping itself well hidden. Should I alert OJ to a possible intruder? Knock on his bedroom door, a silky robe tied loosely at my waist, my hair falling around my shoulders, lips trembling in fear. It was such a B-movie scene that I laughed, then sighed. A trite, unimaginative scene. If I needed to, I'd go as I was in my sensible flannelette pajamas, my hair in a tangle, if I needed to go at all. I continued to stand, nose to the glass, until the cold crept over me and made me shiver. If there had been a flash of light, it wasn't repeated, and all I could hear was the usual whisper of leaves in the branches overhanging the cottage. I stepped back with a sigh and rubbed my nose with the palm of my hand. Reaching up, I pulled the curtains shut with more energy than the action required, and the curtain rings rattled loudly on the rail. There was nothing out there. It meant I could leave OJ to sleep peacefully. Back under the duvet, I tried to put all men, living and dead, from my mind. A breeze had picked up, so if there was anything creeping around outside, I couldn't hear them under the rustling of leaves and the distant rumble of the river. If I couldn't hear them, couldn't see them, then they weren't there. The childish logic made me sigh, smile, and finally drift into a restless sleep where dead bodies floated by like an underworld flotilla. 24. It was the hum of the electric shower that woke me the following morning. A moment's disorientation was followed by the clear memory of how close I'd come to being an idiot the previous night. I threw the duvet back and hurried to dress when the hum of the shower stopped. I wanted to be in the kitchen looking totally unconcerned with his presence when he came in, as if having men stay over was a common occurrence. I made a pot of coffee and sat at the kitchen table with a mug and a paperback that I opened at a random page. When the door opened a couple of minutes later, I looked up from it with what I hoped looked like genuine reluctance. "Good morning," I said as I shut the book. "There's coffee if you'd like some." "Morning, yes, coffee would be great." I stood, picked up the pot, and filled the mug I'd left ready. "Here you go." I nodded towards the cupboard behind. "There's bread. I could make toast if you'd fancy some." He took a mouthful of coffee before shaking his head. "No thanks, this will do fine. I'm not a big breakfast person." I sat back in my seat. "Did you sleep okay?" "Eventually," he said, taking the seat opposite. "I'm afraid I let my imagination run away with me last night. I hope you didn't think I was taking advantage by asking to stay." "From what I remember, it was my idea," I said with a smile. "It was a ghastly night. You need to be careful going back up now. That rain will have left it lethal." I reached for the pot and refilled my mug. "Being selfish, I was glad you stayed. I'm afraid you were right, and finding Ben like that has made me feel very unsettled. Maybe you should go home rather than stay as you'd planned." "I could. My mother would be delighted to have me at home for a while. Or I could go back to my apartment and try to make firm plans for my future." But I'd had enough of making decisions because of Ben. I'd done it when he was alive. I wasn't going to keep doing it now he was dead. "No, I think I'll be okay now, thank you." He nodded as if it was the answer he'd expected. "Right, I'd better be off." He drained his mug. "Thank you for the hospitality. I owe you a dinner." He checked his watch and groaned. "The day is already racing away." I walked with him to the door, unlocked it, and opened it wide. "You'll let me know if you find out anything on Ben's computer or mobile about why he came here, won't you?" "You have my word," he said. "I really don't think you have anything to worry about, though." I stepped outside and pointed to the track. "Will you be okay going up? I can come with you if you like." He shook his head and grinned. "In daylight, I'm not such a wuss." And with that, and a final wave, he was gone. I stood listening to the sound of his footsteps until they faded, and all I could hear was the gurgle of the river below and the soft rustle of leaves above. And once again, I was alone. I turned to look up the hillside to where I thought I'd seen the light during the night, and I shivered with the distinct impression there was someone up there looking down on me. If there was someone up there, they might be able to see me, but I couldn't see them. Angie and Tom? Perhaps. I couldn't think who else it could be. If Ben had been murdered by person or persons unknown, they'd no reason to kill me. Or had they? Nothing was certain anymore. I stood and stared, refusing to be intimidated. It was tempting to shout, to ask what they wanted. I didn't, because I was suddenly afraid they might answer with demands I couldn't fill. What they'd be, I'd no idea. But fear didn't need to be logical. I went inside, shut and locked the door. Unlike the detective, I was partial to breakfast, so although I wasn't particularly hungry, I made a couple of slices of toast and a fresh pot of coffee to wash it down. This time, I didn't pretend to open my book. Instead, I had my breakfast lost in thoughts. They were rambling, confusing, and nonsensical. I finished half a slice of toast, pushed the rest away, and reached for my mobile. I needed to ring my mother and be very careful. She was like a worm when it came to information. All she needed was the merest hint of something, and she'd be there, burrowing in to get to the heart of whatever it was. I needed something to tell her. The river. My mother loved to hear about the river. I'd take some photographs, send them to her, and that could be the basis for a perfect conversation. I finished my coffee, grabbed my coat, and headed out. It was tempting to turn and stare up the hillside again, but I resisted and took the track down to the river. My mother loved to hear about it. The positive stuff. How much it had risen, how fast it was flowing, whether I'd seen any fish. She'd be horrified to hear I'd found a dead body in it, so she wouldn't be told that choice piece of news. It was unlikely to make the national papers. I climbed down to the riverside, to a point not far from where I'd found Ben's body. Thanks to recent heavy rain, the river was full and fast-flowing. It should make a perfect photograph. I stepped onto a rock, took out my phone, and tried to capture a good view. My father would have spent an age searching for the perfect shot. He'd wait until the sun hit the water at the right angle, would stand up, squat, lean back and forward until I was fit to scream at him to take the damn photo. I smiled at the memory and settled for taking the best I could to please my mother. When I looked at the photo I'd taken, I wasn't impressed. Neither would my mother be. I needed to get a little further out, where I could catch the surge around the large rock in the center of the river. I was wearing sturdy shoes, and hopping from rock to rock was something I'd done 100 times over the years. I did it now, jumping lightly from the rock I was on to the one just that bit further out. It gave me a perfect shot. I took a couple, then squatted down a little to get a better one of the water as it bubbled around the bigger rock. I'd taken it, was admiring the shot and imagining my mother's delighted face when a noise from the riverbank startled me. I turned too quickly. It immediately unbalanced me and sent my arms windmilling to regain stability. It would have worked if I hadn't taken a step backwards onto part of the stone's surface that had been recently underwater. Slippery as a result, my foot immediately slid from under me. I lurched once, then went into the water with a splash and a scream of fright. Shit! I grabbed onto a rock, searched for purchase with my feet, and lurched again as another surge of water hit me. Fighting the flow, I half crawled, half dragged myself through the river to the bank, then collapsed on it in a sodden mess. Cold and wet, I was too shocked by the near catastrophe to move for several minutes. I should have known better. Yes, I'd done the same hundreds of times, but not with the river this high or fast-flowing. I'd taken a stupid risk, all for the sake of a photo. Then I groaned and looked around. The photo! I'd been holding my phone when I'd slipped. It was nowhere to be seen. When I was able, I got to my feet and searched the riverbank. The mobile had a neon pink cover. If it was there, I'd see it. But there was nothing but the mucky greenish-brown of the river and the gray of the rocks. That was it. I was unlikely to see it again. I'd keep an eye out when I next walked into Lynmouth, in case it was washed up further along. It might get wedged in a gap between rocks or stones, or tangled in the branches that littered the river after the recent bad weather. I wasn't sure how repairable a water-soaked phone would be, but I'd worry about that if I found it. What an incredibly stupid thing to have done! I dragged myself up the path to the cottage. Wet through and cold to the bone, I had a long shower, then found fresh clothes to wear. Only when I was dressed did I remember what had caused me to fall. A noise, a cough, or someone clearing their throat. I wasn't sure, but it had sounded like something human. It wasn't unheard of for walkers to wander off the trail and pass the cottage despite the private property signs my father had put up several years before. But if it had been, wouldn't they have heard me scream and come to my rescue? Unless, whoever it was, they hadn't wanted to be seen. Perhaps the someone I'd been convinced was staring at me from the hillside had come down, and it was them I'd heard. Had they watched to be certain I was okay? Or if it was Angie or Tom, had they watched, hoping I'd meet the same fate as Ben? The thought that someone would hate me so much made me shiver. I shut my eyes and swore softly. I was hoping to hear from OJ, but now he wouldn't be able to contact me. And the card he'd give me with his direct number, where was it? Oh yes, tucked safely into the cover of the same blasted phone. I'd have to get a replacement. I could order one online, but we'd had problems before with delivery drivers not being able to locate the cottage. It would be easier to go to a shop, which meant driving into Barnstable, or maybe even into Exeter. I turned to look for my laptop where I'd left it on the sofa, blinking with surprise to see it wasn't there, then sighed to see I'd put it back on the shelf. It took only a few minutes to discover I wouldn't be able to get what I wanted in Barnstable. I'd have to do the long drive into Exeter. It would take an hour and a half to get there. I wasn't sure. In fact, I was positive. I couldn't face the drive. As a temporary fix, I'd go into Lynmouth and use the public phone box in the car park to ring the police station. Hopefully, OJ would be available and I could explain my situation. If not, I'd leave a message, explain my predicament, and ask him to email me if he had any news. I locked the front door behind me and took a step towards the trail into the village, then stopped. Was there someone, right at that moment, staring at me? Perhaps waiting to follow me or accost me once I'd left the safety of the cottage? No, I couldn't walk into the village. I wasn't sure I ever would again. I turned and took the steep track to the road. I rarely drove into Lynmouth as parking could be a nightmare, but as it happened, I found a parking space in the Riverside car park without any problem. My luck didn't hold, though. The phone box in the corner had been converted into a mini library of secondhand books. Swearing softly, I headed through the village. As I passed by the only clothes shop, a brief glance in the window brought me to a halt. It wasn't the clothes that caught my attention. It was the assistant behind the counter, with her mobile pressed to her cheek. Perhaps she'd allow me to borrow it. I pushed open the door with a smile that was barely acknowledged as she continued her conversation. Perhaps if I bought something? I did need some clothes. I browsed the rails, picked out a shirt and a pair of trousers in my size, and took them to the counter. She brought her mobile down and held it against her chest. Do you need to try them on? No, thank you. They're my size. I'm sure they'll be perfect. Only then, with a sigh, did she end the call, telling whoever was on the other end that she had to work. As if I was an inconvenience. They're a treat for myself after a bad start, I said with a smile. I lost my phone this morning. It fell into the river and got swept away. The assistant's eyes widened, her mouth forming a round O of horror. Oh, wow, that's so awful. How are you going to manage without it? With difficulty, I suppose, I said, almost amused by the younger woman's attitude, as if it was a major catastrophe, not simply a minor inconvenience. I handed over my credit card then, deciding I deserved some consideration having bought something. I asked, Actually, I need to make a call to Ilfracombe Police Station. Would you mind if I used your mobile? I'm not sure they can do much for you. I frowned. Sorry? If you lost your mobile in the river, it was the assistant's turn to look puzzled. Is that what you meant? It was tempting to tell the young woman the truth, that there were far more important things in life than a mobile phone. I guessed it would be a pointless exercise. No, it's not about the phone. It's a different matter. I'll just be a minute. Sure, no problem. I took the mobile, then handed it back. I don't know the number. Could you look it up for me, please? Ilfracombe Police Station. Absolutely. The assistant's thumb did a rapid jig. There you go. Thanks. I glanced at the screen, then nodded to the back of the shop. I'll take it back there if that's okay with you. Sure. The changing room gave a little more privacy. I pulled the curtain, then perched on the side of a stool before pressing the number to call the station. Ilfracombe Police, how may we be of assistance? Hi, I'd like to speak to D.I. James, please. Who? Detective Inspector James? I'm sorry, we don't have an inspector by that name working in Ilfracombe. Can someone else help you? I pressed the mobile so tightly against my ear that it hurt. I'm sorry, maybe I didn't say it correctly. Detective Inspector Owen James. You said it correctly, but it doesn't change the outcome. We don't have a detective inspector by that name in this station. You don't? I slumped back against the wall of the changing room, then lowered my face to my knees as dark spots appeared in my peripheral vision, a sure sign I was going to faint. I stayed like that, with the mobile still pressed to my ear, the voice on the other end asking if everything was all right several times before cutting the connection. All right? Behind my eyelids, the faces of Ben and Owen James melded into one. It seems, once more, I'd been fooled by a charming, handsome man. But this time, I'd no idea why. I didn't remember returning the mobile to the assistant or leaving the shop. I vaguely remember her running after me and pushing a carrier bag into my hands, but I didn't remember the drive back or the walk down to the cottage. Somehow, I must have opened the front door, because the next thing I knew, I was inside, in the bedroom, crawling under the duvet to hide. The tears came then, silent drops of sorrow and confusion. Hours passed, the light faded, the darkness lay on me with the weight of all the lies I'd been told. Only then was I able to see how easily I'd been fooled. OJ had held out his identification that first day when he'd knocked on my door. But had I looked at it? Of course I bloody well hadn't, so bowled over as I'd been by the handsomeness of him. So fucking stupid I hadn't questioned a thing. Who was he? Too bloody late to ask that now. I threw the duvet back, ignored the muddy mess my shoes had made on the sheets, and went into the living room. There was no heating on and a chill had settled over the room, or perhaps it was just me. With a sigh, I switched on the lamps to dispel the gloom, if not the cold. The laptop caught my eye. It made me frown and grunt in annoyance. I had left it on the sofa the previous night. That bastard, whoever he was, had obviously sneaked out while I was asleep and used it. Maybe he'd been searching earlier, when he'd been supposedly working, had been frustrated not to find anything, and decided to try again. But what the hell had he been searching for? I sat on the sofa, held my head in my hands, and tried to stop my thoughts spinning out of control. What I needed to do was to erase everything I'd been told by that bastard fake detective and concentrate on the facts. So what were they? 2 days ago, I'd found a body floating face down in the river. I'd called the police and they'd come. That officer... I sat back and ran a hand over my face as I tried to remember the name. Farrell, that was it. Yes, she'd come, had spoken to me for a time, then went away saying they'd all the information they needed. I remember she'd told me there'd been no identification on the body. Shit! I only had the word of that lying bastard that the body had been Ben. It might not have been. I puzzled over it for a moment. Why would the fake detective have told me it was Ben? I thought back to how I'd felt when I heard the name. The guilt that somehow my actions had resulted in his death. Yes, I had felt guilty and unsettled, and vulnerable. Was that it? Had that rotten bastard set me up to be ripe for plucking? But who was he? And how did he know about Ben in the first place? Ugh! I grabbed my hair with both hands and pulled it as I was overwhelmed with anger. For being so gullible, for stupidly trusting in another charming, handsome man. Rage at him and at the world for turning swamped me until I couldn't think straight anymore. All I could do was to cling to the one fact I knew to be true. The only solid truth. I had found a body in the river. It was a start. Tomorrow I'd pick myself up, block out the memories of OJ, and drive to the police station in Ilfracombe. I'd find that police officer Farrell and ask her if she knew the dead man's identity. I'd tell her about the con man and leave him to her to sort out. It was, after all, a crime to pose as a police officer. Then I'd put the whole sorry mess behind me. But if the dead man was Ben, how had OJ known, unless, of course, he was responsible for him being there? That thought made my heart race. Such a handsome man. Was he also an evil one? And if it wasn't Ben, why had he told me it was? What had he hoped to achieve by making me unsettled and vulnerable? In either case, I was back to the same conundrum. Who was OJ, and how did he know about Ben's suspension? Most people would have thrown up their hands in despair and given up. Not me. I'd always been good at puzzles. The secret was to find a loose thread and keep at it until the knot was undone. All it took was persistence and calm doggedness. Tomorrow, I'd speak to the police constable and go from there. Maybe I wouldn't tell her about the fake detective just yet. He wouldn't know that I knew. Maybe I could use that to my advantage, because I was very tired of being pushed around. Anger was good. It motivated me and stopped me from lingering for too long on the unpalatable truth of that old aphorism. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Although I always maintained I could sleep through anything, it seemed that I'd met the one thing that affected that ability. Every time I felt I was close to falling asleep, OJ's face appeared, and I could see what I hadn't been able to before, the rot behind the facade. I wasn't the first woman, and wouldn't be the last, to be taken in so easily. How many times had I read of women being scammed by handsome men, sometimes out of their life savings, and shaken my head at how stupid they'd been. Now I'd joined a similar club, and I wasn't a happy member. It was the why that puzzled me and added to my sleeplessness. What had he hoped to achieve by his impersonation? Not money, because I didn't have any. It kept coming back to my computer. He'd searched on it. What had he been hoping to find? Since there was nothing, because until recently my life was uncomplicated, had he cut and run, and I'd never see him again? Shit! I remembered my CV. If he'd read it, he'd have known about my qualification in cybersecurity. Maybe he thought I'd something on my computer that he hadn't been able to access. But what information could he possibly think I was concealing? Had he tried to ring me and been puzzled when it went straight to voicemail? Maybe he'd turn up on my doorstep instead. The thought sent alarm bells ringing in my head. He knew exactly how isolated I was here, and now, to add to that, I'd no phone. If he came, I wouldn't be able to hide my anger and disgust, so his game would be up. Would he come straight out and demand whatever the hell he was looking for, and refuse to believe me when I said I had no idea? And if I couldn't convince him, would he take the easy way out? If you can't find the information, get rid of the source. Me. How easy it would be. I'd almost done the job for him yesterday. If I'd banged my head on a rock when I'd fallen and had been knocked unconscious, I'd have been dragged under the water and drowned. Someone might have found me floating face down further along the river and have pulled me to the riverside as I had done with the body I'd found. Or I might have been swept on, battered by rocks, nibbled by fish, and pecked by birds on until I was in the ocean, my body never to be seen again. The thought of such a terrible demise made me shiver and pull the duvet closer. By daybreak, I'd only managed to get a couple of hours' sleep, and even those were interrupted by visions of dead bodies and handsome faces that dissolved into gruesome specters. Finally, there was nothing to do but get up and face the day. A few mugs of coffee didn't make me feel any more alert, nor did a cool shower. I dragged on the first clothes that came to hand and used my fingers to comb through my hair because I couldn't find a comb or a brush. It might have been the tears in my eyes or the feeling of being slightly out of it that made even such simple things as that so difficult. My emotions rose and fell moment to moment, waves of exhaustion, stress, disappointment, anger. I wanted anger to be the strongest, wanted it to drown the disillusionment and disappointment. Anger would strengthen me. The others, they were sucking my soul dry. Another coffee made me jittery. I drank half, threw the remainder away, and checked the kitchen clock for what must have been the 20th time. There was no point in leaving too soon. The police station would be open, of course, but I wasn't sure what the process was for someone making inquiries, so I was going with standard 9 to 5 operating hours. It was only a little over 18 miles to the police station in Ilfracombe. On a good day, I might do it in under 30 minutes. But because it was the way my life was going, it wasn't one of those good days. Somehow, I took a wrong turn and ended up on the road to Barnstable, only discovering my mistake when I'd gone several miles in the wrong direction. It was another few miles of winding country roads before I found a place to turn around. Then, because it was the kind of day it was, I got stuck first behind a tractor, then behind a caravan, so it was nearly an hour after leaving the cottage when I pulled into the police station car park. There was a strong smell of bleach in the reception area. It made me blink and look around with suspicious eyes as I wondered what it was being used to hide. But there was nothing obviously amiss. The place was quiet, with only a few people sitting on the benches against the wall, and a couple of uniformed officers standing to one side deep in conversation. Neither was the officer I wanted to speak to. The reception desk stretched along the back wall. There were 2 windows to choose from with no queue at either. Neither of the staff looked up as I approached. One was male, one female. I'd had my fill of troublesome lying men recently, so I headed towards the female. She immediately looked up, and I found myself being instantly and obviously assessed. I must have passed the woman's personal shit detector because she gave a nod and asked, "Good morning, how can I help you?" "Hi." I rested my hands on the edge of the counter. In the next few minutes, I might know the identity of the body in the water. I wasn't sure if I wanted it to be Ben or not, wasn't sure what the ramifications of either were. But if I knew, either way, it might be that loose thread I needed. I'd pull it and everything would fall into place. I'd have laughed at the sudden dash of optimism if the serious face regarding me as she patiently waited for a response hadn't made me think better of it. I lifted a hand in apology. "Sorry, I'd like to speak to Police Constable Farrell, please." The receptionist's eager-to-please expression faded a little. "I'm afraid we don't have a PC Farrell, but—" "You don't?" I held up my hand to stop whatever it was the woman was going to say next. "Hang on, that can't be right. I was speaking to her, at my cottage, in Lynmouth, about the body in the river." My heart was pounding. A wave of exhaustion swept over me. It swamped me and made my legs weak. My hands tightened on the edge of the counter, but I didn't have the strength to hold on. "I'm sorry," I said weakly as I felt my vision fade. "I think I'm going to faint." And as the last word slipped from my mouth, I slid almost gracefully down the front of the reception desk to the floor. I'd a vague idea of shouts and noise, then nothing. When I came to, I was lying on my side with my hand under my cheek. There was a pillow under my head and a rug over me. I felt oddly comfortable and might have drifted off to sleep if it wasn't for an annoyingly irritating voice that kept asking if I could hear. I'd fainted. I hadn't suddenly gone deaf. The owner of the voice, or perhaps someone different, had picked up my other hand and pressed fingers over my wrist. I wasn't dead either. It seemed a wise option to open my eyes as proof. There was a uniformed officer on her knees. It was she who'd been holding my wrist. She dropped it and leant over me with sharp eyes. "You've come back to Earth." No, I was still on planet Bloody Mars. Fainting seemed to have switched me into sarcasm mode. I fainted. I hadn't gone on an off-world joyride. When the face suddenly vanished, I wondered if I'd said those words aloud. When it returned seconds later, I was pathetically grateful not to have been so awful to someone who was trying to help. "I think I can sit up now." "Okay, but take it slowly." I rolled onto my back, sat up, and lifted a hand to my thumping head. "Do you need to go to a hospital?" "I haven't rung for an ambulance, but I can if you think you need to go." "No, that's not necessary, thank you. I'm fine." I took my hand from my forehead and gave a shaky smile. I should have had something to eat rather than drink a gallon of coffee before I left home. A low blood sugar would definitely make you feel weak. She turned away to speak to someone behind her before returning to peer closely at me. You still look shockingly pale, so I suggest I take you into one of our interview rooms and get you something to eat. See if you feel better before you carry on with why-ever you were here. I would have preferred to have left, to go somewhere quiet and try to process this newest shocking piece of information. P.C. Farrell didn't exist. So what about all those people who'd attended to the dead body? Had they been real or some kind of rent-a-crowd? Shit, perhaps it hadn't even been a dead body at all. Perhaps I'd pushed a mannequin to the riverside. My name is Wendy. I'm the station first aider. If I give you a hand, do you think you could stand? She looked suddenly apologetic. It's getting busy in here and people are getting a little impatient. For the first time, I realized there was a ring of people staring at me. Color flooded my face. I'm so sorry. I scrambled to my feet, almost knocking the attentive Wendy off hers, apologizing again. Sorry. Come with me. Wendy didn't give me a choice. She wrapped an arm around my waist and urged me from the reception. You can sit in here, she said, using her foot to push open the door into a sparsely furnished, rather clinical room. She led me to a chair and pushed me down onto it. Sit. I'll get you something to eat. When she was gone, I rested my arms on the table in front of me and laid my head down. I no longer knew anything. Worse, I could no longer believe anything I was told or much of what I'd seen. My eyes filled and I let the tears fall onto the table. Really, I should leave before that nice first aider whose name I'd already forgotten returned. Wendy, that was it. Or was it? So far, nobody I'd met recently had turned out to be who they said they were. It would have been funny if it wasn't so ridiculously sad, and more than a little terrifying. Exhausted, I stayed with my head down until I heard the door open. Looking up, I met the worried face of the first aider. It's Wendy, isn't it? I asked, hoping to see a nod of agreement, stupidly relieved when it came. I've put you to a lot of trouble. I am sorry. Absolutely no need to apologize. Wendy put a mug and a plate holding 2 slices of buttered toast on the table. I should have asked, but I hope tea with milk is okay. She fished packets of sugar from her pocket and dropped them on the table. Not sure if you take it, but it might be a good idea. It'll boost your blood sugar quicker. I did as suggested and emptied a packet of sugar into the mug of what looked like very strong tea. There wasn't a spoon, so I gave the mug a swirl before taking a sip. It wasn't very hot, but it still brought tears to my eyes. Oh dear, Wendy said, taking the seat opposite. Is there someone I can ring for you? I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll help if I can. Resisting the temptation to wail childishly that nobody could help, I brushed the tears from my eyes and took a healthy mouthful of tea. You've already helped, thank you. I reached for the toast, and I'm sure I'll be much better after this. Wendy looked satisfied. She stood and indicated the door with a wave. I need to go and do a bit of work, but I'll be back in a few minutes. Sit tight, finish eating. There's no rush for the room. Once again, I did as I was told. It was easier this way. I finished the toast, drank the remainder of tea, then sat back with a sigh. What now? I'd absolutely no idea and was too tired to think. Sleep might be the best bet. I'd go back to the cottage, climb into bed, and try to get some rest. And then? Would I wake up and everything would be okay? I sat up straighter in the chair. Wendy had been correct. I did feel a little better after the sugared tea and toast. I was in the police station. It made better sense to stay until I had the truth. P.C. Farrell might not exist, but someone had to have responded to my 999 call. I hadn't imagined making it or finding that dead body. Or had I? My newfound determination was demolished by those 3 simple words. Had I imagined it all? Perhaps I'd had one of those dreams which seemed so real. If only I wasn't so damn tired, things might make more sense. I should leave. I shuffled to the edge of the chair before shaking my head and sitting back. No, I should stay. Ask the question. Face the truth. They might look at me strangely. They might even suggest I needed help. But it would be better not to leave the police station until I'd learned the truth, whatever that turned out to be. 29. It was several minutes before Wendy returned, by which time I'd batted the I should leave, I should stay, back and forth numerous times until I was as weary from it as I was from lack of sleep. "You're looking a little better," Wendy said from the doorway. "You okay to talk about why you were here?" I folded my arms across my chest, a defensive gesture which made Wendy raise an eyebrow, enter the room, and take the seat opposite again. As a police constable, I've seen some weird and crazy things in my time, so nothing you can say is likely to surprise or shock me. It seemed better to give an edited version of the truth until I knew a little more. On Friday, I found a body floating in the river near my cottage in Lynmouth. I dialed 999 and the police came. A constable came to speak to me, and I came here today to ask her if they'd identified the man. Unable to read either surprise or an acknowledgement on the officer's face, I continued. I asked for her at the desk, but was told she didn't exist, which came as a bit of a shock, as you can imagine. I didn't add that I was beginning to wonder if I'd imagined everything. "The East Lynn River body," Wendy said. "Yes, I heard about it." I felt like punching the air in relief, but I settled for allowing my tense shoulders to relax. "I think it's taken more out of me than I'd expected it would. You wouldn't be human if it didn't." A loud shout in the distance made the officer jerk her head towards the door, but when it was followed by silence, she shrugged and brought her attention back to me. "You came to speak to the officer who attended, to ask about the body's identity, is that right?" "Yes." I hesitated, then deciding I'd nothing to lose, continued. "I didn't see the man's face, you see, and it's been bothering me that it might be someone I know." It was a half-truth, but as much as I was willing to say. The officer I spoke to on the day said her name was P.C. Farrell, so when the woman on reception said there was nobody here by that name, well, you can understand my confusion. She was correct. We don't have a P.C. Farrell. I raised a hand. I know. I wasn't going to faint this time. The dead body had existed. The police had attended. There had to be a rational explanation for Farrell. "I don't think you do," Wendy said calmly. "There's no police constable called Farrell, but we do have an officer called O'Farrell. She's quite precious about that O." I shut my eyes. Is that what the woman on reception had been about to tell me before I'd so unceremoniously dropped to the ground? Once more, I'd been a victim of my own stupidity. I opened my eyes to find Wendy looking at me sympathetically. "I've been a right idiot, haven't I?" "You look to me to be under a lot of stress. It's hard to think clearly in that situation." She got to her feet. "I need to get to work, but I've seen P.C. O'Farrell around. Hang on here, and I'll ask her to come and speak to you. I hope she'll be able to answer any questions you have." "Thank you. You've been very kind. I really am sorry." "No need." With a final nod, Wendy left the room. It was another 15 minutes before the door opened again. Minutes I spent castigating myself for being such an idiot. Stress was making me jump to wrong conclusions and imagine things. But I wasn't wrong about that bastard Owen James. Or was I? I groaned at the lost opportunity to ask Wendy if she knew of a detective by that name. Perhaps whoever I'd spoken to yesterday had been mistaken. It was a question I could put to P.C. O'Farrell. O'Farrell. I wouldn't make that mistake again. And as coincidences often happened, just then she appeared in the doorway. "You wanted to speak with me?" Yes. Stupidly, now that I was face to face with the officer, I wasn't sure where to start. "I got your name wrong." I wasn't surprised to see confusion flit across her face. What a stupid place to begin. "When I came in, I asked to speak to P.C. Farrell and made a right fool out of myself by fainting when they told me there was nobody here by that name." "Ah, right," O'Farrell said, entering the room and taking a seat. I'd heard there'd been a commotion in reception. A commotion. How embarrassing. I felt my cheeks redden. Didn't they simply explain it's O'Farrell? I didn't give them the opportunity. I pushed the empty mug and plate noisily to one side and leant forward on the table. I wanted to ask you about the body I found in the river, if you'd managed to identify the man. I wondered if police officers did special training in how to show no emotion, because there wasn't the slightest alteration in the officer's expression. No curiosity, no surprise. P.C. Maitland said you were worried it might be someone you knew. There was still no evidence of surprise or confusion on her face, but O'Farrell tilted her head as she looked at me, as if weighing me up. When we spoke the day you found the body, you didn't mention the possibility it might be someone you knew. Has something happened since to make you reconsider? The room was quiet. It was also increasingly chilly. Perhaps they'd turned the heating off to encourage me not to linger. More likely, it was the cold eyes of the officer causing my blood to freeze. By P.C. Maitland, I assumed she meant Wendy, who'd been too bloody quick to pass on what I'd stupidly said. Now was the time to explain about Owen James, Ben Williams, and my pathetic act of revenge. Even the thought of trying to explain it all made me feel ill. It was all pointless if the body wasn't Ben's, and O'Farrell still hadn't said if they'd identified the body or not. If I hadn't dropped my mobile into the river, I wouldn't be in this situation, under the prying, curious eyes of the constable who was patiently waiting for an answer. Instead of providing one, I asked, "What's the name of the detective in charge of the investigation?" As if she was mulling over the reason I hadn't answered her question, O'Farrell took a few seconds to answer. D.I. Maxwell. I didn't speak to him on Wednesday, did I? I gave a shaky smile. As you can imagine, I was a bit shocked, and my memory is a little blurred. No, the D.I. wasn't needed at the scene. O'Farrell smiled, the first time she'd shown any emotion. It's generally us P.C. plods who attend a scene, you know, maybe the detective sergeant if he's free, but the D.I. rarely ventures out of the office. Her smile broadened. It's rarely as it's portrayed on TV. I thought a D.I. James was in charge. I shook my head, as if annoyed at my continued confusion. I told you, that day is all a bit of a blur. Or maybe I'm confused with something P.C. Maitland said earlier. She wouldn't have mentioned a D.I. James. Maybe he's based in Minehead or Barnstaple, I interrupted, then hurried to add, I was sure that was the name she gave me, D.I. Owen James. O'Farrell looked at me in a silence that lasted so long I shuffled restlessly. Maybe I was mistaken. I think you were. Maitland wouldn't have mentioned a D.I. James. I've been with the Devon and Somerset police for longer than she has, and I can assure you there's no detective of that name stationed here or anywhere else. She folded her arms across her chest and frowned. So Maitland wouldn't have mentioned anyone by that name. She did, however, mention you were concerned you might have known the drowning victim. So I'm asking you once again, Ms. Doyle, why do you think that? Because a man, who wasn't who he said he was, had said it was a man I'd had suspended, a man I'd a reason to hate. I needed to know if everything O.J. had said to me had been a lie, to know exactly how big a fool I'd been. I'd worry about the why of it all later. You saw how close the river is to the cottage. You could say it's almost in our front garden. I have brought many friends down over the years. I didn't think of it at the time with the shock of the discovery, but later, I did wonder if one of them had decided to pay a visit. It didn't sound too off the wall, did it? I was quite pleased with my quick thinking. You think a friend might have walked to your cottage from Lynmouth to visit? Wouldn't they have driven and come down from the road? My friends are the athletic sort. They'd think nothing of the walk. Under the shelter of the table, I crossed my fingers in hope I wouldn't be asked to name any of these imaginary friends. They wouldn't have rung in advance to let you know? Of course they would. Nobody was going to drive all the way to Lynmouth and walk from the town on the off chance I'd be there. Shit! Think! Yes, I said, nodding and drawing out the word as my addled brain tried to think of a logical reason. But I'd lost my phone. I saw the slightest of movements in the officer's eyebrows, a slight rise of disbelief. I was taking a photo of the river for my mother, who loves it. True so far. I took a step backwards, fell in, and my mobile went flying. Again, the truth, nothing but the truth. It happened a few days ago, so I might have had a message to say one of my friends was coming for a visit. Big lie. Now I had to keep track of the many I was telling. I could simply tell her the truth, except I wasn't sure what that was. I could tell her about OJ and admit to having let a man I barely knew spend the night in my isolated cottage. The thought made me cringe. I could tell her about Ben, how I'd been waiting for the opportunity for months to get my revenge, and then I'd have to tell her why I'd felt the need. How 2 different men had made an idiot out of me. Fool me twice, shame on me. Right, O'Farrell said, the level of disbelief in the one word such that it seemed to echo with it through the room. So, based on what you saw, the height and build of the man you rescued from the river, do you think you know who it was? My memory of the body was that it was of average height and of larger than average build. Sadly, it could fit several men I know. I hoped I looked sufficiently sad at the thought of one of these imaginary friends having perished. If only I hadn't lost my mobile. I widened my eyes. Look at me, so innocent, so worried about my imaginary friend. Had it worked? I watched the officer intently, waiting for a reaction, any reaction. Finally, when I was ready to scream, I saw the officer nod, and I began to think I'd played the right cards and was out of trouble. I allowed myself to relax, just a little, so was taken completely unawares when PC O'Farrell nodded again and asked, with deceptive gentleness and calm, "You lost your mobile, so how were you able to ring the police when you found the body?" 30. How had I been able to ring the police if my mobile had been lost in the foaming waters of the East Lynn? I needed to come up with a valid answer. Hard to do with O'Farrell's gimlet eyes boring into me and exhaustion fogging my thought processes. Impossible to do when there wasn't an answer. My mother's. I smiled at the officer's obvious disbelief and took a breath while my brain raced to catch up. She'd left it here the last time she was down, and she'd asked me to pick it up for her. It was flat, of course, but I was able to plug it in and ring while it was charging. It was believable, wasn't it? There was no reason for O'Farrell to check the 999 call I'd made. I kept my expression locked in neutral as I felt those inquisitive eyes searching, prying for a crack. It was seconds before I saw what I'd hoped for. Acceptance. "It's an awful nuisance," I said. "All my personal contacts were on my mobile." I needed to stop gilding the lily. I suppose it was why I started to worry. If it was one of my friends who drowned, my other friends had no way to contact me. But I could have rung them, couldn't I? It needed more lies to make sense, and I was getting more weary and confused with each. It was an awkward situation. I could hardly ring, explain I'd found a dead body in the river, and was worrying if it was one of them. My laugh sounded fake even to my ears, so I wasn't surprised when O'Farrell's eyebrows tipped upwards again. "So you can see why I was hoping you'd be able to tell me if you'd identified him." I ground to a halt, wilting in face of the constable's narrowed eyes. "I suppose there's no harm in telling you," O'Farrell began slowly, almost as if she was trying to reassure herself there wasn't. She gave a sigh and shook her head. "As yet, we haven't discovered his identity. His fingerprints aren't on our system, and his details don't match those of men reported missing in the last few days. Unfortunately, due to post-mortem injuries, facial recognition is going to be impossible too. So, We'd appreciate it if you'd speak to your friends to check and inform us if your fears are justified." "You didn't find a mobile on the body?" "A mobile?" O'Farrell frowned. "That's a strange question, but no, we didn't." Of course they hadn't. OJ had lied to me about everything. I shuffled in my seat under the constable's continued close observation. "It's only that most people carry one these days, don't they? All my friends would do. I'll ring them to set my mind at ease that they're all safe." Then, because I was feeling like an idiot, I continued, "You must think me so foolish. I'm sorry for wasting your time." O'Farrell stood. "No apologies necessary. You were anxious. It was a good idea to come and try to get those anxieties laid to rest." She opened the door, then turned. "Stay here for as long as you need." I felt a twinge of guilt. They'd been so nice to me, and all I'd done was lie and mislead. I should have told the truth from the start. I could call the constable back and start again. Say I'd lied about the damn phone, that I thought someone had been following me and some man had called posing as a police officer. I could tell her everything. Tell her that this time it was the truth. And she'd believe me, wouldn't she? I ran a hand over my face. I was so tired I wasn't sure any of it made sense to me, so how could I make the scrambled tale of hurt and humiliation, revenge and retribution, of dead bodies, imposters, and a gullible woman make sense to O'Farrell? Except the fog of tiredness cleared, not completely, but enough to show a patch of light. Could it be that somehow they were related? OJ had lied about who he was, but perhaps he hadn't lied about the body. Just because the police hadn't identified him didn't mean it wasn't Ben. I'd thought about getting revenge on him for so long, considering the revenge to be justifiable. I hadn't given any consideration to Tom or Angie. I'd been blinded to anything apart from my obsessive need to punish Ben. I jumped into the idea of revenge with my stupid eyes shut. They were open now, and what I was seeing scared me, because if it was Ben I'd found, and I was suddenly sure it was, he'd come to Lynmouth because of me. And my revenge had had deadly consequences. "31. The twisty, narrow road required my full concentration on the drive back to Lynmouth. That's what I kept telling myself every time Ben or OJ's face popped into my head. I shut them away and focused on the journey. There was no other car parked in the space on the road above the cottage. I might have taken some relief from that if there weren't other concealed places further along the road where someone could have hidden a vehicle had they so desired. I was thinking of that bastard OJ, of course. He could be watching me as I sat in my car like a bloody sitting duck. I knew he'd be back when he couldn't get me on the mobile. He wouldn't know I'd been to Ilfracombe and had discovered the truth about his impersonation. I should have been scared, I suppose. I was in an isolated place with no way of contacting anyone except by email, but the only emotion that was managing to pierce the tiredness at this stage was a simmering anger. There had been heavy rain overnight. The path upward had been slippery. It was worse on the journey down, and more than once, I slipped and reached out to a branch to prevent a fall. Usually, I'd have proceeded with sensible caution, but I began to get an uneasy feeling I was being watched. The simmering anger that had filled me with bravado leaked away with disconcerting speed. Now, it was fear that made itself felt. I didn't know what OJ's intentions were, but they were very unlikely to be beneficial to either my welfare or health. I made the descent at speed, my feet slipping and skidding, eyes skittering continuously as I tried to decide whether a shimmering leaf or bending bough was the sign of someone moving, afraid to stop to check in case whoever it was took the opportunity to pounce. I arrived at the door of the cottage almost out of breath. As I stood with the keys in my hand, I heard the distinctive warning call of a blackbird. Was it signaling the presence of a four-legged predator or a two-legged human hunter? It seemed sensible to get inside and lock the door behind me. Then I dragged a chair across and wedged it under the knob, just in case. There was no time to relax. I hurried from window to window and pulled over the shutters. Each had an ironwork catch to secure it. I dropped them in place, the noisy clang reverberating in my ears as I moved from one to the other. Even when the cottage was as secure as I could make it, both front and back, I wasn't able to relax. I stood in the center of the living room and listened. There were the usual voices of the landscape surrounding the cottage, the rustling of leaves, creaking of trees and branches, the bubbling and gurgling of the river. But now, I wondered what was hiding behind it. Was there someone using the background noises as a cover to slink closer? I'd a vague memory I'd seen yet another storm predicted on a recent weather forecast and patted my pocket in search of my mobile to check, grimacing when I remembered it was lost. I crossed to my laptop, took it down, and sat with it on my knee. It'd be good to know if another storm was going to hit the north coast of Devon, although I wasn't sure what I was going to do with the knowledge. Batten down the hatches, I supposed, although hadn't I already done that? The cottage was secure against intruders, human or weather-related. It took a few seconds for my old laptop to power up, and a few more to realize I was in more trouble than I'd thought. There was no Wi-Fi signal. It had always been an issue in the valley where the cottage was situated, but new technology had made it easier in the last couple of years. There was still the odd time, like the recent storm, when it didn't work, but there was no reason for there to be a problem that day. Putting the laptop down on the seat beside me, I stood and went to the corner where the router and booster were set up. They seemed to be okay. All the correct lights were flashing. It was probably a glitch. So with all my technical training and information technology expertise, I did what millions did. I switched the router off, waited for a minute, then switched it back on again. Then did the same with the laptop. It didn't make any difference. I resisted the temptation to use the other old favorite remedy and give the laptop a bang. No Wi-Fi, no phone. I was completely cut off. In frustration, I hammered on the keyboard, as if by doing so it'd wake the Wi-Fi up. It didn't. All it did was break a fingernail. I pulled the broken sliver away and flung it towards the fireplace, then chewed the ragged edge of the nail, trying to decide what to do. Finally, I decided to do what I should have done days before, to pack up and leave. It didn't take long to throw my few belongings into a bag. With the track up to the car as slippery as it was, I needed to keep a hand free, so I left the food I'd bought in the fridge. My mother would be annoyed to come down and find it, but she'd understand when I explained my dilemma. Or a sanitized version of it anyway. When I opened the front door, I saw the predicted storm had arrived. The wind had picked up. It swirled leaves around the cottage, bent branches on the surrounding trees and shrubs, and made the trunks of some of the taller trees sway. I swore loudly as rain began to fall. There was something almost feral about Devon rain. It pummeled me as I locked the door and started the climb to my car. Slippery before, the path was treacherous now. The heavy rain was already sending rivulets dancing down it to polish the stones and make a sticky mess of the soil. Rain ran from my water-sodden hair over my face. Blinded, I missed my footing again and again and lurched side to side to grasp the branch of a tree or a nearby shrub. But with visibility impaired by the rain, I grabbed hold of a bramble and instantly felt the pain of several thorns embed in my hands. I pulled away, too quickly, too abruptly, lost my balance, and came down heavily on one knee, sending my hold-all flying from my other hand. The pain was so intense it made me weak. Unable to move, the rain bounced off my head and shoulders, ran down my face, and took my tears with it. Only when the wave of pain eased could I manage to stand. It was tempting to leave the hold-all where it had landed, but it was one my mother had bought me. For that alone, I wanted to keep it. I looked up towards the road, then back towards the cottage. Neither my destination nor point of departure could be seen from where I stood. My knee was aching, and I wondered if going back would be easier than going on. But going back meant being isolated. If I could get to the car, I could manage the short drive into Lynmouth and find somewhere safer to stay. The rain, if anything, had grown heavier, relentless. Every step was agony, and when I slipped, twisting my already damaged knee, the pain was so bad I began to cry again. I brushed the tears away with a muddy hand and looked towards the road again. It was impossible to see through the rain, but it couldn't be much further. I used the branch of a shrub to pull to my feet. That final fall had been too much for my injured knee. It was almost impossible to put my foot to the ground. Almost, but I didn't have a choice. One desperate, agonizing push, and I was there, on the road. Looking at the car and wiping the rain from my face with a bramble-shredded, bloody hand. A couple of limping steps took me to the driver's door. It was a few seconds before my cold, wet hands were able to pull keys from my pocket and press the fob to unlock it. Getting inside was an ordeal. The sopping wet denim of my jeans fought the upholstery of the seat to make it impossible to slide in. My injured knee, already beginning to swell, was constricted by the wet fabric, and it took several minutes to maneuver it into the car. Rain thundering on the roof almost deafened me. I shoved the key into the ignition, set the windscreen wipers working, but didn't switch on the engine. Until the agony in my knee subsided a little, I wasn't going anywhere. The wipers, on full, battled to clear the rain. It was so heavy that visibility was reduced to a few feet in any direction. Soon it would be dark. I needed to be off this unsurfaced road before that. The wind had picked up. Rain this heavy would have caused a runoff of water down the hills. Soil, small stones, some rocks and other debris would be swept along. The wind would join in the fun and bring down trees whose roots had been freed, or branches grown heavy with the weight of wet foliage. It was safer to be back on the main road. Much safer to be in the warmth and comfort of a hotel. It was painful to move my knee, but I didn't have a choice. Turning the key in the ignition, I waited for the growl of the engine. When it didn't come, I didn't panic. The car was only 2 years old and had been serviced the previous month. It wouldn't not start. I blamed my wet hands. There was nothing to dry them on apart from the passenger seat. I leant over, groaned when my knee objected, and rubbed both hands on the upholstery. Surely the car would start now. It's what should have happened. It's what I expected to happen. Unfortunately, the only sound I heard was the continuous drum of the rain. I had to face it. The car was going nowhere. I was stuck, miles from anywhere, in the middle of a storm, with an injured knee. Things, I thought, couldn't get any worse. And then I felt the car move. 32. It was the wind bashing against the sides of the car. That was all. It couldn't possibly have moved, could it? I tensed in my seat. Then, there it was again. And this time, there was no mistake. The damn car was moving, but not in the direction I wanted to go. I opened the door and peered out. The internal light didn't show much, but what it did show made me gasp. Water running down the hillside on the other side of the road had combined and gathered debris as it fell. It had formed a mini tsunami and had opened a channel across the unsurfaced road, which was deepening by the second. My car wouldn't be pushed far, just enough to land in the shrubs on the side of the road. But the soil was softer there. It might overturn. If it did, I'd be stuck inside. It could be days before I was found, maybe even weeks. I wasn't the most attentive of daughters, so my parents wouldn't be too surprised not to hear from me for several days. Stockton Bridges wouldn't worry if I didn't return to work. They might even be relieved. A loud groan, followed by a creak and a crash. It startled me. The car jerked, the door I was holding open shut, and I was thrown back as the car moved, stopped, then moved again. Okay, there was no longer any time for debate. I had to get out before it was pushed over. Wet, in pain, and now terrified I'd left it too late, I threw open the door again, wrapped my hands around my damaged knee, and swung it out, then levered the rest of me from the car. I held on to the door as I tried to find a solid place to stand. It was a losing battle. The road had become a river. I slammed the door shut. My bag would need to stay where it was. Hopefully, in a day, maybe 2, I'd be able to come back for it. Now I was faced with another choice: make my way into Lynmouth on foot or return to the cottage. The walk into the village took 15 minutes by the river path, but the winding roads were a different story. On a good day, it would take at least 30 minutes to walk, and this was not a good day. Trees could be down, and in my condition, climbing over fallen trunks wasn't an option. It seemed, once again, I wasn't really left with any choice. Storm clouds covered the sky, shutting out most of the light. Soon night would fall, and the darkness would be total. I needed to return to the cottage before that happened. The cottage had been built on one of many rocky outcrops that lay alongside the river. The easiest route down to it lay between it and an adjacent one. Unfortunately, this was also the fastest way for rainwater running off the hills to make its way to the river. It would have been difficult had I not injured my knee, but now it was both difficult and dangerous. With pain accompanying every step, determination kept me going over the slippery, uneven, water-lashed ground. Finally, I was down. The cottage never looked so welcoming, and I limped towards it. Only when I reached the door did I remember I'd left the keys in the ignition of the car, and on that keyring was the key to the cottage which, in my haste, I'd forgotten to return to the key safe. I leant against the door and stared unblinking into the darkness that had fallen as I'd descended. What now? I couldn't go back up to the road to start the walk into Lynmouth. If I hadn't put the shutters on all the windows, I'd have broken one to get into the cottage, but I'd pulled them all across and locked them too. There was no point in attempting to break in through either the front or back doors. They were as solid as the rocks the cottage was built on. What could I do? Curl up on the doorstep and wait for hypothermia to set in? I was already shivering. There was a little shelter in the doorway, but it was probably the only place. Then I laughed, a sad, desperate sound that was barely audible over the wind that howled around the edges of the cottage. I couldn't curl up in the doorway. I wasn't even sure I could bend my knee to sit. There was a sudden, weird silence, as if the storm had decided it had had enough. Even the force of the rain seemed to drop. But I'd lived through enough storms to face the truth. The worst was yet to come. And come it did. Whereas before the wind had howled, now it roared. Inside, warm, dry, and safe, I'd have almost enjoyed it. Outside, cold and wet, it was terrifying. But the wind proved to be my friend. As I huddled in the doorway, there was a loud crack as one of my mother's precious pots was blown over and broken. I hit my head against the door behind. Idiot! Because my mother, who was always mislaying the key, kept a spare one for the cottage under a pot. I'd no idea under which of the multitude of pots I'd find it, but it would be there. Something had to go my way. It would have been easier if I'd had my mobile to use the torch facility. In the dark, I scrabbled to find a pot, then searched in the murk underneath for a key. Several minutes and several upturned pots later, having grabbed hold of stones, worms, and snails, my fingers finally closed over something cold, hard, and flat. I was crying in relief as I put the key in the cottage door and sobbing when I was inside with the door shut behind me. Wet, dirty, in pain, I wasn't sure which problem to address first. As I took a step forward, my knee screamed in answer, pain relief of some sort. In the bedroom, I rummaged in the dresser drawers. My mother kept a supply for every situation. Taking out a packet of ibuprofen, I hobbled into the kitchen for a drink. If I stopped, I wasn't sure I'd be able to move again, so I kept going, lit the fire, then took a shower to wash the mud and dirt away. The ibuprofen had taken the edge off the pain, but my knee still ached. In the kitchen, I checked the freezer. A packet of frozen peas would have been the ideal option, but there was nothing but a frozen lasagna and a half packet of mini magnums. I emptied the ice cube tray onto a tea towel, wrapped it up, and took it with me along with a bottle of wine and a glass. I lowered myself to the sofa, lifted my injured leg, and wrapped the makeshift ice pack around my knee. It had been one hell of a day. I resisted the temptation to say or even think the next day would be better. With my injured leg, there was no way to get to Lynmouth, so unless the Wi-Fi miraculously started to work, I was completely isolated. Fear was nibbling at the edges of my mind like a particularly vicious little animal. I refused to give in to it. I was safe. Nobody was getting inside the cottage unless I let them in. All I could do was hope my knee wasn't too badly damaged, sprained rather than torn or broken, and in a couple of days, I'd be able to make my way to the village. I wondered if my car was still up on the road or if it was stuck in the ditch. If the Wi-Fi returned, I could contact a garage to come and tow it out. I wrapped my arms around myself and stared into the fire. I refused to give in to the fear, but it'd be stupid not to admit I was afraid. There had been no reason for my car not to start. It had been serviced only recently. There'd been no reason for the Wi-Fi to suddenly stop, and I had a strange feeling that even if I had my mobile, it wouldn't be working either. Somebody wanted to keep me isolated, but I'd no idea who or why. The storm continued unabated through the night, but its ferocity didn't worry me. What did, what kept me tossing and turning, was worrying about my situation. Because if I really believed that everything that had happened recently was connected, didn't it follow that my car refusing to start and the mysteriously vanishing Wi-Fi were also connected? When sleep did come, my dream self was running, my head twisting to look behind me, my feet slipping and sliding on a red slick flowing from the veins of a gigantic dead man lying prone on the hillside. When I fell, when my hands landed in the sticky mess, I woke with a cry. The dream meant nothing, as dreams rarely did. It didn't mean that the death of that unknown man was to be my downfall. It might not, but it did put an end to any attempt to sleep. The few hours I'd had would have to get me through the day. I took a couple more painkillers with my coffee as I stared out the kitchen window. The wind wasn't roaring or howling anymore, simply shushing through the leaves on the trees above the cottage. When the caffeine and pain relief got into my system, I'd open the front door and survey the damage. It was much as I'd expected. The frontage of the cottage was littered with leaves, small branches, and twigs. A few pots had been blown over, but apart from the one that had broken the previous night, only one other had a crack that didn't look survivable. If I was able before I left, I'd hide the evidence to spare my mother. The rain had eased to a light drizzle. If it wasn't for my banjaxed knee, I'd have climbed the track to the road to see how the poor car had fared. But although my knee was less swollen, attempting what would be a slippery trek would have been foolish. Not far below, the river was in full fury, and the roar of it as it tumbled towards the sea filled the air. Normally, I'd have enjoyed the sound. Now everything, the river, the woodland, even the cottage itself, was tainted by a strange unease. I shut the door and went to the kitchen to see what I could find to eat. The choice wasn't great, which made it easier to simply eat what was there. I brought yet another coffee to the sofa, grabbed my laptop, and switched it on. No surprise, the Wi-Fi was still out. I could watch TV or read a book, but I didn't do either. I'd wanted to find a string to pull that would help me to unravel the mess my life had become, but so far, I'd failed dismally. I'd probably have sat there all morning, moving all the elements around in an attempt to make sense of everything, if someone hadn't knocked loudly on the front door. Luckily, the mug I was holding was empty because it went flying. It bounced and spun, playing the old childish game of spin the bottle. When it stopped, the handle firmly pointed towards me. I was it. In a game I'd started and wanted, really wanted to be over, because I'd learned the truth. In the game of revenge, there weren't any winners. The knock came again, louder, more impatient. The cottage wasn't the kind of place where people arrived unexpectedly. If it was that damn fake detective, OJ, there to find out why he hadn't been able to get me on my mobile, how was I going to play it? Pretend I didn't know and wait to see what happened next? I wasn't sure I could. Fear crept over my skin, paralyzing me. No, I should stay quiet. Whoever was there would eventually give up. I swung my bad leg to the floor, then sat staring at the door, pleading silently for them to go away. But it appeared whoever was there was desperate to speak to me, because they knocked again, louder and more insistently. I used the arm of the sofa to pull to my feet, then slowly crossed the room. They could stand out there knocking till their knuckles bled, but I wasn't letting them in, and I wouldn't have if I hadn't heard someone call through the door. "Ms. Doyle? It's P.C. O'Farrell and Detective Inspector Maxwell." The police? A good thing or a bad? I wasn't sure. At least I was certain they were the police. It had to be a good start. I pinned a smile in place and opened the door. "Good morning. This is a surprise." After the previous day and the feeling of isolation, it might even be counted as a pleasant one, but it was probably better to keep that to myself. I stood back and waved them in. I was about to make some coffee. Would you like some? Or tea?
I have tea too.
Relief combined with uncertainty was making me babble. I shut up and waited for a response. "Coffee would be good," Maxwell said. It was a hell of a drive from Ilfracombe. Always terrible after such a bad storm. I looked from him to O'Farrell. It was my third time to meet the uniformed officer, but there was no friendliness in her eyes. "What about you? Tea or coffee?" "She'll have coffee too. Black for both of us." Maxwell crossed to the sofa. He was a big man, broad, with a pot belly that spoke of a taste for beer. When he sat, he took up most of the seat. O'Farrell didn't appear offended to have had Maxwell speak for her, and took the remaining space on the sofa without a word. "Right, well, I'll go and get that. Make yourselves at home." I wondered if they'd noticed the last was said with heavy sarcasm. Wondered, too, if they'd comment on my limp as I hobbled to the kitchen. Maybe one of them would suggest I sit, and they'd make the damn coffee. But neither budged. It wasn't necessary, but I filled the kettle to the brim and switched it on. It would give me time to think. Why were the police here? And not just the PC this time, but a detective inspector. It had to be about the body I'd found in the river. Maybe they'd identified the man, and they'd come out of courtesy to inform me. Drive through the aftermath of a storm to deliver good news. It almost made me laugh, but since I couldn't come up with any logical idea to account for their arrival, I made coffee and carried the 3 mugs out. "Here you go," I said, putting all 3 down on the coffee table, before picking one up to hand to both my unannounced visitors. I took the seat opposite. It felt bizarrely as if I was facing an interview or an interrogation. The thought made me sit up straighter and grip the handle of the mug tighter. Should my next line be, "Do I need a lawyer?" No, this was the UK. It'd be, "Do I need a solicitor?" Shit, now even my brain was babbling. I took a sip of my coffee, then held the mug against my chest and said, "I'm sure this isn't a social visit." I left it at that and waited. Maxwell slurped his coffee noisily. "Hot," he said, stretching forward to put it on the table. I hoped the comment didn't reflect his powers of deduction, and pressed my lips together to prevent a nervous giggle from escaping. "You came to speak to us yesterday," Maxwell said. It wasn't a question, so I didn't nod or say yes. I'd have liked to have told him to get on with it, to spit it out, whatever it was. My grip on the handle of the mug was so tight, I was afraid it would break off under the pressure. I lifted the coffee to my mouth, took a tiny sip, then did as he'd done and put it down. "You told P.C. O'Farrell." He tilted his head towards the woman on his right. "You were afraid the body you'd found in the East Lynne might be someone you knew." Again, it wasn't a question, so I merely blinked and said nothing. "Explain to me why you thought that." A question at last, just not one I wanted to answer. Shit, what lies had I told O'Farrell? I flicked my eyes in her direction, but there was no help from that quarter. I suppose police work trumped female solidarity. I didn't see the man's face. It was only later that I wondered if it had been someone I knew. Someone, perhaps, who'd come to visit, taken the river path from the car park and had a misadventure. The river had been unusually full the previous few days due to the heavy rain. Someone who didn't know its danger might have been caught unawares. I was pleased with my story. It all sounded believable, and my tone of voice was perfect, concerned and a little perplexed. You said a friend may have tried to contact you to tell you they were on their way, but you'd lost your phone. This time, although it wasn't a question, I felt impelled to answer. That's right. I was taking a photo of the river for my mother and slipped. I gave a quick laugh. It isn't why you're here, is it? Has my mobile turned up somewhere? It was said half in jest. After all, stranger things happened, but neither of the officers gave it even the courtesy of a smile. No, of course not, I said. Sorry. What I was apologizing for, I wasn't sure. You didn't think it might be someone from Stockton Bridges, Maxwell said. I'd been staring down at my clasped hands, and my head jerked up in surprise. What? Maxwell reached for his coffee and took a sip. Better, he muttered, taking a mouthful. He kept the mug in his hand. Stockton Bridges, where you work, he said, as if it needed explaining. It seems you've made some enemies there. It was all unraveling. I had a childish desire to tell them it wasn't my fault, that Ben had started it, that my action was justified. Those WhatsApp messages were a disgrace, and I wasn't motivated simply by revenge, except that was a lie. I'd been waiting for an opportunity to pay that bastard back for the way he'd treated me, and I jumped at it when it had come. I reported misogynistic, racist language to the CEO, which resulted in 3 people being suspended. As a whistleblower, I was guaranteed anonymity, but my name was leaked. Some people weren't happy. The CEO, that's Brad Stockton, isn't it? Maxwell took a noisy slurp from the mug, then wiped a hand over his mouth. I'm guessing you were really pissed off with him that your name was released. He said he couldn't explain how it had happened and promised to investigate. I'd had such a hideous day, I told him I couldn't possibly go back, so he suggested I take the rest of the week off and maybe get away from Bath for a while. I waved a hand around the room, which is why I'm here. I wondered if they knew about the email, how Ben had denounced me, made it seem as if I was the bad guy and he the victim. He was reported missing yesterday morning. A sister traveled from London and made a formal identification. Although it shouldn't have come as a surprise, Ben's death still had the power to disturb me with a mess of conflicting emotions. Guilt, regret, and one I tried not to acknowledge. A smidgen of satisfaction that he'd got what he deserved. Maxwell tapped the side of his mug with a fingernail. We believe he came down to speak with you. He tapped his finger against the mug again, louder, faster. Is that what happened? He found out where you were, came to speak to you, and you argued. Maybe he fell. Maybe he had some help in falling. I stared at him. This was a joke, wasn't it? They couldn't seriously believe I'd a hand in Ben's death. I looked from one face to the other. Both were serious, fixed, implacable. It seemed they did. They thought I'd killed Ben. I'd been so stupid. If I told them about OJ now, if I tried to explain that he'd known the identity of the body days before, they'd want to know why I hadn't told them. They'd think I was making him up. So how could I tell them that I hadn't killed Ben, but maybe OJ had? I wasn't sure whether I should laugh, cry, or leap to my feet in absolute horror that they should believe I was capable of such a thing. I could tell them I wasn't. Revenge was one thing, but I wasn't capable of taking someone's life. I shook my head. I'm not sure where you got your information, but he wouldn't have come to speak with me. He'd have known there was no point. It's speaking ill of the dead, but he doesn't deserve any consideration. He was a male chauvinistic, misogynistic, racist homophobe. I put my mug down with a bang, then folded my arms. If he came in search of me, it was to do me harm, maybe to try to beat me into submission and get me to recant my complaint. Believe me, that's a far more likely tale. But also, believe me, I never saw him here and didn't know it was Ben's body I dragged from the river. I watched the two officers exchange a glance. They weren't easy to read, but I swear they looked puzzled. It was O'Farrell who spoke first. "You think it was Ben Williams' body you found?" It was my turn to look puzzled. "Isn't that what they said?" I wiped a hand over my forehead. It had been a few hours since I'd taken pain relief for my knee, and the dull ache was becoming almost unbearable. Maybe that's why nothing was making sense. "Isn't that what you said?" No, it wasn't. I tried to rewind the conversation in my head. Maxwell had definitely said Ben had been reported missing and identified, hadn't he? I shut my eyes and groaned. He hadn't been talking about Ben. Just as my mind cleared, O'Farrell confirmed it. It was Brad Stockton's body. I was so stunned, I couldn't think what to say. Brad Stockton was dead. I opened my eyes and looked pleadingly from one officer to the other. I didn't recognize him, and if he'd come here to speak to me, he never did, I swear. I could almost hear them thinking, of course she'd say that. Why would Stockton have come here to talk to me? Unless he'd discovered who'd sent the emails and wanted to tell me face to face rather than email me. He'd never struck me as being that considerate an employer. It was only when I'd mentioned I'd seen Ben lunching with J.P. Miller that he'd taken my complaint seriously. "He slipped and fell in, is that it? Maybe banged his head and was knocked unconscious." The post-mortem was inconclusive. I interrupted him with a raised hand, as if I was in school. I dropped it quickly and hoped neither of them noticed the blush that flared across my cheeks. "Inconclusive? So maybe he didn't drown?" I remembered a TV series I'd watched recently. "Are you saying there was no water in his lungs? That he was dead before he ended up in the river?" The glance O'Farrell and Maxwell shared was subtle, but it was there. Color washed my cheeks again. Anger now, not embarrassment. They were laughing at me. Maybe they were right to. I slumped back. "It must be annoying for you to have people watching nonsense on TV and seeing it as gospel." For the first time, Maxwell smiled. "It can be a little irritating, but no, that isn't what we're saying. There was water in Mr. Stockton's lungs. Therefore, he was alive when he went into the river. So he might have been knocked unconscious and drowned." Maxwell's smile faded as quickly as it had come. "Obviously, we can't discuss details." "Obviously." I remembered the big, burly man sat behind his desk. He was a man who liked to show off his size, his power. He wouldn't have been an easy man to subdue, because that was the alternative, that someone had held his head under water until he stopped breathing. Was that what the police were thinking? It was hard to tell from their unyielding expressions. I'm 5'3" and weighed just over 9 stone. He was 6 foot, maybe taller, easily 14 or 15 stone and muscular with it. It would have been impossible for me to have overpowered him, in case that's what you're thinking. "Knowledge is power," Maxwell said. "You know the river." I looked at him in disbelief. Was he seriously thinking I'd used the river as a weapon? They may snigger at the information I'd gathered from watching TV programs, but even though it might not be accurate, some of it was based on fact. I knew that means, motive, and opportunity were considered key components in establishing someone's guilt. If they were considering the river as a weapon, if they believed that Stockton had come to speak with me, and that I'd been annoyed with him for my name being released, then didn't I have all three? "You seriously think I killed him?" "You might have had words about the lack of anonymity. Perhaps you didn't mean to, but you lashed out with a blow that made him fall into the river." I shook my head. "That's simply ridiculous. I never saw him, and if it had happened the way you suggest, don't you think I'd have let his body drift out to sea and not drag it to the riverside as I did?" Maxwell was obviously giving my words some thought, but then he shook his head. There was no guarantee the body wouldn't have become snagged further down. This way, pulling the body to safety, alerting the police as you did, you might have thought you'd be cleared of any involvement in the death. "I am clear. I almost shouted the words. "I swear to you, I had nothing to do with it." I should tell them about Owen James, but he'd said the body was Ben, and it wasn't. He'd also said he was a police officer, and he wasn't. The well-dressed, handsome man was beginning to get fuzzy around the edges. Had I imagined him? The possibility that I had, that the stress of everything had finally got to me, was terrifying. Maxwell drained his mug. "We'll be off now." What? I was bemused and confused. Was I under arrest? Was he going to read me my rights, handcuff me, and take me away? They'd have a bloody difficult time dragging me up the hill with my bad knee. "We may have more questions at a later date. It might be better if you stay here. We don't want to have to go chasing after you for answers." Relief at not being under arrest vied with mounting irritation. I wasn't planning to leave. "You won't be able to drive anyway," O'Farrell said. "We saw your car up top. You're going to need a tow truck to pull it out of the ditch." She pointed to my knee. "You weren't limping yesterday. What happened?" She asked the question as if she had a right to the answer. Tempted to tell her it was none of her business, I sighed and rubbed a hand over my knee. I slipped coming down from the road. Better than saying I'd slipped on the way up, on my way to escape from the cottage. They might want to know why. Might think I was running from the scene of my crime. O'Farrell was staring at me. "You going to be okay? It doesn't look as if you'd manage the walk into Lynmouth. With your car out of commission, you're kind of stuck." I didn't need her sympathy. "I'll be fine." "Have you contacted a garage?" I was about to say I couldn't because I didn't have a phone when I remembered the lie I'd told the previous day. "I did, yes. Giffords will be out as soon as they can." I saw no doubt on her face. It seems I was becoming a very believable liar. All I had to do was to remember them. O'Farrell was correct, though. With my car out of commission and being unable to walk into Lynmouth, I was stuck and isolated in the biggest mess of my life. 35, I hobbled to the corner of the cottage and watched as Maxwell and O'Farrell started on the path upward. The torrent of water flowing down it had stopped, but it had left the surface of the track slippery and more unstable than ever. I wasn't surprised to see the younger officer setting off with enviable speed. O'Farrell struck me as the kind of person who'd be good at everything, the kind to dot every I and cross every T, a person to be wary of. Maxwell, however, he with the broad frame and extruding belly, did surprise me. Expecting him to be hesitant, to step cautiously, almost fearfully, I was taken aback to see him sprint up the hill on the heels of his younger, fitter junior. Never make assumptions. It was something to remember. Back in the cottage, with the day stretching ahead of me, I made more coffee, took a couple of painkillers, and sat on the sofa to consider everything the police had said. Brad Stockton was dead. I'd never had much to do with him, or the other CEO, Anthony Bridges. They were just the men in the expensive suits who occasionally attended meetings. Of the two, Stockton had seemed the more approachable, which is why it was he I chose to go to with my complaint. And now, he was dead. Had he come to speak to me? Perhaps to tell me who had breached my anonymity and to apologize? I thought about the body I'd found and shivered. Then I frowned. If he had come to talk to me, why hadn't he parked on the road above the cottage? He must have walked from the village, but to have been in the river where I found him, he must have walked further upstream, past the cottage. Had the police considered that? And had they searched for his car? It was clear they thought I had the means, motive, and opportunity to have murdered Stockton. I assumed they hadn't arrested me because they didn't have the final element, proof. All the evidence they had was, I searched for the correct word, circumstantial. That was it. Everything they had was circumstantial. But without closure, I'd always be under suspicion. I thought about opening yet another bottle from my father's wine collection. Alcohol would help to dull the worry and make the minutes of the day pass faster. But it would also slow my reactions, dull my senses, make me even more stupid than I was. Stupid. I was finding it increasingly difficult to reconcile the person I knew myself to be with the woman who thought revenge was a good idea. It would be easy to blame Ben, to say he'd done this to me, but the truth was, I had. I'd allowed what he'd done to take over my life. I should either have exposed him for the shit he was, or have left the job. Too late now to make better choices. It was chilly, so I lit the fire. I was restless, on edge. The wind had died down, the grumble of the river barely heard through the solid walls. The silence usually calmed me, but it wasn't usually filled with foreboding the way it was now, as if everything was simply waiting. I looked at my knee. The swelling had reduced a little. It might benefit from another ice pack, but I'd forgotten to fill the ice trays. Standing, I put my weight on it. Not too bad. If I took another couple of painkillers, would it allow me to walk to Lynmouth? I took a few steps across the room, trying not to limp, then took a few more. On a flat surface, I might be able to walk for a few minutes, but on the rough trail I'd need to take, one that would have been made worse after the recent rainfall, it'd be difficult, if not impossible. I was isolated in the cottage, but at least I could lock the doors, keep the shutters closed over the windows, and feel somewhat safe. Out there, I'd be vulnerable. I hobbled into the kitchen, filled the ice tray with water, and put it in the freezer. Because they were there, and I felt I was due a treat, I took out a Magnum and brought it back to the living room. Stretched out on the sofa, a cushion under my knee, I ate the ice cream and tried to believe everything was going to be okay. When I finished, I threw the stick towards the fire. It missed. Of course it did, because not one fucking thing was going my way. One glass of wine wouldn't do me any harm, and it might help me to think of a way out of the mess I'd got into. A glass of wine led quickly to a second. I grabbed the rug from the back of the sofa, pulled it over me, and shoved another cushion behind my head, then snuggled down a little more. Whether it was the heat from the fire, the alcohol, or the creeping exhaustion, I was beginning to drift off to sleep. I might have got there if there hadn't been a loud knock on the door. My eyes flew open, but I didn't move. I held my breath as I waited to see if the knock came again, or whether this time I was imagining it. I'd almost convinced myself I was, and my eyelids were flickering shut when it came again. Louder, more insistent. It wouldn't be the police, not back so quickly. Perhaps it was OJ. I almost hoped it was to prove he existed, because I wasn't sure. The silence had been filled with foreboding. Now it shimmied with tension so strong I could almost taste it. My knee had stiffened while I lay there, so it took a couple of minutes before I managed to stand. The knock came twice more before I got to the door. There was no way to see who was on the other side. I could ask, of course, but that would confirm I was there, and I wasn't sure it was sensible to do that. But then I heard a voice I was beginning to know well. I turned the key in the lock and opened the door. "I'm assuming you've a good reason for being here again." I stood back and waved a hand. "I suppose you'd better come in." I limped back to the sofa and picked up the bottle of wine I'd left by the fireplace. The couple of glasses I'd drunk hadn't helped me to find a way out of the mess I was in, but they'd made it seem a little less worrisome. PCO Farrell's expression was giving nothing away, but I guessed, since she was on her own, she hadn't come to arrest me. I waved the bottle at her. "If you'd like some, grab a glass from the kitchen." I sloshed wine carelessly into mine, sat sideways on the sofa, and lifted my leg up to rest on the cushion. O'Farrell shook her head and took the seat opposite. "So tell me," I said, wishing I could read her mind, "to what do I owe the honor of a second visit in one day by the local constabulary?" "You lied." O'Farrell gave a slight smile. "It's nothing new for us. People seem to think they're under some strange obligation to lie to the police all the time, usually for no good reason at all." The smile faded, and her usual intent expression returned. "But you lied for a reason. I'd like to know why." Since I wasn't sure which of the many lies I'd told she was referring to, I wisely kept my mouth tightly shut. "Aren't you curious how I found out?" "I'm not sure what you're talking about." I wasn't lying this time. I hoped if I said little, O'Farrell might drop a clue. You said you'd rung Gifford's garage to come and tow your car out of the ditch. I checked with them. They've no record of any call from you. She lifted her hand to her face, cupped her chin, and tapped her forefinger against her lips. Once, twice. Then she pointed the same finger at me. You lied. And that puzzled me. Why would you? The car will need to be towed out, so it wasn't as if you didn't need them. So why would you lie? I sipped my wine and said nothing. I'd underestimated the officer. Those beady little eyes looked as if they were boring right through me and sucking the information from my soul. So I thought about our conversation yesterday, O'Farrell said slowly. You said you'd dropped your mobile into the river, and I asked how you were able to ring the police. Do you remember? There didn't seem to be any reason to answer. There was a distinct hesitation before you told me about your mother leaving her mobile behind. O'Farrell looked around with exaggerated, wide eyes. Where is it, by the way? I'm sure you keep it within reach so you don't need to get up looking for it, not with your bad knee. You're so damn clever. Had I said that aloud? There was no change in her expression, so perhaps not. Maybe I should have done. Maybe I should start to tell people exactly what I thought. Wouldn't the outcome have been far better if I'd told Ben all those months before what a shit he'd been? I wouldn't have wasted almost a year on planning a petty, stupid revenge. I wouldn't be in this damn mess, and poor Stockton might still be alive. But I wasn't being fair to O'Farrell. I'd already decided she was a good officer, and she was. She'd seen my lie for what it was. You don't have a mobile, she said, hammering the point home. That's why you lied about ringing the garage, and you lied about having your mother's mobile, because you'd lied about— She tilted her head. That's as far as I've got, but I know there's more. I put my glass down, wishing I'd never opened the bottle. If ever there was a time to have my wits about me, it was now. It seemed I had a choice of either admitting I'd told a catalog of lies for an innocent reason, or stick to being smart and mouthy. A surfeit of alcohol forced me down the latter path. Is your partner sitting up in the car waiting for you to give him the signal that I've confessed? Is that it? A version of good cop, bad cop? O'Farrell smiled. Good cop, bad cop? You watch a lot of American police procedurals, I'm guessing. She waited a beat, then sighed. D.I. Maxwell is back in Ilfracombe, probably at his desk bashing the keyboard of his computer. I came back because you lied about the garage, and I think you're lying about a lot more. I'm not sure what, but I'm a bit like a pit bull. Once I get my teeth into something, I'm not keen on letting go. Well, if you're a pit bull, you're barking up the wrong tree. I had nothing to do with Stockton's death. Because the guilt I felt wasn't to do with anything criminal. It was simply that if I hadn't made that damn complaint, he wouldn't have been down here and wouldn't have fallen into the river. O'Farrell was nodding. Actually, I believe you. You've lied a lot, but not about that. It may be that Brad Stockton's death was an accident. She screwed her nose up. It might be, but I'm not yet convinced. There's just something off about it. I was hoping if I came to talk to you again, I might figure it out. There's something I can't put my finger on. Gut feeling. Isn't that a bit of a cliché? O'Farrell smiled again. Oh yes, definitely. She put her hands on her knees, rocked a little, then got to her feet. I don't believe you have a mobile. She pointed to my knee. It doesn't look as if you're going to manage the walk to Lynmouth for a while. You're very isolated here. Is there anything you need? I could drop you back some supplies tomorrow. I found the switch from pit bull police officer to concerned pseudo-friend disconcerting. I don't need anything. Then, aware I'd sounded childishly surly, I shook my head. But thank you. Although she'd stood, O'Farrell seemed in no hurry to leave. Checking on vulnerable members of the community is part of my role and something we're encouraged to do. So on that basis, I'll pop around tomorrow to make sure you're okay. I don't think you'll manage up the hill to your car anytime soon either, but I'll ask Giffords to expedite towing it back onto the road. She raised an eyebrow, since they don't seem to know about it. For the first time, I saw understanding and a touch of empathy in her eyes. Perhaps I should tell her everything. That I'd reported the WhatsApp group and had 3 of my colleagues suspended, not because the messages had offended me, but because I'd wanted revenge on Ben. And because of it, Stockton had come to Lynmouth and had died. How awful it all sounded. I wasn't sure I could cope with her criticism. That's not necessary. I'm sure it's just a mix-up with Giffords, and they'll get to it when they have time. I told them there was no urgency. I wasn't sure why I persisted with the lie when she was being kind. Or maybe that was why. She was being kind, and I didn't deserve it. I'm not in any way vulnerable, so there's absolutely no need for you to call to check up on me. My sharp tone had the desired effect. O'Farrell's expression resumed its closed, professional state. I rested my head back and shut my eyes. It was a few seconds before I heard footsteps moving away, then the creak as the front door opened and shut quietly. O'Farrell hadn't resorted to slamming the door in her wake. It made me like her more. I wouldn't have been able to refrain from doing so. Lying was becoming a habit. It had been a lie to tell O'Farrell I didn't want her to call. There was something reassuring in her manner, a certain strength and dependability. She struck me as a good person to have on your side. It was a shame I'd done a pretty effective job of alienating her. 20 minutes later, lost in my thoughts as I was, it took a few seconds to register that the front door was opening. My first thought was that O'Farrell had reached her car, then had had second thoughts and decided to return. My second thought was to wonder how stupid I was that I hadn't followed her to the door and made sure it was locked behind her. Because the door could be opened from the outside unless it was locked. And when it opened now, it wasn't the police officer who stood there. You really should be more security conscious, especially someone who makes as many enemies as you do. I clutched the wine glass I held. As weapons went, it was pretty useless, and I eyed the poker standing next to the fire with longing. I could make a grab for it, but I knew in a race I wouldn't beat the man who was moving smoothly across the room. "What are you doing here?" Ben Williams took the seat opposite, sat back with his elbows resting on the back of the chair, hands dangling. He looked completely at ease, and poised to move quickly if I made any threatening move. He reached for the wine bottle, read the label, smiled appreciatively, then put it down. "You've good taste in wine, at least. Expensive wine, too. More than you could afford on what Stockton Bridges pay you." I can't believe I ever found him charming. I hadn't been this close to him since that night, all those months before. I could see now what I'd been too blind to see then. He was a mean, cruel man. I sat silently, waiting for him to answer. "Not up for a chat?" he said, sitting back again. "Ah, you're waiting for me to answer your question, are you? What am I doing here?" Only necessity would take me to this God-forsaken spot, and it seriously pisses me off that you've made it one. His calm, almost pleasant tone of voice was unsettlingly at odds with his words, but it was his eyes that sent a shiver down my spine. There was something in them that hinted at a level of cruelty beyond my understanding. It terrified me that I was here, in this isolated place, alone with him. And as danger shimmered in the air between us, sending goosebumps over my skin, I knew I needed to get away. If I could get outside, I'd have a chance. I knew the woods, and where there were bridges to cross the river. On the other side, there were likely to be more people to call on for help. All I had to do was to get there. I'd have to run through the pain of my injured knee and not let it slow me down. It might cause further damage, but I'd be alive to allow recovery. If I stayed there, it was unlikely to be the case. Ben still hadn't said why he'd come, but the hate oozing from him didn't bode well for me. He was stationed between me and the front door, but the cottage was built into the hillside, and it wasn't obvious from the front that there was a rear exit, and he probably didn't know about it. If I could make it out in only a few feet, I'd be hidden. Soon, it would be dark. For someone who knew the area, it would be difficult. For someone like Ben, who didn't know it at all, it'd be almost impossible to search for me. All I needed to do was get out. My other choice was to try to persuade him that I was sorry for making the complaint and would withdraw it. If I could get him talking and build a rapport. Wasn't that what they always said in those TV programs? I'm sorry about everything. I indicated my laptop with a nod. The Wi-Fi is out, otherwise Stockton Bridges would have had an email from me to say I've had second thoughts and was dropping my complaint. "You've had second thoughts?" he sneered. "Was that since Brad Stockton died?" I tried to stay calm, but inside I was churning. How did he know Stockton was dead? He'd only been identified that morning. Keep him talking. It doesn't matter, but yes, I suppose his death made me think about what was important. I'm curious. I assume it was you who sent everyone that email exposing me as the whistleblower. But how did you know it was me? How did I know that you were the sleazebag who'd reported us? He sat back, seeming to be completely at ease, almost enjoying his position of power. It looks like I'm going to have to explain myself. I had 2 roles in Stockton Bridges. The official one you knew about. The unofficial and very secret one was where I was helping Brad with some lucrative but very illegal work, channeling cash through the company. So many things had shocked and surprised me over the last few days, but this was so unexpected I couldn't help my jaw dropping. Money laundering? He laughed. You make it sound like a dirty word. Is it any worse than revenge? He laughed again as color flooded my face. Fuck, didn't you think I knew why you'd made the complaint? I'd have been amused if it hadn't made Brad so damn nervous. He told you? Of course he told me. He'd have brushed off your silly snowflake sensibilities about the WhatsApp group if you hadn't mentioned seeing me with Miller. That worried Brad. He thought maybe you were spying on me, so had me dig into your background a bit more. His eyes hardened in anger. When I told him about your post-grad qualification in cyber forensics, he went ballistic, convinced you'd been planted in the company to gather information. I wasn't so sure, but once Brad got an idea in his head, it was hard to get him to drop it. I wasn't. Ben lifted a hand to stop me. It doesn't matter. Brad was convinced he was right. It was his idea to use your pathetic complaint about the WhatsApp group to play on your snowflake mentality and get you out of the way until we could decide what to do about you. Brad Stockton sent the email? Ben grinned. No, he left that to me. I did a good job, didn't I? I knew exactly how it would go down with our fellow colleagues and how you'd respond. After that, it was easy. I was a bit pissed to be suspended, but I knew I'd be well remunerated for my pains. And I'd done exactly as he'd expected. What a fool I'd been. How did you find me? Nobody in Stockton Bridges knows about this place. It didn't matter, but if I was going to die, and I was suddenly convinced it was why he was there, it'd be nice to do so with all the facts. You made me work for that information, didn't you? You'd mentioned Lynmouth to Brad, but nothing more. I thought your friend Sydney would know where you were, but she hadn't a clue, so I had to waste time trawling through your social media. You'd posted enough photographs over the years, so it didn't take me too long to narrow down where it was. He looked around the room and shook his head. I don't see the draw myself. This place looks pretty basic, and it's in the arsehole of nowhere. Keeping him talking had had one positive effect. Anger had begun to dampen the fear. If I was going to get through this, I needed to harness it. What do you want, Ben? What do I want? He looked as if he was weighing up the question. Well now, here's the thing. Brad was so convinced you had joined the company to investigate the money laundering that eventually I wondered if he was right. Maybe this was my way out. To pretend to be exactly what they'd been afraid of. I'd lied so much recently, I could probably lie my way out of this, too. Brad was right. I had joined the company to investigate. That whole nonsense with you was part of my cover. I shivered with disgust. You have no idea how hard that was for me, but at least the sex was quick. I lifted my chin and tried to harden my expression. Of course, I'm not in this alone. I was about to elaborate, to talk about the gang I was working with, when I was stopped by Ben's sneering laugh. You're lying. He leaned closer, his hard eyes fixing on mine. Then he shook his head as if he was disappointed in me. I did a bit more digging, and guess what I discovered? His laugh was a mocking sound. Absolutely nothing. You've all the qualifications, but you did shit with them. You haven't been investigating, but you've been a troublesome bitch. Once we're rid of you, we can concentrate on business as usual. You're going to kill me? I might as well put it out there. Face the facts, the truth. I hoped I'd be able to approach the end with some semblance of dignity, not die sniveling and crying like a baby. It was a strange thing to be wishing for. Me kill you? Ben laughed, as if I'd said the most amusing thing. Don't be ridiculous. Wasn't that what he'd meant by getting rid of me? I looked at the glass I was still holding. How much wine had I drunk? Because things weren't making sense. I lifted a hand to my forehead. Perhaps I shouldn't have mixed alcohol and painkillers. Yes, that was it. No wonder I was muddled. So you're not going to kill me? I'm not going to kill you, but you're certainly going to die. In the silence that followed, Ben stood and crossed to where I sat. He prized the glass from my fingers, then sat back in his seat with it and reached down to pick up the bottle of wine. I like a nice Merlot, he said, filling the glass. He placed the bottle on the table, then sat back. And this is a very nice one. He swirled, sniffed, and took a large gulp. Very nice indeed. I stared at him. I'm not going to kill you, but you're certainly going to die? What did he mean by that? He was toying with me. A big, mean cat with a sad little mouse. Did he mean for me to kill myself? Perhaps that's what the words meant. He was going to sit there with his hard eyes, his cruel mouth, and his confusing words, and exert psychological pressure on me until I couldn't think of a way out apart from death. Was it possible he could make me so weak? I don't understand. It was all I could manage, and I hated that the words sounded so pitiful. He looked surprised. What's not to understand? The bit where you're going to die? Or the bit where it's not going to be me who kills you? He crossed one leg over the other and dangled a foot as he sipped the wine. Let me explain. He gave a broad smile. The red wine had stained his teeth and given him a vampirish look, which made me shiver. I wasn't sure I wanted to hear his explanation. Once again, I thought of the back door. If I could come up with a good reason to go to the kitchen, I might make it out and escape. In any line of work, Ben said in the sing-song voice of one who was telling a story to a child, there are often people who get in the way and need to be removed, permanently. Now, whereas I happily accept the need for their removal, I'm not so keen on the nitty-gritty of said action. He gave a dramatic shiver. All the blood and mess. It just doesn't do it for me. It's so much easier to employ someone to manage those things. Manage? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. You pay someone to kill for you? He seemed surprised at my indignation. Why not? Everything and everyone has a price. There are always people for whom violence is perfectly acceptable. Some even take pleasure in it. He pursed his mouth. I'm not keen on them so much. There's always a worry they'll enjoy it too much and go on a spree, then get caught and start blabbing. Finally, I understood. He wanted me to die, but wasn't planning to do the job himself. So, who do you have to kill me? Ben swirled the wine around his glass. You've been a lot of trouble for me, you know. Thanks to you, I've lost Stockton, which means bang goes my meal ticket unless I can persuade Miller to play ball. Was he blaming me for Stockton's death? The police think I had something to do with his death, but I swear I didn't. He might have been down here to talk to me, but I never met him. You're so incredibly stupid. How did Stockton Bridges ever employ you? Of course you'd nothing to do with Brad's death. That was all my doing. It was said dismissively, casually, almost proudly. I'd read about psychopaths but never expected to meet one. You killed Stockton. I thought you said you never— Shut it, you pathetic, sniveling cow. I didn't say I never killed, just that I didn't like the mess of it all. His voice had risen. He took a breath, then a mouthful of wine, and when he spoke again, his voice was calmer. Thanks to you, Brad was increasingly paranoid about us being found out. It was my idea to come down here to get rid of you, but when we got here, the stupid man got cold feet. Then swirled his wine faster and faster. So now it's just you? Not quite. Don't worry, there's always someone with less scruples than I have who'll willingly lend a hand as long as the pay is good. Then stretched out an arm to free his watch. He should be here any moment now. You'll be pleased to know he's not a stranger. Not a stranger? Things were starting to make sense. I shouldn't have been surprised, but the thought that the latest handsome, charming man I'd been attracted to should prove to be the man who was going to kill me seemed to be the final insult. If Ben hadn't been staring at me, smug and cruel as he waited for a reaction, I might have cried. Instead, I shrugged. I assume it's that lying toad OJ who's coming to do your dirty work then. Seems about right that he'd sink so low. You seem distraught. Did you fancy him? I don't know him long. He came highly recommended, but I'm guessing he's a lady killer. He guffawed at his own joke. Do you get it? Lady killer? He laughed again, then emptied his glass and reached for the bottle. I should probably leave him a glass. He strikes me as a man who appreciates the finer things in life. Maybe when he's dispatched you to whichever direction you think you deserve, we'll sit and toast your departure. You're a sick bastard, do you know that? Oh, I wouldn't let it worry you, my dear. I may be sick, but soon you'll be dead, and it'll no longer concern you. I might have been able to think of a clever response if just then the door of the cottage hadn't swung open. I prayed it would be P.C. O'Farrell with another question, or worried about my vulnerability, if she only knew. But of course, it wasn't. We meet again. Owen James strode into the room and pushed the door shut behind him. What a shame it's not going to be as enjoyable an evening as the last. His smile was menacing. For you, that is. I always enjoy my work. Unlike Ben, who'd come dressed for a hike through the rough ground around the cottage in a waterproof jacket, denims, and heavy boots, OJ was dressed for a stroll down city streets. A raincoat sat open over a dark gray suit. No tie, but his shirt was crisp white. His shoes were such a shiny black, I wondered if he'd stopped outside to give them a polish before he'd come through the door. I had to admit, he looked incredibly handsome. Such a shame it was only a superficial layer. Now I knew the truth. Underneath his finery, the man was a monster. Ben picked up the wine bottle and waved it by way of a greeting. It's decent stuff. Grab a glass. You know where the kitchen is. He sniggered again. You never did tell me what extras you got the night you stayed. His eyes swept over me, lingering on my chest. Hope you made the most of it. You have a crude streak, OJ said. He crossed to the sofa and perched on the arm of it to look down at me. I have to admit, it was tempting. You're a very attractive woman, but I try never to fuck the women I'm planning to kill. I thought I was beyond being shocked by that stage, but his words both stunned and horrified me. It was obvious there was no sense in appealing to his better nature. The man didn't have one. He and Ben were a well-matched pair, and I'd been a fool for both. It was never going to be an option, I said, trying to sound strong. I was about to add that I was fussy about the men I slept with until I saw Ben's face. I hadn't been so fussy there, had I? I wasn't too sure who my anger was directed at now, the men or myself for being so damn stupid. OJ laughed, leant down, and flicked my cheek with a finger. You keep telling yourself that, sweetheart. He turned to Ben. When are you heading back? I'm staying overnight in Lynmouth. It's a bit of a nothing village, but the hotel looks decent enough for one night. It's where I'm staying. It's actually surprisingly good. We can meet up for dinner later. He jerked a thumb towards me. Unless you want to wait till I'm done here, then we can head back together. Ben shivered and shook his head. As I told you, I try to avoid the nitty-gritty of life when I can, so I'll leave her to you. He ran his eyes over me again. This time, there was a lecherous tinge to his glance. She's got a good body under those scruffy clothes. I'm almost tempted. As his gaze lingered and his wet tongue ran over his lips, it felt as if 1,000 snakes were slithering over my skin. You touch me, and I swear it'll be the last thing you ever do. Both men laughed. Ben wiped tears from his eyes and looked at OJ. What do you think? Would you hold her down while I give her a seeing to? OJ shook his head. Have you seen her fingernails? They could do some damage to your face before I could stop her. If you're really that desperate to have her, wait till she's dead. Ben's jaw dropped, then he laughed, slightly uncertainly. Shit, for a second there I thought you were serious. He gulped. You are joking, aren't you? I don't know you too well, OJ said with a shrug. Necrophilia might be your thing. Ben looked horrified. Shit, no way. He wiped a hand over his forehead. Way to kill a mood, man. I'd have fought every second to have prevented Ben touching me. I'd have gouged his eyes out, clamped my teeth on any part of his anatomy I could reach. I was beyond appalled by OJ's alternative. What kind of a man was he? There wasn't much I could do after I was dead, but I was glad my poor lifeless body wasn't going to suffer that final indignity. OJ settled himself more comfortably on the arm of the sofa. We have more important things to talk about anyway, Ben. You said you'd fill me in on the details if I agreed to deal with this minor problem for you. I want to make sure it's going to be worth my while. My contacts are waiting to hear from me. They're talking about shifting a large amount of money through Stockton Bridges. We need to know it's all right and tight. Maybe it was the mention of necrophilia, but Ben's tongue had been loosened. He poured another glass of wine and over the next 20 minutes gave OJ a comprehensive account of the money laundering operation. Despite the terror that was making me shiver, I couldn't help but be mesmerized by the scale of it and how he and Brad Stockton had managed to get away with it for so long. And that's it, Ben said. As you can see, it's a lucrative venture. His eyes drifted over me again before he glanced back at OJ. How are you planning to do it? Kill her, I mean. There was a strange light in his eyes. If it was neatly done, and she was still warm, maybe I'd be tempted. Still warm? You're a disgusting pig, I said. Anger made my voice loud and abrasive as I turned to OJ. Kill me and get it done, you bastard. Shut it, he said. Reaching down, he poked my arm. Why don't you make yourself useful with the last few minutes you have left and go make us some coffee? I slapped his hand away. About to tell him to go and make his own damn coffee, I wondered if here at last was the opportunity I'd been waiting for. The stupid man had forgotten about the back door. Make us coffee, he said, and I promise I won't make it painful for you, okay? As if he was doing me an immense favor. He'd been right about my nails. They were long. I'd like to have reached out and dragged them across his self-satisfied face. I might have done if I wasn't clinging to that hope of escape. Right, I'll get you your damn coffee. I struggled to my feet, slapping his hand away again when he attempted to help. Don't touch me. I limped across the floor, emphasizing my injury. By the time I reached the kitchen, the two men were deep in conversation. When the door swung shut automatically behind me, I hurried to the sink, filled the kettle to the top, and switched it on. The back door key was in the lock. Carefully, I turned it. Holding my breath, I listened to the murmur of voices and pulled the door open slowly, hoping it wouldn't squeak or creak. Then I squeezed through the gap and moved as quickly as I could through the overgrown rear space. It wasn't a garden, more a gap between the cottage and the rocky hillside, but it led into the woodland. I knew the area well, knew how difficult it could be in broad daylight with 2 working legs. Injured as I was, with the light already fading, it was going to be difficult. But not impossible if my knee didn't slow me down too much. I had to make the most of the head start. Hopefully, the 2 men were so engrossed in their conversation, they wouldn't notice the coffee was taking a long time. When they did, when they came in search of me, I hoped to have put enough distance between us. They'd probably follow the trail I'd made to the river path, assuming I'd be heading to the village. Instead, I'd stay higher, in the rougher stretch where trees grew more closely together, and the ground in between was pitted with badger holes, littered with fallen branches, and strung with lengths of vicious bramble. There, I'd be forced to move slower. The speed would suit my injury, and if I could keep going, it would take a long time, but I'd eventually reach the safety of Lynmouth. If I couldn't make it all the way, if my knee gave in, I could make it far enough to find a hiding place. At first light, I'd move again and keep going. I had to. My life depended on it. 40. Desperation carried me forward for a few minutes. I headed upwards, pushing my way through the trees and shrubs, pulling away from brambles, ignoring the pain of barbed skin tears. It was a clever choice. They'd seen me limp and would assume I'd never manage this terrain. Sadly, I soon discovered that my determination couldn't compensate for the pain of my injury. Within a few minutes of leaving the cottage, I'd slowed to a jerky hobble. The pain was excruciating, but I couldn't afford to stop. Not yet. I was still too near the cottage. When I heard a noise close behind, I panicked. The burst of adrenaline numbed the pain, allowing me to move faster. It was almost dark. If I could just get a little further away, I could find a fallen tree, get behind it, and hope to stay hidden. I was sobbing. They'd hear me, but I couldn't seem to stop. And then it happened. My foot caught in a raised root. I lost my footing and came down heavily. This time, pain shot through me, taking both breath and consciousness with it. I guessed I was dreaming. My head was resting on something soft, not the rough, stony soil of the Lynn Valley. Maybe it had all been a dream, and I was curled up in my parents' comfortable bed in the cottage. No, not a dream, a nightmare. I'd a vague memory of a conversation about necrophilia. I opened my eyes, but strangely, it didn't seem to make any difference. Darkness had fallen, and there wasn't a glimmer of light to break it. I tried to sit up, but there was a weight on my chest. What? Shush, you have to be quiet. Still feeling stunned, I struggled to recognize the owner of the whisper. Who? It's me. As if that made anything clear. I pushed against the hand holding me down and sat. The pain in my knee was making me feel nauseous. Memories of the 2 men who were going to kill me increased the sensation until I thought I was going to throw up. Although I didn't know what was going on, I guessed it wasn't a wise move, so I slapped a hand over my mouth and took deep breaths through my nose. Shush, the voice came again, more urgently this time. And then I realized why. Voices in the distance. Loud, angry voices drawing nearer. I felt a hand on my arm, fingers squeezing almost painfully. It wasn't necessary. I recognized the voices. The voices grew silent, but the crack and rustle as someone moved through the rough terrain towards them continued to get louder. Light from a torch hit the branches above us just as a more distant voice called out. The words were unintelligible but heavy with meaning. I heard a muttered curse and recognized OJ's voice, then the light vanished as he moved away. It was several minutes before the grip on my arm eased, and another couple before whoever was beside me whispered, I think we should be safe enough to move now. Move? I tried to see the person's face, but all I could see was a slight difference in the darkness in front of me. I don't think I can, I whispered back. Who are you, anyway? It's me, P.C. O'Farrell. If you want to stay alive, I'm not sure you've much choice. Just then, a shout echoed through the woodland. It silenced even the whispers for several minutes. When my arm was yanked firmly, I didn't hesitate to follow. The pain made me weak and nauseous, but O'Farrell was correct. We didn't have a choice. We had to get further away. It appeared she had the same idea as I'd had, to get higher up, away from the path and into the rougher, denser undergrowth. It gave more shelter, but the way was tortuous, and for me, torture. We can rest up here. The here was in the lee of a fallen tree. The not unpleasant, earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil increased as we hunkered down. I tried to stretch out my leg, but the space was too confined. Is it safe to stay here till daybreak, do you think? I hope so. It wasn't the reassurance I'd been hoping for, but it'd do. You came back. You've no idea how grateful I am. I was halfway to my car when I looked back to admire the view and spotted a figure approaching the cottage from the trail. You hadn't said you were expecting anyone, so I was curious. She shuffled in her seat. You get a sixth sense when something doesn't look right. I retraced my steps to the cottage in time to see him walk in without knocking. That was my first clue he was trouble. Even expected guests would knock and wait before entering. O'Farrell sighed. I debated whether I should contact the station, but I didn't have enough to justify it really, so I decided to get to the cottage to see if I could hear what was going on. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear what was being said. The cottage is solid. What I could hear, though, was aggression in the man's voice and fear in yours. It was enough for me, so I moved away to ring the station to get some assistance, but I couldn't get a signal. Signal attenuation because of the recent storm? I said. It's more prone to disruption here because of the setting. It was bizarre to be sitting in the darkness with a police officer discussing mobile phone reception. It showed how crazy my life had become. Right, O'Farrell said, as if it made sense to her. I went up to the road, hoping I'd be luckier, but no go. Then I was in a quandary. Drive into Lynmouth and contact the station from a landline there, or come back down to make sure you were okay. I wasn't certain she'd made the right choice, but maybe between the two of us, we could find a way out of the mess I'd landed us in. I'm glad you came back. I'd actually decided to leave, to drive to Lynmouth for help, but I returned to the cottage first to see if I could hear anything more. I was almost there when that second man appeared and walked through the door as if he owned the place. I listened again, without any real expectation of hearing anything, but I heard your voice, raised, and the words singing out clear as a bell. Kill me and get it done, you bastard. O'Farrell had missed a lot. If they made it to another day, I'd fill in the missing conversation. For now, I gave a condensed version. By that stage, both rape and necrophilia had been mentioned. Silence followed my words. I wasn't surprised. There wasn't much to say to either, apart from relief that I'd escaped both. So, who are these guys? I sighed, changed my position again, and swallowed the groan of pain when I moved my knee. It's a long story. I doubt either of us are going to fall asleep. An owl hooted in the distance. Closer, there was a rustle in the undergrowth, and from below, the sound of the river provided background music for the night. It was the setting for a horror story, not for a dramatic tale of one woman's stupid choices. Have you ever done something stupid, then you do something even stupider, and when you look back, you wonder what demon must have possessed you? No, I haven't, but I know many people who have. I've arrested some of them, have seen others lying in the morgue. O'Farrell reached out and gripped my arm. I'm not sure it's the foolish things people do that's the problem. Most of the time, it's how they cope with the consequences, how they look at their actions, face them, and swear never to do whatever it was again. She made it sound so simple, and maybe she was right. I suppose if we're stuck here, it'll help pass a few hours. Where to start? Once upon a time, there was a very stupid woman who met a very charming man. O'Farrell was a good listener. Over the course of my story, she didn't interrupt, even when I lost track of where I was and had to backtrack or stop to explain who various characters were. When I told her about Ben wanting OJ to hold me down, I felt the hand tighten on my arm and was grateful for the response. "So that's what took me, or rather us, to this place," I said. "As you can see, I brought it all on myself by thinking revenge was a good idea. It sounds to me that the WhatsApp group needed to be shut down, so your complaint was justified. That it happened to also punish a man who'd hurt you was an added benefit as far as I can see. I think you're punishing yourself unnecessarily. You're not the first woman to be fooled by a handsome man. You won't be the last. I think you were a bit of an idiot not to have called Ben out on it straight away, but men like him know how to play the game. They know humiliation and embarrassment will keep a woman quiet better than anything." She was right. Humiliation had kept me silent, and anger had too, at him for what he'd done, at myself for being duped. More recently, the rage was for the wasted months planning revenge on a man who wasn't worth a thought. O'Farrell shuffled in the space next to me, then asked, "You definitely didn't know anything about their money laundering setup?" "Not a thing." "So why did you keep your cybersecurity qualification a secret?" It was going to sound foolish, but then how much worse could I sound? Both my sister and brother are well-known artists. I could never compete, but I thought marketing and advertising was the next best thing, so I honed my CV to look arty. I played up my degree in marketing, minimized the one in computer science, and dropped my post-grad qualification completely. A breeze rustling leaves in the trees that surrounded us swallowed my sigh. It sounds pathetic, but it felt like a good idea at the time. I couldn't see O'Farrell's face in the dark, but I was guessing her eyebrows were raised. But when she spoke, she didn't comment on my CV manipulation. Instead, she said, "Tell me more about the guy who was pretending to be a police detective." "Owen James. The first time he came to the cottage, he held out his identification, but to be honest, I don't remember if I even looked at it." "He's that cute, is he?" I hadn't described the man. I guessed O'Farrell was used to reading between the lines. "He's handsome to look at, but rotten underneath." I wouldn't have known the truth about him if I hadn't dropped my phone into the river and been forced to ring the police station from someone else's mobile. "You really did lose your phone then." I was glad it was dark, so she couldn't see the color that flared in my cheeks. I'd told so many lies it was hard to keep track. I really did, but I lied about my mother leaving hers behind. I guessed. An owl hooted again, further away, the sound echoing in the quiet. There was nothing else to hear apart from the river and the faint rustle of a light breeze through the leaves. If Ben and OJ were around, which they were sure to be, they were playing a waiting game. They'd have known I wouldn't get far with my injured leg, even before I'd fallen and made it worse, so they'd guess I was hiding out somewhere. So what now? You know about the money laundering now, even if you didn't before, so Williams will be even more keen to get rid of you. And me too, if he knew about me. He's going to be desperate to keep his secret. He and his goon might be waiting for us, or you, to break cover. We can't stay here forever. I heard the hint of panic in my voice and took a breath. We're not going to. As soon as it gets a bit brighter, I'm going to make my way back to the car and go for help. You'll be safe here. I think we're well concealed. I didn't like the idea, but I had to admit it was the sensible one. Actually, it was the only one. With my knee, I couldn't move fast or quietly. It was better to let the agile officer go alone. Anyway, this mess was all my fault. There was no point in both of us dying. 41. Although we were sheltered by the bulk of the tree trunk, neither of us were dressed for a night outside. The previous day's rain had saturated the ground, and it wasn't long before moisture had wicked up our clothes. Dressed in clothes for lounging in front of the fire, I was soon shivering. O'Farrell fared better. She'd pulled her uniform jacket on before venturing from the road to the cottage. "We need to try to stay warm," she said. Taking off her jacket, she shuffled closer to me and dragged it over both of us. "Better, thanks." I pulled it up to my chin and caught a whiff of perfume. "Coco," I said, the name coming to me from across the years. I'm right, aren't I? It suddenly seemed important to be right about something. Yes, it is. It was a present from my husband. I wear it to keep him happy, but I'm not really a perfume kind of girl. Neither am I. It was a strange kind of comfort to have something in common with a woman who seemed so much stronger, so much more sensible than I. "What's your name? I can't keep calling you P.C. O'Farrell." "Zoe Lee. And definitely O'Farrell, not Farrell. Now you have it." I felt her warmth seep into my body. If I had to be stuck on a hillside woodland in the middle of the night, being chased by two men who wanted to kill me, I couldn't think of anyone better to be stuck with. Apart from the occasional hoot of an owl, the background noises of the woodland remained the same. If Ben and OJ were out there, they were being very quiet. Perhaps they too were taking shelter and awaiting daylight to restart their search. The pain in my knee had settled to a dull ache. I ran a hand over it, worried to feel how much it had swelled. I might be able to stand. I wasn't sure I could walk, and was certain climbing was out of the question. I began, then stopped when I heard another sound join the wind and river's melody. The deep, regular breathing of someone who, despite the circumstances, had managed to fall asleep. Exhausted as I was, I didn't think I'd manage to do the same. How could I, with the day's events spinning around inside my skull? It made it worse to remember I'd nobody to blame apart from myself. The WhatsApp group needed to be shut down. But if it hadn't been for my desire for revenge, I wouldn't have gotten involved. And if I hadn't, Stockton would still be alive, and I wouldn't be hiding on the hillside in the dark with a completely blameless police officer. A rustle in the undergrowth made me lift my head and listen intently, wondering if I should nudge the sleeping woman beside me. But it seemed police officers had learnt the skill of sleeping while staying part alert. "It's probably a fox or a badger." The whisper was sleepy, and seconds later, regular breathing resumed. When the rustle quickly died down, I guessed she was right. Lots of creatures moved about in the night. It wasn't the four-legged ones I was worried about. I remembered Ben's leering face, gave a shiver of disgust, and tried to erase it from my mind. Sadly, it was quickly replaced by OJ's handsome face, and that in turn dissolved to be replaced by a monstrous face, composed of every horror movie creature I'd ever seen. Horns protruding from a deformed head, rotting flesh, wet, drooling lips, red, glaring eyes. It seemed enumerating OJ's horrors was what I'd needed to help me fall asleep. When I woke, a little later, it was to find O'Farrell sitting bolt upright. "What?" The grip on my arm made me swallow the rest of the word. I waited, barely breathing, and listened. Then I could hear what had worried O'Farrell. The distinct sound of someone moving through the woodland, not too far from where we were hidden. Something two-legged and heavy enough to crack twigs and branches underfoot. I didn't need to be told to be quiet, not to move or breathe noisily, but the fingers still bit into my arm. I reached for them and felt my hand gripped firmly. Only then did I realize O'Farrell was just as scared as I was. Sharing the fear diluted it, and I suddenly felt less afraid. The crashing, cracking sounds grew louder. Then, on the cusp of being discovered, a voice slightly further away echoed through the darkness. Ben. His was a voice I'd remember, which meant it was that pig OJ who was close by. My grip on O'Farrell's hand tightened. Ben was an evil bastard, but it was OJ who'd been charged with killing me. I guessed he wouldn't hesitate to do a 2-for-1 deal. When Ben's voice came again, OJ continued for a few steps. Then, with an audible, "Fuck it," he moved away. We stayed silent until the sounds faded completely. "That was too close," O'Farrell said. "I don't think it's safe for you to stay here after all. We should leave." I agreed with the first part of the sentence. I didn't think it was safe. OJ struck me as a methodical man. He'd been twice interrupted in his search this direction. I'd no doubt once he'd spoken to Ben, he'd resume where he'd left off. It was the second part of O'Farrell's sentence I had a problem with. "I'd love nothing better than getting out of here, but..." I took the hand I was still holding and rested it on my very swollen knee. "I might be able to stand, but there's no way I could tackle the climb up to the road. I think we're going to have to stick to your original plan. They don't know about you. You could make it to your car and go for help. If they've gone up to the road searching for you, they'll know there's someone else here." "Is it a police car?" "No, it's my own. I plan to go home after visiting you." "Then they'll think it's mine. In the dark, they wouldn't have noticed my car in the ditch. I think you'll be safe." "Safer than I would be." I tried not to think of what would happen if OJ found me. He'd promised my death wouldn't be painful. He hadn't promised it would be quick. And after spending hours searching for me, he might decide to make it both slow and agonizing. Beside me, O'Farrell threw back the coat. "Right, well, there's no point in waiting for daylight. If they're moving around, so should I. The sooner I can get to Lynmouth, the sooner I can call for help." "Be careful, Zoe Lee." Useless words, I guessed she would be, but she was up against two thugs. If she ran into them, she wouldn't stand a chance. O'Farrell tucked the coat around me. "If you can't move, I need to hide you, okay?" She didn't wait for my answer, but started to push the surrounding fallen leaves over me. They were wet and landed with a soft splat. The coat was helping, but a chill had seeped through me from beneath, and now the damp leaves were doing their best to make a sandwich of me. "I'll be back with a posse," O'Farrell said, "as soon as I can." "I'll be here. Stay safe." I listened to the soft rustle as she moved away. Then it was just me and the fear that joined with the cold to make me shiver. I'd be there when she returned. I just wasn't sure I'd still be alive. 42. Only minutes after O'Farrell left, the first light of the day appeared through the branches over my head. A few birds had already begun their chorus, and soon the woodland was alive with twittering. I ignored it and listened for the sound of footsteps. There was enough light to see the time. 5 o'clock. It'd take 10 or 15 minutes for O'Farrell to reach the road. Another 10 minutes to get into Lynmouth. It was over 20 miles to the police station in Ilfracombe. Best case scenario, help would arrive in about an hour. I just had to stay safe till then. The woodland took form around me. In the night, it looked as if we'd chosen a safe, secluded spot to hide. As the day quickly showed me, it wasn't as hidden as we'd hoped. A couple of the shrubs around were wizened, their leaves sparse. The angle of my hidey hole was such that if someone were to approach from below, they'd see the leaf-covered mound that was me and come to investigate. If I moved to the far side of the tree, I'd be less visible. How hard could it be to get there? Very hard, as it turned out. It took a few minutes to dig my way out of the coat and the mound of leaves O'Farrell had hoped would render me invisible. Unable to bend my knee, I struggled to get to my feet and discovered I couldn't without help. Tears of pain and frustration blinded me. In desperation, I rolled onto my belly and reached for the tree trunk. With my fingers sinking into the rotten wood, I finally managed to clamber to my feet. I stood, a hand on my hip, my throbbing leg held slightly in front with the heel barely touching the ground, and eyed the fallen tree. To get to the safer space on the other side of it would require either getting over it or around it. Around wasn't an option. The tree, though dead, stretched a long way in either direction, each end buried in shrubs and brambles. And I was as likely to be able to get over it as I was to climb Everest. I considered my options before facing the truth. I didn't have any. All I could do was burrow back under the mound of leaves and wait for rescue. And then came a sound that shot that hope to smithereens. A shout, followed by another. Then a cry that sent birds flying up from surrounding trees. I stared up the hillside towards the road. The cry had been filled with anger, and it was a voice I recognized. The bastards had caught O'Farrell. They weren't stupid. This early in the morning, looking rumpled and dirty as she doubtlessly did, it would have been obvious to them she'd been with me and was attempting to reach the car to go for help, and they were never going to allow that. Crippled as I was, I couldn't run to her rescue. I'd like to think I would have done if I could, that I'd have tackled the bastards and tried to rescue her. As it was, all I could do was stand there like a pathetic fool and wonder how many more people were going to die because of me. It took a little while longer for the severity of my situation to hit home. Nobody was going to come riding to my rescue. I was alone. So whatever happened next was up to me. That sounded brave, but there was nothing I could do. Was there? Didn't I owe it to O'Farrell to try? She'd have a family. They deserved to know what happened to her, to know how brave she'd been. I looked around and considered my options. I could go back to the cottage, try to make it to the road, or go down and join the riverside path. Going back was out of the question. So was going up. Even if I'd been able, the men were there. But they wouldn't be for long. Once they'd dealt with O'Farrell, they'd resume their search for me. If I could reach the riverside path, I'd be safe. It was a popular trail. I was bound to meet people. But the way down was steep, and I could barely stand, never mind walk. I checked the time again, 5:15. Dog walkers were often out and about early, but I'd be better waiting for an hour, maybe two, for the path to get busier. Problem was, there was nowhere safe to wait. It was better to start and hope to find something than to stay there waiting for the men to find me. But I wasn't going to manage without help. I picked up a branch, but it was too short, so I hobbled painfully further down the tree trunk to where a longer branch lay. It was still partially attached, and it took several minutes of tugging and bending back and forth before I eventually freed it. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. Using it as a crutch, I was able to walk one slow step at a time. There was no trail, so the way required negotiating bushes, brambles, loose rocks, unstable and slippery surfaces. When I stopped for a rest and checked the time, it was 5:30, and I'd moved only a few feet from where I'd been. I brushed tears of pain and frustration away. There was no choice but to keep going. It took a lot of effort and almost overwhelming agony to get past a thick clump of overgrown shrubs. I stopped and lifted a shaking hand to wipe perspiration from my face. A minute's rest and I'd carry on. The dawn chorus was in full voice, and the rumble of the river was a little clearer, but it wasn't those pleasant sounds that made me gasp and look around with wide eyes. It was a deep chuckle. 43. "Well now, haven't you given us a pretty chase?" Ben said. He eyed the makeshift walking stick and chuckled again. "How far did you think you were going to get, eh?" He looked down the hill to where the river was just visible. "You'd never have made it. Not without falling and this time maybe breaking your neck." He tilted his head, as if considering it as an option. "I could save some money by doing it myself, you know. Our friend OJ is asking for extra since he had to get rid of that interfering policewoman." I remembered O'Farrell's hand clasped in mine and wanted to cry for the waste. For my part in it, I leant heavily on my crutch. It was a strong piece of wood. If I swung it, I could do some damage. As if reading my mind, Ben took a step backward and looked at me with a sneer. "If you were trying to make yourself look as unattractive as possible, you've done well. You're safe from my intentions now, alive or dead." He looked back the way he'd come. "OJ, can you hear me? I've found the bitch." He turned back to face me. "It's tempting to do it myself, but if I push you down the hillside, there's no guarantee you'd die, and some damn walker might happen upon you and get help. I've come too far to take that risk. I'll leave it to OJ. He'll make sure you're good and dead." He smirked, his eyes raking me again. "You've put us through a difficult and messy night. OJ's not happy about his fancy suit being wrecked by brambles. I'm guessing he'll take pleasure in making your exit from this world both prolonged and painful." The noise of someone approaching from further up the hillside made him look upward. It was the opportunity I'd been waiting for. I took a couple of steps forward, raised the branch, and swung it just as Ben turned and jerked back out of my reach. I'd put my full strength behind it, and with no target to hit, the momentum carried me forward. I might have stayed on my feet if Ben hadn't reached out with a fist. His aim was truer, and the punch to my ribs knocked me to the ground. Shock, pain, and disappointment succeeded in dampening the terror I'd felt when I'd first heard Ben's demonic chuckle. This was it. I wasn't getting up. If I was going to die, I might as well die there and be done with it. I didn't move when I heard footsteps approach. "Is she dead?" Ben laughed. "What, are you afraid you're going to be done out of the extra payment you wrangled?" He kicked me with the toe of his shoe, making me yelp. "See, she's not dead. You can still have your fun with her." "Good. It'll make up for my ripped suit." It made Ben laugh louder. "I told her you'd make it painful." "You're damn right I will." I turned with difficulty and sat up. There was no point in saying anything, no point at all in pleading for my life. Anger surged through me. They were going to get away with everything. The money laundering, Stockton's death, O'Farrell's, mine. If it was a movie, I'd stay alive long enough to carve a message somewhere denouncing them. Looking at OJ's hard, sharp eyes, I guessed that wasn't going to happen here. He took a step towards me. "Nothing to say for yourself?" How could someone who looked as good as he did be so evil? I didn't give him the satisfaction of answering. "Make her squeal," Ben said. I looked at him and saw the light of excitement in his eyes. If I had anything to be thankful for at that point, it was that my death would be at OJ's hands and not his. What a strange thing to be grateful for. But I guessed for OJ, it was a job, not a means of entertainment. When I looked at him, I saw no excitement, no gleeful anticipation at the thought of killing me, just a set look of determination. "I'm not doing it here," he said, looking back up towards the road. "If I'm going to take my time with it, I want somewhere a little more private." Ben frowned and checked his watch. "I can't hang around any longer. Business doesn't run itself," he snickered. "Not my kind of business anyway." "You go," OJ said. "Anyway, you said you didn't like it when it got messy, and believe me, this is going to be very messy." I shut my eyes and tried to let the words sail over me. Death was coming. It'd be nice to think I could face it bravely and not give them the satisfaction of seeing me squirm. It'd be nice, but I wasn't sure I could be that brave. Terror was creeping back over me. It speeded its arrival when Ben spoke again. "I'm almost tempted." I opened my eyes and glared at him. He looked at me and shook his head. "No, I'd better get going. I don't want to cause suspicion by not being where I'm supposed to be." With a sneer, he drew back his foot and aimed a kick that caught me in the stomach. "That's for all the bother you caused me, you stupid bitch." I doubled over, unable to prevent the groan of pain. "If you're going to kill her, you don't need me," OJ said. I saw him move away and wanted to cry out for him to stop, because the thought of dying at Ben's hands made the idea of death all the more horrifying. But it was Ben who stopped him. "No, don't go. I'd happily beat the shit out of her, but the sight of her bloody mess of a body would stop me from checking I'd done it right. So I'll leave her to you. Anyway," he checked his watch again and grunted, "I need to get going. I'll be in touch later. We can discuss our next step." With a final leer at me, he turned and headed down towards the path to take him back to Lynmouth. I shut my eyes again. I wasn't sure there was a part of me that didn't ache, but the worst was coming from my heart. What a way to end my life. What an absolute mess I'd made of it. Alone at last. I would have liked to have kept my eyes shut. I was going to die. I didn't need to see the manner of my execution. But there was something in his voice, a trace of genuine amusement that made me look up through narrowed eyes. If I'd seen a weapon of any sort in his hands, I'd have shut them as quickly and waited for more pain to hit me. OJ, however, was standing with his hands in his coat pockets, looking quite relaxed. If there was a gun or knife concealed in the same pockets, it was impossible to make out. I supposed I'd find out soon enough. If I had a choice, I'd choose to be shot. It'd be quicker. Or was I fooling myself? It depended on where I was shot. The wrong place, and it could take a long time. The right place, and it'd be quick. I hoped he knew his anatomy well enough. The thought made me laugh. I'm glad you're finding this all so amusing. I'd like to have got to my feet to look him in the eye, but I didn't think I'd be able to stand without assistance. At this stage, it's laugh or cry, and I'd prefer to die with a smile on my lips than tears in my eyes. If I help you, are you able to stand? It was such a strange request that, for a second, I was confused. Then I remembered what he'd said to Ben about wanting somewhere a little more private. I wouldn't have thought you could get much more private than where we were, but I had no insight into the mind of a murderer. It may be that he needed a certain setting to do his business. If so, I wasn't willing to accommodate him. Rather than answering him, I shut my eyes again. Unfortunately, it appeared he wasn't willing to be ignored. I felt a hand on my arm, fingers tightening so painfully that my eyes flew open. "Up with you," he said. Left with no choice, I allowed myself to be dragged to my feet, then I glared at him and shook his hand away. "Right, I'm standing, but if you think I'm climbing up to the road, you are even stupider than I thought." I pointed to my knee. "In case it isn't blindingly bloody obvious, I've been injured." He moved to my injured side, took my arm and put it around his waist, then slid his around mine. When I tried to pull away, he tightened his grip. "We need to get up to the road. You look a bit hefty for me to carry, but if you don't cooperate, I'll drag you by your feet. I'd imagine bits of you will break and be torn, since the trail isn't an easy one. But I'll get you there, one way or the other." The thought of being dragged along, unable to protect myself, was so horrifying that I gulped and slumped against him. "I'll take that to be a yes, you'll cooperate." He hadn't left me with any choice, and when I felt the pressure of his arm around my waist, I took a step forward. It wasn't easy, not even with him taking a lot of my weight and with my hand gripping his coat, but together we moved faster than I had done alone. What was going to happen when we reached the road? It certainly wasn't the private place he'd told Ben he preferred. So did that mean he was going to take me elsewhere? Somewhere secluded where my screams couldn't be heard? A place where he could end my life at his leisure? I looked over the trail ahead. If I broke away and started to run, I wouldn't get more than a few steps away from him. But if I could grab a hefty branch, perhaps I could land a hard enough blow to knock him out. In a woodland, it should be easy to find the type of weapon I needed, but search as I might, I saw nothing but twigs and thin branches that would tickle rather than beat. But I kept hoping, even as I heard him grunt and say, "Just a bit more, almost there." And then, there it was, right in front of me, the perfect size, shape, and weight, a veritable baton. With the road close, it was now or never. I waited until we were right beside it before I pulled away. It was so sudden, I took him by surprise, and he stumbled backwards. It gave me the ideal opportunity. I grabbed the branch and swung it. This time, I didn't miss and hit my target with a satisfying thwack. The blow was enough to send OJ stumbling backwards. I watched as he fell heavily to the ground and didn't move. For one hopeful moment, I thought I'd rendered him unconscious and I'd be able to make my escape. Unfortunately, just as I was congratulating myself on my success, I heard him groan. He was down, but sadly, not out. "Pity," I muttered. Then fear licked me. The man was an animal. Now he was an injured one and more dangerous as a result. I needed to get to the safety of the road. O'Farrell's car would be there. If I could find her body, I could search for her keys and make a quick getaway. I'd only taken a step towards my goal when I realized how much OJ had been supporting me on the climb. On my own, I struggled to move forward. Even with desperation urging me on, and the road now within sight, I struggled to take a step. Perspiration and tears of frustration blurred my vision. I brushed them away with a dirty hand and looked up, and then I saw it, the early morning sun glowing on something metallic. It had to be O'Farrell's car. If I could get there, if I could find the keys, I'd be safe. Somehow, I'd managed the drive into Lynmouth. All I needed to do was to keep going. It wasn't far. I could make it. I took one faltering step, then stopped. Dizziness swamped me as pain reached a crescendo. I couldn't fail, not this close. The trunk of a tree provided support. I leant against it as I waited for the wave of agony to pass. It did, but was followed by another and another until I wasn't sure I could stay on my feet a moment longer. If I sank to the ground, it would be my grave. I'd never manage to get up again. O'Farrell had mentioned a husband. He's likely to have already reported her missing, so a search was probably already underway. I wasn't sure how many days or weeks it would be before someone would begin to look for me. The thought made me incredibly sad. They'd find me there eventually, like a babe in the wood, curled up and dead. The thought of lying there, decomposing, becoming skeletonized, was enough to make me push away from the tree in one final desperate attempt to reach the road. Another 2 steps and I'd be there. The pain had become part of me, driving me on. I was so close, and then I heard it, a groan and a muttered oath. I turned to look back the way I'd come. It felt as if I'd walked miles from where I'd felled O.J., but I was close enough to see him get to his feet and the confused expression that flitted across his face. If he was injured, I might still have a chance to escape. I struggled on, one step forward and another. Then success. My feet were on the road. There, not too far away, was the car, but there was no sign of O'Farrell's body. It was very unlikely the careful officer would have left her keys in the car, but she was a country girl. She might have left the door open. If I could get inside, I could lock it and sound the car horn repeatedly. Or an SOS signal, 3 long beeps, 3 short. But the car was still several feet away. I risked a glance behind. There was no sign of O.J. It didn't reassure me. He was somewhere, stalking me. Even on the relatively flat surface of the road, every step was agony and brought me forward only inches. And stupidly, because I didn't have the energy to spare for such nonsense, I'd started to sob. From the pain, from the sheer frustration, from the knowledge that after everything, I might fail before reaching safety. "You are a stupid cow." The words were said with such a surprising lack of animosity that for a moment I thought I was imagining things and didn't look around or stop my pathetic shuffle onward. It was the hand grabbing my arm that brought me to a halt. With a cry of frustration, I tried to pull away, but the hand held firm. "Let me go, please!" Because it had come to that, to a time to plead for my life. "Let me go!" Instead of answering, O.J. looped an arm around my waist and urged me on. "Let's just get to the car." It was where I'd wanted to go, but not with him. Stupidly, I realized he probably had the car keys. There was no further reason for me to struggle, no reason to resist. All that remained was a numb acceptance of my fate. "Here we are," O.J. said, with what I considered misplaced cheerfulness. I expected him to lead me to the front passenger seat, but he stopped at the back of the car, took his arm away, and reached into his coat pocket for a bunch of keys. Was this to be the final indignity? To be stuffed into the boot of a car? I no longer cared. All the fight had been squeezed from me with every painful step that had taken me to this spot. When he opened the boot, I'd climb in gratefully. O.J. pressed the key fob twice. The car beeped in reply, and he reached for the boot to pull it open. It was a day of unexpected happenings. Actually, it had been a week of them, so nothing should surprise or shock me anymore. Nothing should. But when I saw O'Farrell's body, I gasped in shock and reeled back in horror. I'd have climbed almost happily into the boot of the car, but I was damned if I was going to climb in beside the dead body of the officer who died trying to help me. I looked at OJ. The bastard was smiling. I'm not getting in there, and if you try to force me, I swear I'll use every last ounce of strength I have left and tear your eyes out. I'll scrape tracks down your cheeks so deep they'll take weeks to heal and leave scars to remind you of me every day for the remainder of your sad, sorry life. When you wake in the morning and look in the mirror, you'll be reminded of me. When you see your reflection in a shop window, you'll think of me. I'll haunt you for the rest of your God-forsaken life. I was panting by the end, clinging onto the side of the car, praying for enough strength to see my promise through. I owed it to myself and to O'Farrell to ensure neither of us were forgotten. I was pleased to see my words were having some effect because OJ made no move to force me into the boot. He was looking slightly bemused, as if he hadn't expected the tirade I'd unleashed. I held up a hand to stop him. Odd that it took getting to this point to find some strength. It seemed facing death brought out the best in me. It was good to know, even if it was a little late. I don't care. Do what you like, but I'm not getting in there. I was glaring at him, chin in the air, defiance in every painful muscle. So intent was I on facing him down that I didn't see the body in the boot move. OJ did. He looked down and gave a shake of his head. I do believe you fell asleep. What? I looked at him, then followed the line of his gaze, eyes widening when I saw O'Farrell move. You're not dead. It was a silly question. Of course she wasn't dead, unless she was one of the undead. After everything I'd been through in the last 24 hours, I didn't think anything would surprise me. I'm not dead, but I'm steaming mad, O'Farrell said. She lifted an arm and rattled the handcuffs that kept her attached to the spare wheel. You going to release me? I was slumped against the car, attempting, without much success, to make some sense of what was happening. O'Farrell wasn't dead, that much was clear. So if OJ hadn't killed her, did it follow he wasn't going to kill me? And if he wasn't, what the hell was going on? OJ unlocked the handcuffs and helped O'Farrell from the boot. We need to get out of here, he said to her. I don't trust Williams. He might decide he wants in on the fun of getting rid of our friend here after all. He turned to look at me. I promise it'll all make sense, but right now we need to leave. Can you manage to slide into the back seat? It was impossible to argue with the urgency in his voice. I met O'Farrell's eyes, saw some reassurance there, then nodded. Okay. I waited till he'd opened the door, sat inside, and slid back with as little groaning as I could manage. You need to get to a hospital with that leg, O'Farrell said, staring in at me. Yes, but not until he's explained what's going on. I stared through the window to where OJ stood, then at O'Farrell, confused by her calm acceptance of his behavior. Was I missing something? He handcuffed you and locked you in the boot. Why aren't you arresting him? O'Farrell sighed. He said it was for my good, that my wandering around trying to help would only make things more difficult and more dangerous for you. He said he'd bring you back safe. She shrugged. He did. So like you, I think I'll wait to hear what his story is before I jump into arresting him. Let's go, OJ said, sitting in the driver's seat. O'Farrell reached into the glove compartment and took out her phone. You could have left it with me, she said, shooting OJ a look. When he didn't answer, she shrugged. I need a minute to speak with my husband. She moved away without waiting for an answer. A couple of minutes later, she sat into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Where are we going? She asked. If she was irritated by OJ's commandeering of her car, she didn't say. No idea. Not Lynmouth. I don't want to risk bumping into Williams. O'Farrell frowned, then nodded. Drive. At the end of this road, take a right. I'll direct you from there. Not to Ilfracombe police station? She shook her head. I need to hear your story first. There's a pub. They'll be open for breakfast. We can get something to eat, get some coffee, and you can enlighten us." It was a windy road. Stretched out along the back seat, I was rocked from side to side. I ignored the pain. It kept me alert. I didn't know what was going on, why I wasn't dead, and why O'Farrell was treating being kept prisoner as nothing much out of the ordinary. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe the life of a police officer was just as dramatic as it appeared on TV. But for me, everything was so far out of my realm of knowledge that I was feeling nauseous, as if I was being spun round and round on a merry-go-round, prevented from getting off by some unseen force. It didn't help that OJ was driving the car as casually as if they were best buddies heading for a relaxing, convivial lunch. As if he hadn't, less than an hour before, said he was going to kill me, and as if I hadn't, mere minutes ago, threatened to dig my nails into his face with enough force to leave scars. I'd found the strength to oppose him then, but it seemed to have leached from me since and had left me weak. Did it matter? I wasn't sure. The bits of conversation that drifted to me were solely to do with directions. O'Farrell had to be the calmest person I'd ever met. She'd been handcuffed and thrown into the boot of the car, yet she seemed to bear OJ no ill will whatsoever, whereas I'd still have liked to have dug my nails into his flesh. A few minutes later, we pulled up outside the pub. It was a place I knew well, at the halfway point of a long circular walk I'd done many times with my parents and siblings. It had been many years since I'd visited, but as I pushed through the heavy door, I looked around in pleasure. It hadn't changed, not even a little, unlike me. The last time I'd been there, I'd bounced in and over to the bar with a smile on my face. Now I was hobbling like a very old, worn-out woman. There were only a few other customers, and although we must have looked a sight, nobody as much as raised an eyebrow as we crossed to a table in the corner. "I'll go order," OJ said. He looked from me to O'Farrell and back. "Full breakfast and coffee, do you both?" I wasn't sure I could eat a thing, but I wasn't going to argue. The conversation I wanted to have with him didn't involve food. "Sit here," O'Farrell said, pointing to the end of a banquette. "I'll pull a chair around and you can rest your bad leg on it." It'd be pedantic to insist my injured leg wasn't bad, just bruised, battered, and wrenched apart. So I did as suggested. I didn't even have to lift my leg as she did that for me. "Thank you," I sighed. After all I'd been through, the pain had become bearable, almost incidental. "I'm finding it hard to understand why you haven't called for backup and had that bastard led away in chains." I tried to rein in my anger. "Or in handcuffs, anyway." O'Farrell took the seat opposite and ran a hand over her hair, tucking tendrils behind her ears. "I haven't, because I know him." I thought I must have misheard. The police officer, who I thought was on my side, knew the man who'd threatened to kill me? Knew him and seemed on friendly terms with him. Had she really been handcuffed and locked in the boot of the car? Or had that simply been a ruse to get me to be compliant? It seemed ridiculously far-fetched, but then didn't everything that had happened in the last couple of days? "You're in this together." I'd like to have got to my feet to look down my nose at O'Farrell, but groaning in pain, or worse, keeling over, wouldn't convey how I felt. I settled for pushing the corner of my lips down in a sneer. A fake police officer and a corrupt one. It sounds like a marriage made in heaven, or perhaps hell is more appropriate. I looked towards where OJ was ordering our breakfast. "So what's this then? The Last Supper? Or is it the condemned woman's final meal?" O'Farrell sat back and folded her arms across her chest. It made her look very police officer-like and very authoritarian, which was at odds with her puzzled expression. "What are you talking about?" I wasn't falling for it. I might be in pain, exhausted, and, all right, a little confused, but I wasn't stupid. "You and him." I jerked my chin towards OJ. "In it together." I'd still no idea what it was, but I was correct about that. O'Farrell lifted a hand and pressed her thumb and forefinger into the corner of her eyes. She kept them there for a moment before taking them away with a weary sigh. I suppose it's understandable to be confused. She tilted her head and smiled. And my comment didn't help. I'm sorry, it wasn't meant to confuse you, nor was it meant to imply, as you seem to think, that he, she nodded towards OJ, and I are in cahoots. By knowing him, I meant by reputation, really. She looked back to OJ. I did meet him once, but I doubt if he remembers. She yawned widely and patted her mouth with a hand. Sorry. You met him? So he's a criminal. No surprise there, but O'Farrell was shaking her head. No, he isn't. Or if he is, he's not been caught. I met him during the course of an investigation last year. You might remember it because there was a lot of press coverage over the baby who was snatched from its parents in a pub in Linton. I frowned. Yes, I remember. The baby was eventually found safely. I regarded her with puzzled interest. You were involved in that investigation? Yes, and that's when I met him. The baby's paternal grandparents were dismissive of our investigation and hired a private investigator. I was in London when he walked into the Met as if he owned the place. She shook her head and grinned. Although I didn't remember his name, his isn't the kind of face you forget. Even you have to admit that. I remembered the first time I'd seen him and had to agree. Then the implication of what O'Farrell had said hit me. You're telling me he's a private investigator? He is now, but he used to work for the North Yorkshire Police. He reached the rank of detective inspector, but decided to move into the private investigation industry. He's still got friends on the force, and he's well regarded. When he stopped me last night, I immediately remembered him and his reputation. He gave me a quick rundown on Ben, then told me to play along. She grinned. I think my scream was quite convincing. I thought they'd killed you, I said. It was to help convince Williams that OJ was capable of violence. He said it'd be better if I left him to get you out safely. She looked mildly irritated for a second. I told him I'd wait in the car, but it appears, despite his years of service, he has as little faith in the police as many members of the public. From the little I knew of her, she didn't strike me as someone who'd happily stand on the sidelines. Would you really have waited? O'Farrell grinned. Not on your life. It was my job to get you to safety. Only securing me in the boot stopped me from following him. Things weren't precisely clear, but at least now I wasn't worrying about a conspiracy. So what's going to happen now? That depends on what he has to say, she said, glancing up at the man who approached. I can still have him arrested. He'd lose his license, though, so I'm not rushing into anything. OJ sat and looked from one to the other. Food's on its way. I'm not waiting, I said firmly. I want to know what the hell is going on. He ran a hand over his face, grimacing at the rasping sound. I need a shave. It wasn't what I wanted to know, and I'd opened my mouth to tell him so when I felt his hand on my arm. I will tell you what I can, okay? But it's complicated. He took his hand away and mirrored O'Farrell's arms-crossed position. The ECD has been investigating Stockton Bridges for some time. He stopped when he saw my puzzled frown. Sorry, the City of London Police Economic Crime Department, or ECD for short. They investigate fraud. The breakthrough came when intel pointed at Brad Stockton, leaving Anthony Bridges in the clear. When Bridges was approached by the ECD, he was understandably horrified and worried for the future of his company. He agreed to do what he could to assist in bringing Stockton to justice, but he wanted a quick resolution, which they weren't able to give. OJ shrugged. They're confined by rules and regulations. Bridges decided to employ someone who didn't have the same constrictions. It seemed pretty simple so far. So he hired you? I frowned. But you were working for Ben, and for Stockton too? I let it be known, in places where these things are discussed, that I had contacts who were looking to hide illegal money. It wasn't long before Ben Williams took the bait. Whatever else he was going to tell us was interrupted by the arrival of the food. OJ, obviously hungry, had ordered a big breakfast for each of us. By unspoken agreement, we ate without talking, and it wasn't until OJ put down his fork and pushed away his empty plate that he picked up where he'd left off. He topped up his mug with coffee, then sat back with it in his hands. As I was saying, Bridges wanted me to get enough proof that Stockton was using the company to launder money, and I almost had it when something unexpected occurred. His eyes never left my face, and I knew exactly what had happened. Stockton thought I was onto him, and he panicked. Exactly. A meeting I was supposed to have had with him was canceled, and Williams started to give me the runaround. OJ frowned. It's odd, actually. Stockton and Williams were convinced you were investigating them, whereas Anthony Bridges was suspicious you were involved in the money laundering. That's why I was in Lynmouth. My knee had begun to ache. I tried to ignore it and concentrate on what OJ was saying. You came to find out if I was involved and to search my computer for proof. It made sense, except the only thing I was involved with was my own personal revenge on Ben. I can see why Stockton and Ben might have been suspicious, since I'd mentioned seeing Ben with a competitor. I've no idea why Bridges would have been, though. I'd given him no cause. They were all seeing bogeymen. Stockton and Williams because they were involved in shady doings, and Bridges because he was worried for his company. As it turned out, his suspicions worked in your favor. It meant I wasn't too far away when Ben asked for help to get rid of you. Otherwise, he might have found someone else who'd have done the job for real. Ben said he and Stockton had agreed to get rid of me, but Stockton had got cold feet. According to Ben, they had an argument and he killed him. It was beyond bizarre to be calmly discussing people who'd wanted to kill me. OJ shrugged. He told me Stockton slipped and fell in the river. It might be that he did, and Williams made no attempt to save him. I don't think we're ever going to know the truth there. I stared at him in confusion. If he told you Stockton fell in the river, why did you tell me the body was Ben's? For the first time, OJ looked shifty, and he stared into his mug as he spoke.
You have to remember, I wasn't sure if you were involved in the money laundering or not. I'd been watching you.
You saw me pull the body from the river, didn't you? I said, interrupting him. I remembered the sensation that I was being watched. It seems I hadn't been paranoid after all. He looked at me with a faint smile.
Yes, I did. You handled it well.
His smile faded, and he looked ruefully apologetic.
I saw the police arrive and leave. A quick call to a contact later that day told me they'd no idea who the body was, so I decided to use the information for my own ends. I knew about your complaint, and that Williams had been suspended as a result. I thought you might feel a little guilty if you thought he'd come to speak to you and had died.
It was just as I'd suspected. You wanted me vulnerable, is that it? So it'd be easier to get information out of me? We play the hands we're dealt, he said, as if that sad cliché justified what he'd done. The dart of anger faded quickly. Maybe it did. Isn't it exactly what I'd done when I saw those WhatsApp messages? I jumped at using them to get my revenge on Ben. OJ put his mug down, ran a hand over his hair, and shook his head. I didn't find out it was Stockton until the following day when Ben phoned me. You can imagine my surprise to find out what I thought was a random dead body was someone associated with the case I was investigating. His surprise! I glared at him. Well, you can imagine mine when the body I was told was Ben's turned out to be Brad Stockton's. O'Farrell was the last to finish her breakfast. She dropped her cutlery noisily, drawing both our attentions. Talking about Ben Williams, she said calmly. He has a lot to lose. She looked at OJ. You're sure he believes you'd kill Joyce? He certainly convinced me he was going to. A wave of nausea hit me, making me sorry I'd eaten the breakfast. If I was going to throw up, I'd damn well make sure I aimed in his direction. Did you have to be quite so vile? And why did you make me do that trek up to the road? OJ didn't look in any way discomposed. I had to stay in character, otherwise the game was up. But I did give you the opportunity to escape, didn't I, sending you to make coffee?" He nodded at my surprise. "Yes, I remembered there was a back entrance. And as for making you walk up to the road, what were the alternatives? To leave you behind? What if Williams had changed his mind and come back? If you remember, he'd already made noises about staying until you were dead." I shivered. How could I forget? I saw O'Farrell's raised eyebrow and explained. "When Ben threatened to rape me, I told him it'd be the last thing he ever did. Your friend, OJ, suggested he wait till after I was dead." I glared at him. "Thanks for that, by the way." "The idea was to put him off completely. My mistake," OJ admitted. I really hadn't understood what a lowlife he was. "I'm still finding it difficult to believe," I said, "and I was there." "So what now?" O'Farrell asked. "Ben told Joyce he'd murdered Brad Stockton, and we've proof of his money laundering activities, so we have enough to hold him, don't we?" "I can give the ECD enough to enable them to get a warrant to take the business apart." OJ blew a frustrated sigh through his lips. "Unfortunately, I'm not sure they'll be able to pin Stockton's murder on Williams, despite his confession. Unless there's evidence of foul play, he could insist it was an accident and he was merely trying to scare you by suggesting otherwise. But I'll be able to testify he approached me to kill you. I'm not sure he'll be able to worm his way out of that." "When will he be arrested? I know he believes I'm dead, but I'm not sure I'll be able to relax until he's locked away somewhere." O'Farrell checked her watch. "He might already be under arrest." She smiled at the surprise on our faces. After I reassured my husband, I spoke to my DI. "Maxwell isn't the kind of officer to hang around. I told him where Williams was staying, so he'll have sent officers around to bring him in." "I suppose murder and soliciting to murder pips money laundering any day," OJ said. "Anthony Bridges won't much care as long as Williams is locked away." Murder, soliciting to murder. He spoke so casually about both, as if he'd forgotten it was me he'd been asked to kill. "As long as you'll still get paid," I said, unable to resist the sarcasm. "I'll still get paid." He gave me a measured look. "You think I shouldn't? You don't think saving your life is worth a few quid?" I felt a blush creep across my cheeks. He was right, of course. I should be grateful to him. If it hadn't been for him, Ben would have had me killed. It was just a little hard to forget the lies he'd told, the violence he'd offered, and that agonizing climb he'd forced me to do. How was I supposed to trust him or believe anything he said? OJ was waiting for an answer, but I was tired being pushed around. In a little over a week, I'd been lied about, lied to, threatened with rape, murder, and violence, and I'd banjaxed my knee. The nausea had subsided. This time, it was a wave of pain that hit me, as if my knee wanted to remind me it had been injured. This time, I gave into it and let it carry me away. 47. I was in hospital for only 3 days. I had an operation to repair a torn cruciate ligament in my knee on the second day. On the third, after a visit from the physiotherapist, I was given the all clear and told to come back for a checkup in 2 weeks. My mother hovered anxiously around as I took a few steps. "You sure you'll be okay? I wish you'd come home with me." "I'll be fine." The physiotherapist said it was better to be doing a little every day. "There's a lift, so it's not as if I have to walk up the stairs." I patted her on the shoulder. "And if I know you, there's enough food stocked up to last a year." "Maybe not a year," my mother said. "Just a few homemade meals in the freezer, so at least I know you're eating properly." I suffered the fussing without complaint. She'd been horrified when I'd rung to say I was in hospital and had insisted on coming to stay nearby so she could visit. It was hard to criticize love like that. It had also been hard to lie. I'd told my parents that I'd fallen, which was the truth. What I didn't tell them was anything to do with the police, Owen James, or Ben's part in it all. I'd have to, eventually, of course. It would be impossible to keep it quiet. But by then, I hoped I'd be better placed to speak about it calmly. After much persuasion, my parents agreed to drive me to my apartment. It was a long walk from the ward to the car, so I agreed to sit in a wheelchair, my father pushing, my mother walking beside me with a hold-all filled with all the things she deemed essential for a short hospital stay. I'd half expected to have a visit from O'Farrell, and when she didn't appear, when I heard nothing more from her or OJ, I hoped it was over. That I could put the whole sorry, sad experience behind me, forget what I'd done, forget what Ben had tried to do. At home, I accepted my mother's solicitude. For the first time, I was grateful my apartment was too small to accommodate visitors. Had she been there on her own, she'd probably have insisted she stay, sleeping on the sofa. My father, however, was too fond of his comfort to rough it by sleeping on the floor. Finally, after reassuring both parents for the millionth time that I was okay, they left. I rested my head back on one of the plumped cushions and breathed a sigh of relief. My snazzy new mobile was within reach. I rang a couple of old friends, caught up with their news, and gave them a very edited version of mine. I debated whether or not to ring Sydney, decided against it, and dropped the phone on the seat beside me. The physiotherapist had given me a refillable cold pack for my knee. I unstrapped it and hobbled to the kitchen to refill it from the bowl of ice my mother had crushed and left in the freezer. Back on the sofa, with the pack strapped to my knee, I relaxed against the cushions. Relaxed. My knee, perhaps. The rest of me couldn't seem to get to that state. The rest of me was wondering why I hadn't heard from O'Farrell, who had promised to keep me up to date with Ben's arrest. My fingers thrummed on the seat within touching distance of the mobile. Finally, with a grunt of frustration, I picked it up and rang the police station in Ilfracombe. "Hi, it's Joyce Doyle. May I speak with PC O'Farrell, please?" "Hold, please. I'll see if she's free." Tinny music was interrupted by regular messages, assuring me that my call was important and giving me various options if I no longer wanted to wait. I was about to hang up when a voice I recognized said a tired-sounding, "Hello." "Hi, it's me." When the line remained quiet, I added, "Joyce Doyle." "Yes, I know. Sorry, it's been a crazy few days here." I'd had surgery, had been forced to lie to my parents, and was still struggling to cope with the idea that Ben had conspired to have me killed. I understood crazy, and I definitely understood exhausted. It was the hesitation in O'Farrell's voice that puzzled me, as if there was something she wanted to say, but she was afraid to say it. Although I didn't want to believe it, I knew it could only be about one thing. "You didn't arrest Ben, did you?" A sigh whistled down the line. "Not yet." I shut my eyes and swore loudly. "Why not? What the hell happened? It's been 3 days. Even if your lot missed him at the hotel, couldn't they have picked him up from his home?" "He hasn't returned home. His car was found in a multi-story car park in Bath, and there was CCTV images of him leaving, but he managed to dodge out of sight. We have police stationed outside his home. We've questioned friends and family. If anyone has heard from him, they're not sharing with us. Ben Williams, the man who wanted me dead, was out there, somewhere. He has no reason to come after me, does he? The police were already on to him. It was only a matter of time before they caught him, especially with OJ on his tail. So I'm safe, aren't I? I wanted reassurance that Ben no longer had a reason to want to kill me. As you say, we know everything now, so there's no reason for him to want to come after you. Perhaps, but I'll be happier when he's locked away. As soon as I hear anything, I'll let you know, okay? Okay. Although it was anything but. O'Farrell sighed again. I'm sorry. I should have asked how you were. I did ring the hospital. They said you were having surgery. It went well. I have exercises to do, so hope to be almost back to normal in a week or so. Right, well, I better go. I promise I'll keep you updated. I put the phone down and stared blankly at the wall. Ben was on the run. He wasn't a stupid man, so I guessed he had a well-planned exit strategy for just such an event. He might already be a long way away. I would probably never see him again. He'd be furious at losing his lucrative money laundering operation. I'd had nothing to do with bringing it down. It had been under investigation way before I'd blundered into things. I'd told him I'd known nothing about it, but I wasn't sure he believed me. He was a vile man, mean and cruel, and he'd be very, very angry. He didn't strike me as a man who was capable of facing up to his faults and flaws, more a man who'd look for others to blame. People like me. 48. I sat staring at the wall for several minutes. I was being ridiculous, wasn't I? Ben wasn't going to waste valuable time looking for revenge. I had, but I hadn't been on the run from the police. It didn't stop me from worrying, though, or stop me hobbling over to the front door to turn the key in the mortise lock I hadn't used since I'd moved in. If I rang my parents, they'd come and bring me back to stay with them for as long as I wanted. But if my worry was based on fact and Ben really was looking for revenge, it might put them at risk too. I was safe in the apartment. It was on the 4th floor. Unless Ben was Spider-Man, he wasn't getting inside. It should have settled me, helped me to relax. But the thought that he might be out there, creeping around as he searched for a way in, kept me jittery. Food would probably help. With a meal on a tray on my lap and a glass of wine in my hand, I settled down to watch a film that was sufficiently far-fetched and entertaining to keep me watching. Determined to keep occupied, when the movie ended and I was offered the sequel, stupid as it was, I kept watching. The wine helped to make it more enjoyable, and I started to relax. I was safe. Ben was not going to get me. Luckily, because I was beginning to worry that my brain cells were turning to mush, there wasn't a third movie in the series. I checked my watch. It was almost 11. I should go to bed, get some sleep, or I could watch another movie, have another glass of wine. A search found an old favorite, Sleepless in Seattle. Tom Hanks was one of the good guys. Why couldn't I have someone like that in my life? OJ's face appeared. I batted it away. Handsome, perhaps, but untrustworthy and definitely someone who crossed the line. Like I did? The TV switched itself off, but I didn't move. I sat, drank wine, and considered all the months I'd wasted in plotting my revenge on Ben. I'd given him far more of my time and energy than was warranted, and although I'd nothing to do with exposing the money laundering, whatever way I looked at it, it was because of me that Brad Stockton was dead. I finished my wine and limped to my bedroom. Leaving the light off, I crossed to the window. The view was an uninspiring one, looking out as it did over a council-run car park whose lights blazed until 10:30 and only went down a notch from then until 5 in the morning. The brightness didn't bother me, and I rarely used the blackout blinds that had been supplied with the apartment. There was nowhere for anyone to hide out there, unless they were creeping close to the building itself. And even then, if I opened the window wide, I could stick my head out and peer down. I could, but I wasn't going to. I was being stupid, paranoid. There was nobody there. Ben wasn't trying to gain access. I stood for another moment before I swore softly, pulled up the lower half of the sash window, and stuck head and shoulders out to peer along the path that ran around the apartment. There was nobody loitering there. Of course there wasn't. I yanked the window shut, and for good measure, reached for the cord and lowered the blind. And then, because it made the room cozier, and not because it added another layer of protection, because of course it didn't, I pulled the curtains. I was tired from the remnant of anesthesia in my blood, from the excess of wine I'd consumed, from the exhaustion of thinking about Ben and the whole terrifying ordeal I'd been through. I reached for the edge of my jumper to pull it off, then changed my mind. It suddenly seemed better to stay dressed, ready for whatever might occur. What that might be, I'd no idea. But if there was one thing I'd learned in the last few days, it was that you just never knew what might happen. As it turned out, nothing untoward happened, and to my surprise, I slept solidly for the remainder of the night. I might have slept longer had I not woken in a sweat, briefly wondering why I was in bed in a jumper and trousers instead of the naked state I preferred, before remembering my paranoia of the previous night. "Idiot," I muttered, throwing back the duvet. I eased my injured leg from the bed gently, pleased to see it was already much less swollen than it had been, and moved far more easily than before. I'd been told I could have a shower, so I had a long one. In fresh clothes, with a little makeup to make me look a little less like a corpse, I felt more human than I'd done in days. I was having breakfast when my new mobile rang. My mother, no doubt, checking up on me. At least she wasn't on my doorstep insisting she'd come to make breakfast. But it wasn't my mother on the phone. "Joyce, hi, it's PC O'Farrell." "Good morning." I checked my watch. 8 o'clock. "You're starting early, aren't you?" The gruff laugh lacked any humor. I asked my colleagues in the Avon and Somerset police to alert me to any sightings of our friend Ben Williams. Coffee and breakfast were forgotten. "They've got him." More a case of they've found him. What? His body. They found his body. Ben was dead. The finality of death meant he'd never be held accountable for what he'd done, and for that I was sorry, but mostly I was filled with relief. I'd no longer need to be afraid. There was silence on the line. O'Farrell was waiting for a response. I wasn't sure what the correct one should be. Glee seemed inappropriate. I settled for curiosity. What happened to him? I imagined him crashing his car in his haste to escape. Or perhaps his heart had finally decided it wasn't worth beating to keep such a vile man alive. He was found dead late last night. He'd been stabbed. Stabbed? You're saying he was murdered? Even though O'Farrell couldn't see me, I waved a hand in apology. Sorry, yes, of course he was. Do you know who did it? A thought struck me, and I gave an uncertain laugh. Much as I hated the man, Zoe Lee, it wasn't me. He was found in a corner of Victoria Park, quite a distance from the road. I think that rules you and your gammy leg out of suspicion. I didn't know her well enough to decide if she was joking or not. You don't really believe I'd be capable. I think, given the right circumstances, most of us are capable of violence. But no, despite everything, I don't believe you'd have murdered him. Given the right circumstances. When I'd tried to hit Ben with my makeshift crutch, I'd put my full weight behind it. I'd wanted to stop him, perhaps even to hurt him, but I'd had no desire to kill him. And later, when I'd struck OJ, I just wanted to put him out of action so I could escape. Even in those extraordinary circumstances, when I'd been fighting for my life, I hadn't it in me to kill. So although I was capable of a certain level of violence, it didn't include taking a knife to hunt someone down. Maybe it was one of his money laundering buddies, I said. It's one possibility. Where money is involved, there's always someone willing to kill for a share of it. I gripped the mobile tighter. I wished O'Farrell was in the room with me so I could see her expression, because once again, I had the strangest sensation she was trying to tell me something. But there are other possibilities, yes? As I'm sure you understand, I'm not allowed to share details of an ongoing investigation. There was a long pause, and when she spoke again, her voice was quieter so that I strained to hear the words. Have you heard from OJ? No, but then I hadn't really expected to. Actually, that was a lie. I had. I'd thought he'd have rung to ask how I was. Stupidly, despite everything, I'd wanted him to. Despite the lies he'd told me, there was something about him that appealed to me. Not simply his handsome face, although it was hard to ignore. It was the way he carried himself, as if he knew exactly what he wanted out of life. I envied him that. Right, O'Farrell said. Another long pause. We haven't been able to contact him. I frowned. That's strange. More than a bit. I swallowed my frustration. O'Farrell was a master of saying very little but putting a wealth of meaning behind each word. It was up to me to try to interpret. Summarizing what I'd been told so far came down to this. Ben was dead, and OJ was out of contact. Even in my confused state, I was capable of adding 1 and 1 together. You think he'd something to do with Ben's death, don't you? It's one of the other possibilities. So the hidden depths behind OJ's handsome face were deeper and darker than I'd realized. I felt stupidly disappointed. I thought, despite everything, he was one of the good guys. He left the police because he earned more in the private sector. When money is your motivator, it's easy to be dragged into a parallel world where it's there for the taking as long as you don't mind what you have to do to get it. She sighed, a sound that carried both acceptance and disappointment. Right, I'd better get on, she said. I just wanted to let you know about Williams so you could stop worrying about him turning up unexpectedly. Thank you. I have to admit, I'd been a bit anxious. There was no need to tell her I'd been hanging out the window to check Ben wasn't creeping around. And thanks again for what you did, for coming back for me that night, for trying to get help, and well, for everything. It's been an experience. One best forgotten. You take care of yourself, and if by chance you hear from OJ, although I don't think you will, I'd appreciate it if you'd tell him to contact us. Yes, of course I'll do that, but as you say, it's unlikely I'll hear from him. With a promise to stay in touch, I hung up, put my mobile on the table, and picked up my coffee. It was cold, but I drank it anyway, as thoughts of Ben and OJ tumbled in my head. Ben was a dreadful, vicious man who'd got what he deserved, but the thought that it had been OJ who'd meted out this end made me shiver. My feelings for him had run the gamut from attraction to hate and back to attraction. If he'd killed Ben for money, I'd despise him. My knee was beginning to ache. I popped a couple of painkillers, then filled the cool pack with crushed ice and strapped it on. The day stretched before me. I could relax knowing Ben wasn't creeping around trying to gain entry. It should have given me some comfort to know I'd never have to see the monster again. I guessed it was why O'Farrell had told me, to put my mind at rest. Shame it hadn't worked. The news of Ben's death had slain one of the monsters haunting me, but it had introduced another. Because if OJ had killed him, didn't that make him a monster too? I imagined his handsome face screwed up in fury as he wielded the knife. I thought of what O'Farrell had said about money being a motivator. Was that it? Had OJ seen the money that could be made in the money laundering game and wanted in? I'd probably never know. There was no reason for OJ to contact me. No reason at all. I thought of Ben and shivered. Monsters didn't need a reason to do monstrous things. I hobbled to the sofa, picked up the first of the pile of books I'd placed on the small side table, and began to read. By early afternoon, I was beyond bored. I'd read a bit, made a few phone calls, watched a mind-numbingly boring movie, and several episodes of The Big Bang Theory, which would normally have made me laugh, but this time, the wit passed me by. Food helped, and thanks to my mother, I'd plenty of that. I was tucking into my second chocolate brownie of the day when the doorbell rang. It startled me into dropping the piece I was holding. It bounced from my lap to the floor, scattering crumbs as it went. I wasn't expecting anyone to call. My mother had a key. She'd normally let herself in the main door, then rap on the apartment door before opening it. She wouldn't ever ring the doorbell. The apartment had an intercom system. When the doorbell rang again, I limped across and peered at the screen to see who was so anxious to see me. I'd reconsidered and left a couple of messages for Sydney. She hadn't replied to either of them. Perhaps she'd called around instead. But it wasn't her face I saw on the screen. Disappointment quickly changed to surprise when I recognized who it was. What could Anthony Bridges, the co-owner of Stockton Bridges and the late Brad Stockton's partner, want with me? OJ had said he'd worked for him. How much did Bridges know of what went on in the cottage in Lynmouth? I wasn't going to find out by staring at the screen, and by the look of him, he wasn't going away. "Hello?" Bridges jumped, then shook his head and grinned. Ms. Doyle, it's Anthony Bridges. May I come up? I wanted to ask why. What could he possibly want with me? I stared at his image. It was so out of focus and blurry, it was impossible to read his expression. Perhaps, if OJ had told him about my ordeal at Ben's hands, he was there to offer his sympathy. Yes, okay, I said finally. I pressed the button to release the main door and watched as he pushed through. I hadn't said which floor I was on, but I wasn't surprised to hear a rat-a-tat-tat on my apartment door a few minutes later. Not surprised, but suddenly nervous and regretting my decision to allow him entry. When the knock was repeated, harder and quicker, I opened the door. Hello, this is unexpected. Unlike his late partner, Bridges was a tall, slim man with thinning hair and rather protuberant eyes. He didn't look like a Lothario, but I'd heard the gossip. Not only did he have a wife and 4 children, but it was rumored he had a young mistress who had expensive tastes. May I come in? I had one hand on the door and another on the doorframe, as if I was deciding whether to allow him in or not. I gave an embarrassed laugh and stepped back. Yes, of course, come in, please. He moved into the small living room, looking around with obvious curiosity. Would you like a cup of tea or coffee? Or there's wine if you'd like a glass. I clasped my hands together nervously. Why was he here? Why had I let him in? Then, annoyed with myself for being so pathetic, I pushed a hand into my trouser pocket and tried very hard to look relaxed. No, I'm good, Bridges said. Do you mind if I sit? No, of course not, please. I waved to the single chair and retook my seat on the sofa. He'd obviously come for a reason, but whatever it was, he wasn't rushing to tell me. It was tempting to fill the silence with words, a temptation I resisted. It was my home. I'd wait. Perhaps it was a game he was used to winning, because irritation tightened his mouth for a second before he forced a smile. You must be wondering why I'm here. Of course I was, but I shook my head and ran a hand over my knee. I assume you must have heard about my accident. It was kind of you to call on me. Now the ball was in his court. Let him do what he liked with it. Your accident, yes. You were very unfortunate, weren't you? The surgery went well, and I'll soon be back to normal. Good to know. After all, you're a valuable member of our team, he said. I knew I should have been grateful, should be thanking him, but there was something wrong. His words were perfect, but the tone wasn't quite right. His next words told me why. I wasn't aware you had qualifications in cyber and forensic security. I'm not sure why you kept that a secret. Shit. I tried to read his expression. He was looking quite affable. I think I kept quiet about it because I didn't want to be pigeonholed by it. I wanted to concentrate on marketing. I shrugged. I've come to the conclusion that I made the wrong choice. Choices, Bridges mused. We make them, regret them, think we can turn back time to make different ones. We rarely can. I nodded, although I wasn't quite sure what he meant. I was trying to think of something clever to say when my mobile rang. Excuse me, I said, picking it up. I half expected it to be my mother, but I didn't recognize the number. Hello? Joyce, it's OJ. Don't say my name. Pretend it's a friend, okay? A couple of weeks ago, I'd have laughed and gone, what? Now, I smiled and said, Claire, how lovely to hear from you. I held my hand over the phone and explained, it's a friend I haven't heard from in a while, if you don't mind waiting. I didn't care if Bridges waited or not. In fact, I'd have preferred if he used my call as an excuse to leave. When it didn't look as if he was going to, when he simply nodded as if he'd all the time in the world, I returned to the call. It's been way too long. What have you been up to? Bridges is with you, isn't he? Yes. Wow, that's amazing. You have to get out of there. No, I'm not sure I can. I laughed as if my friend had said something hilarious. You need to take this seriously, Joyce. I think he's there to kill you. He killed Ben. It took every ounce of strength I possessed to stop my eyes flitting over Bridges in horror, and I had to dig deeper for more to keep my voice light and airy when I said, "Really? I thought Zoe Lee was insisting you did that." "I'm afraid the Devon and Cornwall police are a step behind the City of London in intel. You're going to have to believe me. If I'd been a minute earlier, I could have stopped him before he got into your apartment building. There isn't a warrant out for his arrest. Not yet. By the time I've persuaded the police that you're in danger, it'll be too late." "Really?" I laughed again, hearing an edge of hysteria on the edge of it. "You have to believe me. We thought Stockton was the mastermind behind it all. We were wrong. It's Bridges." "Really?" I said again. "That's hilarious." It was. Monsters. They were everywhere. I wasn't sure I could trust OJ, but from the moment he'd stepped into the apartment, Bridges had made me nervous and unsettled. Now I could understand why. Underneath the layer of civilization he wore like an expensive suit, there was something else, something dark, vicious, and cruel. "Listen," OJ said, "this is what we'll do. Finish this call, then keep him talking for a few minutes. I'll ring your doorbell. Tell him you were expecting a delivery. Answer it. Tell me to put your package in the lift, and you'll fetch it from there, okay? Then get out, get into the lift, and I'll be down here waiting for you." "Oh yes, absolutely." "Right, and when it's over, we'll go for a drink." "I look forward to that." The first words said with sincerity. I hung up and put the mobile down. I'm very lucky to have such good friends. I started a long description of various friends, where we'd met, the escapades we'd got into over the years. His expression grew increasingly bored, and I guessed he'd have interrupted my monologue if the doorbell hadn't pealed. "Oh, that'll be the Amazon delivery I've been expecting." I got to my feet as fast as my injured knee allowed. "They said between 3 and 5. They're just about making it, aren't they?" A glance at Bridges told me I was a good actress. He didn't look remotely suspicious. I picked up the intercom. "Hello? Amazon, brilliant. I'll buzz you through. If you just put it in the lift, I can get it from there." I put my hand on the door. "I'll just pop out to pick it up. I won't be a sec." It was difficult not to rush, to keep up a calm, relaxed appearance. Just picking up an Amazon delivery. Nothing exciting. Not running for my life. Yet again. The door was open and I was out, the lift only a few feet away. My limp barely slowed me down as I crossed to it. I was almost there when I heard footsteps behind and turned to see Bridges closing in on me with a strange smile on his lips. "My apologies. I should have offered to come and get it for you," he said. "What must you think of my manners?" "No, please, it's only something small. I can manage." "I insist." He joined me for the last couple of steps to the lift door and stood looking at me with that same weird smile as I pressed the call bell. We waited in silence, shoulder to shoulder, for what seemed like forever as the lift climbed from the ground floor. Was it going to be empty when it arrived? Or was OJ going to be inside, ready once more to save the day? I had no idea, but I was suddenly tired of being pushed around by these men, tired too of needing to be rescued. A loud ding announced the arrival of the lift and the door slid open. There was nobody inside, and, of course, no parcel. "How very strange," I said, deciding to stick to the script. "I bet he's left it in the lobby. I'd better go down and check." I looked back to the open door of my apartment and smiled entreatingly at Bridges. "Would you mind going back to the apartment? I don't like leaving the door open. I'll be back up in a minute." He was staring into the empty lift. "No," he said, then turned to me. "No, I don't mind going back, but you're coming with me. Your parcel is probably in the lobby. Delivery drivers are always in too much of a hurry to bother about ringing for lifts. But I'd worry." He looked at me with the same weird smile. "If you go down to collect it, you might not return." He reached out and clasped a hand around my upper arm. "I think you know why I'm here." He'd mentioned my cybersecurity qualifications. OJ said he was the brains behind the money laundering, so I guessed, like Stockton, he thought I was somehow involved in exposing it. To tell me what a valued member of your team I am, I said, trying to sound calm as I was being pushed towards the apartment. It wasn't up a hillside or in the dark, but it was galling to be pushed around again by yet another bastard who thought I was in the way. But I was on home turf. That had to be an advantage. His hand tightened painfully on my arm as he forced me along. Because your damn snooping has cost me a lot of money. Thanks to you, that idiot Ben put the whole business in jeopardy. So you killed him? Yes, I did. And I'm going to kill you. It'll send a clear message to others who think they can pull a fast one on me, that Anthony Bridges is not a man to be messed with. There was only another couple of steps to the apartment. I could scream for help, but doubted if anyone would rush to my aid. If OJ was 4 floors below, how long would he wait before realizing our plan hadn't worked? Would he rush up and try to break down the apartment door to gain entry? It always looked so easy in movies, but the door was a fire door. It wouldn't kick in easily. Anyway, I didn't need a white knight galloping to my aid. This time, I was going to save the day. When I hesitated in the apartment doorway, Bridges gave me a shove. In you go. It was just what I needed. Given the right circumstances, I was indeed capable of violence, and it appeared I always chose the same route to save myself. A step ahead of him, I turned, grabbed the heavy pottery figure my brother had made as a housewarming present, and swung it. It connected with a satisfying clunk. Solid and well-made, it didn't break, and I held it, ready to strike again if needed. It wasn't. I'd aimed well. Bridges lifted a hand to his head, took it away, and gazed at his bloody palm in surprise. He looked at me, took a step forward, then collapsed with a wet gurgle. I was still standing with the pottery figure in my hand when OJ appeared in the open doorway. He had raced to my aid, but this time I'd rescued myself. His anxious expression changed to amazement, then to amusement. It seems I ran up 4 floors for no reason. He looked at the body lying between us. Is he dead? I looked at the figure in my hand. My brother's work had come in handy. I wondered if he'd approve or be horrified. I don't know, I said, answering OJ's question. I suppose it would be better if he wasn't. It made OJ laugh. He bent and laid a finger over Bridges' carotid. You got your wish. He isn't. He straightened and looked at me with an admiring smile. He's going to have a massive headache, though. He was going to kill me, and he told me he had killed Ben. I dragged my eyes from Bridges' body and stared at OJ. I thought he was assisting the police, and you were working for him. That's what we thought, but it seems our friend here was playing a double game. He thought pretending to work with us meant he could keep a step ahead, but he wasn't as clever as he thought. OJ took out his mobile. The City of London police are going to love you for your help in catching him. Let's get an ambulance first and save this bastard's life so we can lock him away for a long, long time. A month later, I was relaxing in the sunshine by the pool of a 5-star hotel. It was my mother's treat, a 2-week break to recover from all that had gone before. Bridges spent 2 days in hospital with concussion, after which he was arrested for murder, attempted murder, and for his part in an international money laundering racket. The resulting news coverage, in all its inglorious detail, had forced me to tell my parents about Ben and my pathetic attempt to get revenge. They'd been horrified and unbelievably supportive. I'd expected to have to give evidence in a court case against Bridges, so was beyond relieved when, in the hope of receiving a lighter sentence, he'd admitted his guilt. But there had been weeks of anxious angst before that, and the breakaway from everything was the perfect antidote. I was hoping it would give me time to reset and to decide where my future lay. My mother, determined to counteract the calorie content of the excellent food, was doing lengths of the pool. I stretched my nicely tanning limbs and reached for the cocktail I'd ordered from the smiling pool attendant. It was icy, fruity, probably hugely calorific, but very delicious, and I didn't care. I'd finished half before I put it down and picked up the book I'd been reading. I was lost in the story when the buzz of my mobile dragged me out of it with a frown. There was nobody I wanted to hear from. My father always rang late evening, and always my mother's mobile, not mine. When it continued to buzz, I reluctantly picked it up. It wasn't a number I recognized. "Hello? I hear you're sunning yourself in Madeira." I sat up straighter. "Have you been spying on me again?" "I think a more polite way of phrasing it would be keeping tabs," OJ said. I heard the amusement in his voice. I should be annoyed, but I wasn't. I'd met him a few times before Bridges had confessed, but it had always been with others, police, legal people, and suited officials whose role I'd never learnt. We'd never gone for that drink he'd promised me. I decided to be blunt. "What do you want?" He laughed. "That's not very polite. I've been threatened with rape, murder, twice, have been dragged up and down hills, been pushed around until I'm sick of it, so pardon me, but I've given up on polite." "You did well. A lot of people would have fallen apart. You not only survived, but you fought back and won. You should be proud of yourself." I couldn't miss the hint of admiration in his voice, and smiled. "I suppose I should." "Definitely you should. We need to meet up. I promised to buy you a drink." Just him and me. No police or legal people. It sounded good. "You did. I'm back in the UK next week. Maybe then?" "Sounds good. There's something I want you to think about too, and you can give me an answer when we meet." "Sounds mysterious." "I'm hoping you'll think of it as an opportunity," he said. "You know I work for a private security firm. I told them about you, the impressive way you handled yourself. As it happens, they're looking for someone with cybersecurity qualifications, so they'd like to talk to you about a role in the company." "A job in cybersecurity? I'd be helping to catch the monsters?" He laughed. "I suppose that's one way of putting it." "It's something to think about," I said, knowing the decision was already made. "I'll speak to you when we return." I hung up, dropped my mobile on the table, and stood. Perhaps I'd join my mother for a few lengths after all. I stretched and thought of the job opportunity that had been dangled before me. Cyber security. A chance to hunt down the monsters. Doyle. Joyce Doyle. It almost had the same ring as Bond, James Bond, didn't it? I was still smiling as I dove into the pool. The end.